Chapter 426. The next day, Dugu entered the palace early in the morning as expected. When he explained the purpose of his visit, the Emperor of Zhou State revealed a strange expression. "It's Yunsheng again?" Crown Prince Dugu. That Yunsheng is just a commoner, and her appearance can only be considered above average. The Emperor of Zhou State was in a difficult position. This humble one has met Miss Yun once and hit it off with her. I've decided to marry no one else but her. This humble one hopes that the Emperor of Zhou State can grant my wish. If the Emperor of Zhou State can agree to this humble one's marriage proposal, this humble one can promise to never invade Zhou State's territory again in my lifetime. The Dark Crown Prince thought to himself. It didn't matter if the little girl was stubborn or if Yun Ba was pretending. They couldn't win against an imperial edict. If he married Yun Sheng, with her intelligence and outstanding medical skills, as well as her master who was as strong as Emperor Zhao, a mere Zhou State wouldn't be in the Dark Crown Prince's eyes at all. Moreover, empty words are useless. He only promised that the Emperor of Zhou State wouldn't invade Zhou State in his lifetime. But the fate of the Emperor of Zhou State was still in his hands. The Emperor of Zhou State didn't expect the Dark Crown Prince to have so many twists and turns in his heart. He laughed dryly and said, "Crown Prince Dugu, you're late. It's not that this emperor doesn't agree to your marriage proposal, but last night, Lord Biming proposed before you. He even brought Miss Yun's handwritten love letter with him. The two of them are in love with each other and have already pledged their lives to each other." The Dark Crown Prince's expression changed when he heard this. Zhou State's Lord Biming? He recalled the man who carried Yun Sheng away in the palace hall earlier. As if someone had punched him in the chest, the Dark Crown Prince Dugu Xiu froze. He was certain that Yun Sheng didn't have a marriage agreement before yesterday. But in one night, just one night, she had a marriage agreement? This damned little girl. What mutual affection? What love letter? It was all bullshit. The Dark Crown Prince clenched his fists in anger. If he were to meet Yi Biming now, he would definitely tear him into two. In his mind, Yun Sheng was already a piece of tender meat in his mouth. Who would have thought that in just a few hours, this fat duck would flap its wings and leave? To him, this was a great humiliation. He couldn't even remember how he walked out of the imperial palace of Zhou State. When he turned into the winding corridor of the palace, a person slowly approached him. Prince Dugu. The man's deep voice caused Dugu Xiu to raise his head. It was a clear autumn day. Under the big leaf parasol tree in the palace, Zhou State's Biming king, Yi Biming, stood at the side like a fine stone statue, as if he was waiting for the Dark Crown Prince. Yi Biming. Dugu Xiu had not paid attention to this person before. He was arrogant to begin with. In his eyes, Zhou State was just a declining martial arts nation. However, because of that marriage, he took notice of Yi Biming. He looked over and realized that he had really misjudged him back then. What a great Biming king of Zhou State. It was said that among the Wuji 5 annualists, Xiao Wenshu of the Temple of Justice and the Divine Wind King of Immortal Abode were the most handsome and extraordinary. Xiao Wenshu was just like his name. He was like the spring breeze. Wherever he went, there would be a burst of warmth. The Divine Wind King of Immortal Abode had the bloodline of an elf. His appearance and bearing were suitable for both men and women. However, when he saw Yi Biming today, even though they were both men, Dugu Xiu felt like he couldn't take his eyes off him. Yi Biming's appearance was rumored to be very similar to the deceased #1 beauty of Zhou State, Empress. His handsomeness was like the quiet night, causing people to unknowingly sink into it. The Dark Crown Prince coldly snorted in his heart. Lord Biming King is so fast. However, don't be complacent. This prince's woman is never someone that others can covet. When Yi Biming heard the words, "this prince's woman," he felt displeased. He raised his eyebrows. Is Crown Prince Dugu talking about this prince's consort? I'm indebted to Crown Prince Dugu's misplaced love. Yun Sheng is this prince's woman. She has nothing to do with you. Yi Biming spoke lightly, but as he spoke, a murderous intent flashed across his gray eyes. The Dark Crown Prince was even more furious. His figure suddenly sped up, and a patch of black scales suddenly appeared on his right arm. A heavy punch smashed toward Yi Biming's chest with a bang. This punch was no small matter. That day at the banquet, it was also a punch like this. The wind from the punch was like a flood dragon coming out of its cave. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Under this attack, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, creating waves of ripples. It was also this punch that caused Yunba to suffer a hidden loss. A loud bang was heard. That muffled sound could be heard from several kilometers away. Above the winding corridor, the glazed tiles shattered and rolled down from the eaves like fallen leaves. The guard beside the two felt a sharp pain in their hearts, as if someone had stabbed them in the chest. When they looked at Yi Baiming and Duguxiu again, their shoulders had already collided. From afar, the two figures merged together, and their faces seemed to be covered by a layer of ice. It was impossible to tell who was the one who was attacked and who was the one who initiated the attack. On the Dark Crown Prince's right hand, black demonic beast scales spread out one by one. His fist directly smashed into Yi Baiming's chest. Fighting aura emitted from his fist, but his fist didn't advance any further. Yi Baiming's left hand pressed down on the Dark Crown Prince's right fist. The sharp black scales cut Yi Baiming's skin. Fresh blood dripped down. There wasn't the expected sound of bones cracking, nor was there the thrill of a fist piercing through flesh. The Dark Crown Prince was in disbelief. He clearly felt that the other party's hand was like a hedonistic shield that blocked his most fatal attack. Even Yunba would suffer a hidden loss from this punch under uncertain circumstances. However, this seemingly weak prince of Zhou State, who had never been famous on the continent, actually blocked it. Moreover, he only used his left hand to block the attack. He actually couldn't defeat the other party even in the state of beast blood frenzy. A chill quickly extinguished the pride that Duguxiu had accumulated for nearly 17 years. The black blood Qilin isn't omnipotent. Duguxiu, remember, Yun Sheng is Yi Baiming's woman. If you see her in the future, you're not allowed to even look at her. Otherwise, I'll definitely drain every drop of blood from your body. A cold, hellish male voice echoed in his ears. At that moment, Duguxiu felt as if he was on the brink of death. If he resisted for even a moment, the other party would crush him. Yi Baiming let go of his hand. He calmly wiped the blood off his left hand and walked over as if nothing had happened. The Dark Crown Prince stood in the corridor for a while. The encounter just now wasn't a coincidence. Yi Baiming was warning him. It was because of this warning that they met by chance. Yi Baiming, where exactly did you come from? Duguxiu's expression was gloomy. He glanced at the mess on the ground, and only Yi Baiming's words echoed in his mind. Yi Baiming took a few steps in the corridor of the palace. When he reached the vicinity of the Cold Palace, he waved his hand, and the two guards tactfully retreated. Chapter 427. Today was the 14th of the 8th lunar month, the anniversary of Empress Li's death. Every year on this day, Dark North King would come to pay respects to Empress Li. After the guards left, Yi Baiming frowned. He suddenly leaned against a pillar and unbuttoned his left sleeve. Under the long robe, what was revealed was not Yi Baiming's arm, but an arm covered in scales. It wasn't just his left arm. His entire shoulder was covered in scales. The scales looked even more similar to Duguxiu's, except that his scales were golden. Yi Baiming secretly adjusted his breathing. The scales on his back also gradually disappeared. About 15 minutes later, his body returned to its original smoothness, looking no different from before. Recently, the frequency of berserk transformation seems to be getting more and more unstable. Yi Baiming pulled up his clothes. Other than his mother, no one else knew about this secret. The night gradually darkened. Yi Baiming took out a marriage contract from his chest. On it was the imperial seal of Zhou State. The cold palace was silent. Yi Baiming looked towards the palace where Empress Li used to live. Mother, your son has already found the woman he likes. Your son has promised her that he will be with her for the rest of his life. Mother, will you protect your son? A gust of wind suddenly blew in the desolate cold palace. The plain white curtains flew up, looking especially eerie at night. Achoo! Yun Sheng sneezed. Sheng, you've lost weight recently. This is second uncle's personal matter. You don't have to ask. Yin Songlong looked at his niece with a worried expression. Recently, Yin Sheng's small face had become even smaller than before. It looked like it could be covered with a palm. Second uncle, Xian Wuji has plotted against us time and time again. He's so cunning. How can you win against him alone? My crown prince failed to propose and left Yujing City. Yin Sheng sent people to keep an eye on his whereabouts and found that Xian Wuji didn't travel with him. The Bloodhand Tycoon had been destroyed and Xian Wuji had lost his protection. He was also not traveling with the Dark Prince. Now was the best time to kill him. Yin Songlong had wanted to kill Xian Wuji for a long time, but he could not do anything about Grand Emperor City. Now that he had recovered his strength, and Xian Wuji had harmed the residents of Yin several times, Yin Songlong swore to kill Xian Wuji. However, Xian Wuji was also very cunning. He knew that he was in Zhou State and was in danger. Once he left the Jade capital, he lost track of his whereabouts. Even Yin Songlong couldn't find any clues about him. Second uncle, Xian Wuji is in the dark while you are in the light. If he contacts the people from Grand Emperor City, you won't have a chance. Although Yin Songlong was skilled in martial arts and had rich battle experience, he was still inferior to Yun Sheng in some aspects. Yin Songlong could not stop Yin Sheng, so he could only agree to go with her to find Xian Wuji. Southern Cliff Town in the southern border of Zhou State. A middle-aged man in ordinary clothes walked into an inn. He had a sickly look on his long face. His facial features were very ordinary, and he looked a little nervous. "Waiter, get a room and prepare some food for me." The middle-aged man looked at the inn. It was a very inconspicuous inn. It was very simple and crude. Usually, he would not even bother to stay in a place like this. But now he had no choice. "Sir, please wait a moment." When the waiter saw the guest, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. He was not in a hurry to get a room. He took out a painting and looked at the man. The man quietly looked at the painting. When he saw the person in the painting clearly, a trace of imperceptible panic flashed across his eyes. He pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "Brother waiter, is this a warrant for arrest? What kind of heinous crime did the people above commit?" "Sir, this is a hunting warrant." A hunting warrant is similar to a warrant for arrest. However, a hunting warrant is issued by the Hunters Association, while a warrant for arrest is issued by the government. The two have similar effects. The waiter made a comparison and did not pay much attention to it. He casually put it aside. A hunting warrant? When the sickly middle-aged man heard that, he knew something was wrong. The waiter arranged a room for him. He was not in the mood to eat and hurriedly entered the room. When he walked past the inn, he heard a few drunk men say, "TSK, TSK, did you see that? The Jade Capital Hunters Association has issued a hunting warrant." They said that an elder of the association has issued a reward of 100,000 gold coins to capture the fugitive of the Bloody Hand Trench. The Bloody Hand Trench was notorious on the mainland. They had long been in conflict with the Hunters Association. The hunting warrant stated that this fugitive of the Bloody Hand Trench, named Xian Wuji, was responsible for more than 100 lives. All over the country, wherever there were hunters, such hunting orders would be issued. The hunting warrant stated that as long as traces of this person were found, the local Hunters Association should be notified immediately. As long as a clue was provided, the elder who issued the mission would provide a huge reward of 100,000 gold coins. There was no need to capture him. They only had to provide clues, and they could get the money. This was the first time such a good thing had happened since the beginning of time. The waiter and guests and then all opened their eyes wide and searched for the fugitive called Xian Wuji. The sickly man returned to his room. It was very simple and crude. There was a bed, a small wooden coffee table, and a bedding that smelled moldy. The sickly middle-aged man did not know whether to sit or stand. He took off the human skin mask on his face and revealed his original appearance. Because he had not seen the sun for a long time, the man's face was somewhat pale. His gloomy, inverted triangular eyes were filled with resentment. This person was Xian Wuji, who had disappeared from Zhou State for a long time. Xian Wuji threw the human skin mask on his face in frustration. He slammed the table heavily, causing the teapot and teacups on the table to vibrate. After Xian Wuji broke up with the Dark Crown Prince, he became a street rat. He knew that things were bad when Yun Ba was not dead and Yun Sangxue was chased out of the Yun residence. He also knew that he was in Zhou State, which was the Yun residence's territory. Leaving Zhou State as soon as possible was the only way for him to escape. He hid from place to place and bought his way through. Finally, he reached the southern border of Zhou State. Yin Songlong, don't think that you can catch me with this method. Humph! Once I leave Zhou State and enter Tang Yuan's territory, you won't be able to do anything to me even if you have 1,000 methods. When I return to Grand Empress City, I will definitely ask my father to kill everyone in the Yun residence. Xian Wuji was furious. He had never lived such a life in his life. Along the way, he could not sleep at night. He could only stay in the most run-down inn, afraid that the Yun residence's spies would discover him. When he finally reached the border of Zhou State, he did not expect Yun Songlong to use the soldier hunting order. Not daring to expose his whereabouts, Xian Wuji could only hide in his room. He did not notice that the moment he entered the room, a bat perched on a roof beam quietly flew out. Chapter 428. Xian Wuji forced himself to stay in his room for a night. As soon as the sky brightened, he immediately set off. He planned to cross Zhou State's border and enter Tangyuan City today. The border between Tangyuan and Zhou State is just ahead. I failed this time, but at least that old man Yuba has been poisoned. As long as I return to Grand Emperor City and find someone to assassinate him, I'll definitely cause chaos in the Yun residence. Xian Wuji walked for half a day. He was nearing the border between Tangyuan and Zhou State. If he continued forward, he would reach Tongyuan's border city. He crossed a mountain and looked ahead. Suddenly, his body stiffened. There was a cemetery in front of him. Where is this? Xian Wuji frowned. He vaguely remembered this place. This was the place where Zhou State, Tangyuan, and later Qin had fought. It was also where Southern Cliff Town used to be. Xian Wuji, this is where thousands of brothers from the Yun family army and tens of thousands of people from Southern Cliff Town are buried. A cold voice that sounded like it came from hell made Xian Wuji shiver. This feeling? Yin Songlong. Xian Wuji was so scared that his face turned pale. He looked carefully and saw a few people standing in the middle of the tombstones. In the middle was Zhou State's Yun Songlong, a young girl and a young man. It was Yin Sheng and Zhong Yi. Xian Wuji knew that something was wrong when the three of them appeared here. His face, which was still wearing the human skin mask, was already wet. Young City Lord Xian, you're quite cunning. You must have changed at least 3 or 4 masks along the way. Yinsheng said softly when she saw his miserable expression. Master, you don't know how cowardly this guy is. If there's any trouble, he'll run away faster than a rabbit. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than my babies, Zhong Yi teased. A few bats immediately circled around him. It turned out that Zhong Yi had received Yun Sheng's orders when Xian Wuji was still in Grand Emperor City to keep an eye on him. Xian Wuji had fled all the way from the jade capital of Zhou State to the southern cliff town. His whereabouts had never escaped the grasp of the Zhong family. Seeing the three of them appear together, Xian Wuji knew that something bad had happened. Even now, he still did not forget his identity as the young city lord of Grand Emperor City. Yin Songlong, what do you dare to do to me? If you hurt me, Imperial Grand Emperor absolutely won't let you off. TSK, what a useless piece of trash. Other than your Emperor Zhao level old man, what else can you do? The Zhong personality mocked. Xian Wuji's father was a powerful figure, but it was a pity that he gave birth to such a son. Second uncle, we found him. You could decide how to deal with him. Yun Sheng glanced at her second uncle. Sheng, this is between me and him. You and Master Zhong should step aside, Yin Songlong said in a low voice. When Xian Wuji heard this, he was secretly delighted. Yin Songlong was indeed stupid, just like he was in the past. There were clearly 3 of them, and each of them was quite strong. However, Yin Songlong wanted to fight them alone. This was undoubtedly a suicide mission. Xian Wuji took out a short flute. Yuan Bupo used a long flute, but Xian Wuji's flute was much shorter. It was only 1/3 of the length. The flute was made of an unknown material, and it was blood red in color. The sound of the flute was like a blunt weapon cutting through glass, and it made one's scalp tingle. A blood-red summoning formation appeared beneath Xian Wuji's feet. Yin Sheng had heard of the Di Hong song before. It could be used to summon demonic beasts. Xian Wuji was a suspected summoner who used music to summon demonic beasts. Unlike Yuan Bupo, who had just turned 16, Xian Wuji already had his own demonic beast. However, during the battle at the southern border, his demonic beast was killed by a furious Yunba with a single punch. No one knew what kind of demonic beast he would summon today. The blood-red summoning formation turned into a huge pool of blood. Blood bubbled in the pool. An unknown demonic beast slowly poked its head out of the blood. It was a murderous earth blood crocodile. The earth blood crocodile crawled out of the pool of blood. It was a peak rank 9 earth blood crocodile king. Its entire body was covered in ugly blisters, and sharp nails grew from its tail to its spine. Its stubby limbs were strong and powerful. Under its long mouth was a row of gleaming teeth. There was a bloodstone on the earth-blood crocodile king's forehead. The demonic beast let out a furious roar as soon as it appeared. Yin Sheng and Zhong Yi's expressions changed. Both of them were summoners, and they could tell at a glance that Xian Wuji's demonic beast was no ordinary demonic beast. The demonic beast was surrounded by a bloody aura, and it looked ferocious and murderous. It was a blood cloud beast. Master, can your second uncle do it? That's a tamed blood cloud beast. It must have hatched not long ago. When it was still a cub, the people of Grand Emperor City used a special method to capture it and carefully raised it for many years. Zhong Yi's gaze trembled as he recognized the blood cloud beast's true origin. There were many types of demonic beasts on the continent, but only blood cloud beasts were born from blood and emitted a bloody aura or magical element. Blood cloud beasts were hatched from the Duqian blood cloud beasts that floated over from the Duqian blood beast world. But depending on how long it took to hatch, the blood cloud beasts would be in different states. Adult blood cloud beasts were the hardest to kill. Once they were killed, their blood and bones would be excellent materials for refining one's body and equipment. Young blood cloud beasts were rare, and they were also the favorite demonic beasts of the continent. As long as they were properly raised, blood cloud beasts were much stronger than demonic beasts of the same rank. Grand Emperor City must have spent a lot of money to find an earth blood crocodile. The appearance of the earth blood cloud crocodile caused Yun Sanglong's expression to change slightly. Seeing the shock on their faces, Xuan Wuji was even more pleased with himself. He even forgot about his current predicament. Xuan Wuji, you never would have guessed that I actually obtained a blood cloud beast as my summon beast. All these years, I've meticulously used living humans and demonic beasts as food to raise this peak 9th level blood cloud beast. I don't believe that I can't tear you to pieces with this blood cloud beast. Yin Sheng and Zhong Yi were filled with righteous indignation. What a deranged Xuan Wuji. He actually used living humans as food for demonic beasts. Not everyone had a heaven-defying divine artifact like the exquisite Beast Pagoda. Even if the magicians on the continent had a magical dimension, they still needed to feed demonic beasts. But most of the summoners were only fed some ordinary magical beast meat. Xuan Wuji actually used living humans to feed the earth blood crocodile. If news of this were to spread, Grand Emperor City would definitely be criticized by the outside world. Xuan Wuji, you're truly inhumane. Unfortunately, I'm no longer the Yun Sanglong of many years ago. Yun Sanglong's strong body trembled, his throat moving as he shouted. Chapter 429. Xian Wuji hurriedly blew his blood flute. The blood jade on the earth blood crocodile's forehead glowed. The blood cloud crocodile roared angrily and swung its whip-like tail at Yin Sanglong. The blood crocodile was very fast. Its tail was like countless whips, slashing horizontally and sweeping sideways. Countless whips appeared and surrounded Yin Sanglong. Yin Sheng and Zhong Yi watched without blinking. Yin Songlong's eyes darkened. He didn't panic at all. When he was young, he also had a young temperament. On the battlefield, he had the momentum to sweep away thousands of troops, sweeping everything before him. However, after the war a few years ago, he had been silent for more than 8 years. He had once sunk into depression, but once again pulled himself together. His temperament had been greatly tempered. Ever since Yun Sheng taught him the Jade Marrow technique, he had practiced it in private and discovered that it was very mysterious. Especially when he was impatient, the Jade Marrow technique was like a clear stream that washed away the impatience in his heart. Yin Songlong wasn't in a hurry to attack the Earthblood crocodile. After seeing an opening in the crocodile, he threw a punch. His fist chi was like a thrown bomb, turning into a sky full of fist shadows. Bang! 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 They landed on the blood cloud crocodile's back. Yun Songlong knew that the blood crocodile's skin was thick and that normal attacks were useless against it. His eyesight was incomparably sharp. Every punch landed on the crocodile's spine, the weakest part of its body. The blood cloud crocodile was hit repeatedly. Its long tail was swept to the side, and it let out a miserable cry. When Xian Wuji saw this, he turned pale with fright. Although he knew that Yin Songlong had recovered from his injuries, he thought that a person who had been crippled for more than 8 years, no matter how well he preserved his strength, would at most be the same as before. However, when he saw Yin Songlong attack today, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. Yin Songlong's advance and retreat were measured. He was completely different from the impatient Yin Songlong of the past. If this continued, even the blood cloud crocodile wouldn't be his match. Xian Wuji's heart sank. The hand holding the flute immediately changed. His thumb and index finger lightly pressed on the 2 holes on the flute. The sound of the flute became much deeper. Unlike Yuan Bupo's Dihong song, which was like the sounds of nature, Xian Wuji's Dihong song had a strange style. It carried a faint whining sound that made one's ears uncomfortable. The Dihong song was divided into 9 chapters. The Xianyuan and Xianyuan families each occupied the first 6 chapters. The remaining 9 chapters could only be learned by the future city lord of Dihong City. As the young city lord of Dihong City, Xian Wuji had naturally learned the first 6 chapters of Dihong's song. However, his talent was average. Although he had learned the first 6 chapters, he was still unable to comprehend the essence of the 5th and 6th chapters. Today, he was playing the 4th chapter of Dihong's song, Ghost Corpse Transformation. The Ghost Corpse Transformation could stimulate the evil thoughts in the hearts of humans and magical beasts, causing them to become violent and restless, greatly increasing their attack power. However, under the effect of the flute, the earthly blood crocodile, which had been beaten to a pulp, was covered with a layer of red light again. The earthly blood crocodile's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Its limbs became thicker in an instant. Countless sharp spikes grew out of its tail. Its speed was also much faster. It actually dodged all of Yin Songlong's attacks. Even worse, under the effect of the Ghost Corpse Transformation, the earthly blood crocodile spat out a blood blade from its mouth. Yin Songlong's eyes narrowed. He condensed a pair of battle aura wings behind his back. He leaped lightly and dodged the blood blade. The blood blade brushed past Yin Songlong's shoulder, leaving a bloody wound. Second uncle attacked the blood jade on the earthly blood crocodile's forehead. Yin Sheng's eyes were sharp. She noticed that the blood jade on the earthly blood crocodile's forehead was as red as a hot iron when the Ghost Corpse Transformation was played. Yin Sheng couldn't help but recall the magical beast belt she'd obtained from the leader of the Phantom Beast Corps. It seemed that the blood jade on the earthly blood crocodile's forehead had the same effect as the blood jade on the summoning belt. As a summoner, Yin Sheng was certain that Xian Wuji didn't have the ability to contract the blood cloud beast with his true strength. Therefore, it could only be said that Grand Emperor had used some special method to allow Xian Wuji to control the blood cloud beast. With Yin Sheng's reminder, Yin Songlong also noticed the blood jade on the earthly blood crocodile's forehead. After hearing Yun Sheng's words, Xian Wuji's expression changed greatly. He stared at the blood jade with a face full of apprehension. Yun Songlong snorted inwardly when he saw the change in Xian Wuji's expression. He circulated the jade marrow art. His battle aura and the jade marrow art merged together. Yin Songlong's battle aura wings flapped. With a whoosh sound, he had already turned into a shadow that was galloping away. With a crack, Yin Songlong shattered the blood jade on the earthly blood crocodile's forehead. When the blood jade shattered, Xian Wuji's expression changed drastically. The flute in his hand also broke into two. Second uncle, beautiful. I want that beast. Teach it a lesson. I want alive. Yin Sheng couldn't help but cheer. When Yin Songlong heard Yin Sheng's words, the corner of his mouth twitched. When the blood jade shattered, the earthly blood crocodile was already in a daze. Yun Songlong ignored the sharp barbs on the earthly blood crocodile's tail and picked up the 100-pound earthly blood crocodile. He was at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm. With his cultivation, lifting a 10,000-pound boulder was a piece of cake. This 100-pound earthly blood crocodile was like a piece of grass in his hands. Bang! 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 Several consecutive bangs were heard. Yin Sheng and Zhong Yi's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. The vicious beast, which had eaten countless people, was being flung to the left and right by Yun Songlong. It was thrown dozens of times in a row, and the impact was enough to make it dizzy. If Yin Sheng hadn't said that she wanted to keep it alive, Yin Songlong would have turned it from a blood crocodile into crocodile meat paste. Xian Wuji was scared half to death by this scene. He even forgot to run away. Yin Songlong held Xian Wuji in one hand and the blood crocodile in the other. The blood crocodile had already fainted, but Yin Songlong had a sense of propriety. He held back a breath and threw it in front of Yin Sheng. Zhong Yi looked at the blood crocodile, who was foaming at the mouth, and pursed his lips. Master, you're not thinking of keeping it, are you? This thing is so ugly. You can't take it out. Yin Sheng thought to herself, Zhong Yi, what's wrong with your eyes? Do you think that your ugly dragon-clawed bat is better looking than this blood cloud beast? Besides, the blood cloud beast had a good bloodline. Xian Wuji obviously hadn't unlocked its true potential. If Yun Sheng placed it in the exquisite beast pagoda to recuperate for a while, this peak 9th-rank blood cloud beast will be comparable to the dragon-clawed bat king. Zhong Yi, who said I wanted to contract it. I prepared this thing for someone else. Yin Sheng smiled. She nimbly controlled the blood cloud beast with her magic space. Yin Sheng hadn't even told the truth. It didn't matter if it was ugly or not. The key was that it had to be strong. Who was Yin Sheng? She didn't even want a peak 9th-rank blood cloud beast to take up her summoned beast spot. Chapter 430. After Yin Sheng came into contact with Zhong Yi, she learned a lot about summoners from him. There was one point that Yin Sheng could not understand. That was, a summoner on the continent could only contract one magical beast before becoming a sacred beast summoner. They could also cancel the contract midway and contract more powerful magical beasts, but only one. Of course, a sacred beast summoner at Zhong Yi's level could also contract more than 2 magical beasts, but most of them would not do so. This was because the more magical beasts they summoned, the more magical power they would consume. Summoners at the sacred beast level and above would usually contract a magical beast that was at the commander level or close to the commander level. That way, they would be able to control the magical beast and then use the magical beast to control other magical beasts. However, on the Boundless Continent, not to mention commander-level magical beasts, even peak level 9 magical beasts were becoming fewer and fewer. Zhong Yi was already extremely lucky to have a Bat King as his summoner. However, this luck fell on Yin Sheng. That was a joke. Not to mention that when she was still a scepter summoner, she had already broken through the limits of a summoned beast contract. The magical power she consumed when summoning was much less than ordinary summoners. It was only about half of what other summoners consumed. This phenomenon was even more obvious after Yin Sheng obtained the summoning demon hand. As she familiarized herself with the summoning demon hand and her own magical cultivation increased, she now used only 1/10 of the magical power to contract and summon a magical beast. In the past, Yunsheng might have coveted a blood cloud beast at the peak of the 9th level. However, ever since she had seen the divine Biswani, she no longer had any interest in these magical beasts that were not even at the peak of the 9th level. However, Yunsheng's lack of interest did not mean that the people around her were not interested. After Yunsheng saw the Phantom Beast Core, she already had a new idea. Even if they were not summoners, they could still use magical beasts. She wanted to give the hunters of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps a makeover and let them have magical beasts that they could control. This way, under the same conditions, the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps' fighting and defensive capabilities would greatly increase. This blood cloud crocodile was something that Yunsheng had found for her second uncle. However, before this matter was completely put into practice, Yunsheng didn't intend to tell anyone about it. Seeing that Yin Songlong and the others had easily taken down the blood cloud beast, Xuan Wuji knew that he was doomed. Yin Songlong, you can't kill me. Grand Imperial City will not let you off. Xian Wuji is still stubborn. He still wants to threaten Xian Wuji. Second uncle, don't listen to him. If you let him go, there will be endless trouble in the future. Yunsheng hurriedly reminded Yin Songlong when she saw that he did not continue to attack. If you kill me, the Yun residents and the Heavenly Hunting Corps will not have a good ending. Xian Wuji knew that Yun Songlong was most worried about his subordinates and the Yun residents. Sheng is right. If we let you live, Grand Imperial City will not let us off. Xian Wuji, 8 years ago, you almost caused the annihilation of the Yun family army. Today, I will use your blood as an offering to the Yun family army and the tens of thousands of residents of Southern Clifftown. Yin Songlong's gaze turned sharp. He knew that if he hadn't been so indecisive back then, the Yun family army wouldn't have lost so many soldiers. He suddenly tightened his grip, his iron-like fingers strangling Xian Wuji's throat. Wait, don't anyone know the whereabouts of Yuan Shahua? Xian Wuji used the last of his strength to shout. When Yin Songlong heard this familiar name, he couldn't help but pause, a pained expression appearing on his face. The land under his feet was also the place where he and Yuan Shahua had spent countless beautiful days. However, those days were all shattered after the war. Yin Songlong's momentary pause gave Xian Wuji an opportunity. He pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed it towards Yin Songlong's throat. Second uncle. When Yunsheng saw this, she waved the magic scepter in her hand, and a wind blade shot out. Almost at the same time, a rock-like figure flashed out from the side and snatched Xian Wuji from Yun Songlong's hands. Like a cloud, he flew several feet away in a flash. Young General Yun, have mercy. The person who came was dressed in gray. His beard and hair were all snow white, and the wrinkles on his face were piled together like old tree bark. However, his eyes were bright and full of wisdom. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how old he was. Behind him was a pair of transparent wings made of battle chi. The old man flew with incredible speed, grabbing Xian Wuji by the collar, as if he were carrying a chick. Xian Wuji coughed dryly, but when he saw the newcomer, his ashen face lit up. Grand Elder, you're here. Grand Emperor City's Grand Elder. Yunsheng and Zong exchanged a glance, seeing the wariness in each other's eyes. At the same time, they sensed the overwhelming battle qi emanating from the other party. This Do qi was comparable to that of Yun Ba and Tian Kezi earlier. This old man, who had appeared out of nowhere, was actually a martial saint expert. Grand Emperor City was a city away from worldly affairs. There were many experts hidden in the city. The city lord, Xian Sitian, was a peerless expert on the same level as Emperor Zhao. The Grand Elder was also a martial saint. Lu Chongfeng's appearance caused the situation on the field to change drastically. Xian Wuji was ecstatic. He pointed at Yun Songlong. Grand Elder, you're finally here. Did Father send you? They want to kill me. Lu Chongfeng glanced at Xian Wuji with dissatisfaction. With just one glance, Xian Wuji didn't dare to make a sound. In the Grand Emperor city, there was a hierarchy of seniority based on strength. Although the city lord, Xian Sitian, was the city lord, he still had 4 grand elders under him. Usually, important matters in the city had to be discussed by the 4 grand elders and the city lord before a decision could be made. This time, Xian Wuji had accompanied Xian Mimi to train. Who would have thought that not only would the siblings fail, but they would also cause trouble? Xian Mimi's face was disfigured by the spirit wildfire. After returning to Grand Emperor City, she was extremely distressed. Before a matter was resolved, the Marquis of Jin sent a secret letter saying that the city lord's son had caused a great disaster outside. The Bloody Hand magnate had been uprooted, and the city lord's son was now wanted by Zhou State's Hunters Association. The city lord was in a terrible fix because of his siblings. On one hand, he comforted Xian Mimi. On the other hand, he ordered the Grand Elder to bring Xian Wuji by all means. After receiving the order, the Grand Elder transformed his battle chi into wings and rushed over. While he was looking for Xian Wuji, he had accidentally discovered Xian Wuji's Dihonga. That was why he had rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xian Wuji being captured and almost beaten to death. He hurriedly stepped in to save him. The Grand Elder ignored Xian Wuji's words. He first looked at Yun Songlong. Chapter 431. Yun Songlong was the man Yuan Shahua admired. Back then, Yuan Shahua was the most outstanding genius of the Yuan clan. She was also the Great Elder's favored descendant. Back then, Yuan Shahua's matter had caused a huge commotion in the Grand Emperor city. The elders were also very curious as to what kind of person could cause a sensible child like Yuan Shahua to end up in such a state. Later, when they heard that Yun Songlong's fighting aura had been sealed by the city lord's son and that it ended up crippled, everyone felt that it was a pity and assumed that a talented young man had fallen. The Great Elder also felt that it was a pity that Yuan Shahua had been expelled from the Grand Emperor city. Who would have thought that a few years later, there would be rumors that Yun Songlong had risen again? Today, when he saw Yun Songlong, he only took a few glances at him and secretly praised him in his heart. It was no wonder that Shahua liked Yun Songlong. This person had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a magnanimous temperament. His fighting aura cultivation had already reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Such a good man was indeed much better than a spoiled brat like Xian Wuji. It was a pity that such a talent was not from the Grand Emperor city. The Great Elder sighed and retracted his gaze. He then looked at Yun Sheng and the Zhong family head. With one look, the Great Elder's white beard and long eyebrows could not help but twitch a few times. Good heavens, this was truly heaven-defying. Yun Songlong alone was already very impressive. The other 2 people from Zhou State in front of him also shocked the Great Elder. Let's talk about that man first. He looked to be in his 20s, not even in his 30s. But the terrifying magic beast beside him was actually a commander-level magic beast. This man was a summoner, and his strength was definitely not below that of a holy beast summoner. The other person was the sorcerer beside him. This little girl did not look very old, and was probably a few years younger than Xian Mimi. However, her magic rank was at least that of a master sorcerer. The most terrifying thing was the few soul stones on her magic scepter. The first 2 in front of her was a 100-year-old mutated soul stone. The second was a demon soul stone from the elf clan. And the last one, there was also a soul stone that he could not determine its rank at a glance. A soul stone that even a martial sage could not see through. What rank was that soul stone? The first elder could no longer remain calm. It was said that Zhou State's power was declining day by day, but looking at it today, it was not declining day by day. It was simply the younger generation that would surpass the older generation to the extreme. Is this the Grand Emperor city's Great Elder? When Yun Songlong saw that the old man's battle chi was incomparably pure, he knew that the old man's skills were extraordinary. He had already missed the best opportunity to kill Xian Wuji. Yun Shengzi watched from the side and thought, it seems that second uncle still can't let go of Yuan Shahua. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his composure after hearing her name and missed the opportunity to kill Xian Wuji. Yin Sheng shifted her gaze back and forth between Elder Lu and Xian Wuji as she tried to come up with an idea. Young General Yun, if the young city lord has offended you in any way, please forgive him. The city lord already knows of his actions during this period of time. In the future, Hongdi City will definitely send an apology gift. I hope that the residents of Yun and young General Yun will forgive us. Elder Lu also knew that Hongdi City was in the wrong this time, so even someone as arrogant as him had no choice but to put on a humble attitude. First Elder, the grudge between Songlong and Xian Wuji is no longer something that can be resolved with an apology gift. If an apology is useful, then wouldn't the lonely graves behind me have died in vain? If an apology is useful, then would the people who died tragically in the Jade Capital, Xinyu, and my father who was nearly murdered be safe and sound? Yin Songlong's words were unyielding. He looked coldly at Xian Wuji as if he would snap his neck in the next second. Xian Wuji felt a chill in his heart when he was stared at by Yin Songlong. However, when he thought of the First Elder's arrival, he felt much more confident. First Elder, that brat wants to kill me. Quickly kill him. Xian Wuji only wanted to encourage the First Elder to kill Yin Songlong to prevent future troubles. Young General Yin, I'm very sorry, but I have to take the city lord away today. If you stop him, you will become the enemy of the entire Grand Emperor's city. Although the Grand Elder knew that Xian Wuji was a good-for-nothing, the city lord only had one son, Xian Wuji. If he died, the city lord would have no successor. You can take him away, but you can only take away a corpse. It was at this moment that the young female magician who had been standing at the side without saying a word all this while spoke in a crisp voice. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. In the spacious and quiet wilderness, it sounded like a gentle song. However, the words that came out of her mouth caused the First Elder's heart to involuntarily turn cold. The young female magician was the youngest among them, but when she spoke, Yin Songlong and the sacred beast summoner beside her did not speak. The First Elder couldn't help but be curious. Who exactly was this person? This young lady, you can't speak carelessly. Or are you saying that you have the confidence to snatch him from this old man's hands? The First Elder's white eyebrows twitched. This young lady's appearance was very delicate and pretty, but her tone of voice was a bit unyielding. First Elder, I don't have the confidence to snatch him from your hands, but I believe that you alone are definitely not a match for the entire continent's guilds and even the government. Do you know that the city lord you keep saying has another identity? He is the head of the continent's most notorious assassin organization, the Bloody Hand Tycoon? Yun Sheng finished speaking and took out a few letters. She had come prepared today and handed all the letters she took out to the First Elder. The First Elder opened the letters and read them. The more he read, the more gloomy his expression became. Xian Wuji stole a glance, and his face turned green. Those letters were actually the secret correspondence between him and the red-robed man. The contents of these letters were mostly related to the Bloody Hand Tycoon's many transactions over the years. Most of them involved killing people and robbing them of their goods. The First Elder understood that once these letters were made public, Xian Wuji's only fate was death. The First Elder's hand shook and the letters immediately turned to dust. Yunsheng was not in a hurry. She took out 2 more letters. First Elder, you don't need to be in a hurry to destroy the evidence. I found a few large boxes of similar letters in the Bloody Hand Tycoon's headquarters. There were all kinds of letters and gold coins they collected from killing people in the past. These gold coins would flow into the limitless gold card opened in the name of City Lord Xian Wuji every year. If you don't believe me, you can go to the major banks or chambers of commerce on the continent to take a look. First Elder, oh First Elder, do you really think that I would hand over the most important evidence to you? I want to see whether Xian Wuji, the City Lord's son, or the reputation of Grand Emperor City is more important. Yun Sheng's information was naturally obtained through Zhou Qingchuan's investigation. Since she wanted to kill Xian Wuji, how could she not have a backup plan? When the First Elder heard this, his beard blew and his face was filled with anger. Chapter 432. What a reckless little girl. Are you threatening me? The first elder was very famous in Grand Emperor City. Even the city lord of Grand Emperor City did not dare to speak to him in such a tone. Who would have thought that he would be ridiculed by a little girl today? Naturally, he was furious. Threaten you? First elder, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I'm threatening the Grand Emperor City. The Grand Emperor City is a famous city on the continent. For many years, it has enjoyed a good reputation on the continent. Who would have thought that it would be related to the Bloody Hand Tycoon for no reason? Let me calculate. In these few decades, how many murders have been related to the Bloody Hand Tycoon? How many of them have been related to famous hunters or the nobles of the 5 major countries? Tell me, what kind of scene would it be if others found out that behind the Grand Emperor City is the Bloody Hand Tycoon? Yin Sheng's eyes lit up, as if he was thinking about the situation at that time. If the relationship between Grand Emperor City and the Bloody Hand Tycoon was exposed, the families of the victims, and even some important people of the country, would come looking for Grand Emperor City. Grand Emperor City was very powerful, but if they were to face the hunters and nobles of the various countries on the mainland, then even the first elder did not dare to imagine the situation. Xian Wuji was so scared that his face turned pale. He looked at the first elder as if asking for help. The latter's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. If I were the city lord of Grand Emperor City, I would place righteousness before family. I would simply kill this unfilial son with one slap, and then announce to the world that this was all the fault of this debauchee. After all, no one would collect debts from a dead person. Yun Sheng blinked. The first elder's grip on Xian Wuji's hand unconsciously tightened. Xian Wuji felt a chill crawl up his spine. Haha, little girl, I almost fell for your trick. The first elder suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter rumbled, as if thousands of magical beasts were running over together. As he laughed, all of his battle chi was released. Yin Sheng felt as if her chest was being squeezed, and she felt a burst of stuffiness. Zhong Shi and Yun Songlong were also on guard. The two of them stood on either side of Yin Sheng. The first elder's eyes darkened. He looked at the 3 people who were on guard and could not help but shake his head. Little girl, you're not bad. You're quite brave and clever. It's a pity that you said something wrong just now. You're right. No one will collect debts from a dead person. If you have evidence, I can destroy your corpses. If I kill the 3 of you, those letters will be useless. Yun Sheng's expression also changed. However, she quickly calmed down. Great elder, it's true that you're a martial saint. However, are you certain that you can kill the 3 of us by yourself? It would be difficult for a martial sage to kill a sacred beast summoner, a magic master, and a martial ancestor in an instant. After the great elder finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. In his hand, there was an additional jade pendant. When Yun Sheng saw the jade, she felt a sudden heat on her right arm. That feeling was as if her Shinnong medical bracelet had suddenly come to life. The material of that jade pendant was exactly the same as the Shinnong medical bracelet on her hand. They were both the legendary ancestral treasures of the Shinnong Yin clan, the Xinyuan 9-Dragon Jade. Yin Sheng was shocked. Xian Wuji was also overjoyed. It's the Emperor's totem jade. Ha! Xian Wuji, you're dead meat this time. Yin Songlong did not know the origin of the jade, but he knew that the first elder's item was no small matter. Grandmaster Zhongren, no matter what happens later, take Sheng and leave as soon as you find the opportunity. Yin Songlong was vexed. If he had not hesitated, Sheng would not have fallen into such a state. The first elder tossed the Emperor's totem jade into the air. The red jade was like a sharp arrow. It let out a low cry and shot into the air. The red jade flashed with a strange light. Then, as if it was burning, it suddenly turned into a ball of fire. The ball of fire was very beautiful, like a fire peony blooming in the air. Another nimble bird with a long neck like a swallow's suddenly appeared in the flames. Its body was different from that of ordinary birds. Its feathers were rich and soft. There were fire-shaped patterns on its back and abdomen. It was very tall, about 6 feet to 10 feet. Its cry sounded like it was descending from the 9th heaven. People could not help but feel afraid. It looked incomparably arrogant. As soon as the bird appeared, the surrounding scenery was overshadowed. It was the most beautiful bird Yunsheng had ever seen. Its body was covered in fiery feathers. Behind it were fiery plumes that looked like balls of fire. Its wings were long and slender. Wherever it flew, it was as if it had been set on fire. It was such a beautiful bird, but at the same time, it gave people a terrifying feeling that they had never felt before. That kind of pressure made everyone feel their skin tighten. It was as if they were not careful, their souls would be burned by the bird's heat. Yunsheng also felt that kind of pressure. Yunsheng's eyelids twitched. The elven hellfire brand on her forehead was hurting badly. As soon as the fiery red bird appeared, the dragon claw bat king that was originally beside the zone, he let out a cry of horror. Commander-level magical beasts would all let out such cries. This fiery red bird was actually a legendary divine beast-level bird. But Yunsheng quickly realized that this bird was not a real divine beast, because this bird was different from the other birds. It was unable to speak human language. It also did not seem to have human intelligence. Instead, it just hovered in the air. This was a divine beast totem. It was not a real divine beast. It had part of divine beast power, but it could not stay in the outside world for long periods of time, like a divine beast. It turned out that when the first elder went out this time, the city lord was worried that Xian Wuji would get into big trouble. If the Hunters Guild really stepped in, the first elder alone might not be a match for them. He thought for a moment, then had the first elder produce an Emperor Jade. The Emperor Jade was an extremely precious magic tool. It was left behind by the first city lord of Grand Emperor City, an outstanding expert on the level of Emperor Zhao. There were 4 Emperor Jades in total. Each one had the image of a divine beast on it. Each Emperor Jade could only be used once. It could only be used when Grand Emperor City was facing a real threat. The Emperor Jade that the first elder used today was a vermilion jade. Hidden inside was the illusion of one of the ancient divine beasts, the vermilion bird. As soon as the vermilion bird appeared, the pressure of a divine beast immediately appeared. The Zong cursed inwardly. No matter how he ordered the Dragonclaw Bat King, it was useless. The hierarchy of magical beasts was clear. The Dragonclaw Bat King had just advanced to commander level not long ago. When it saw a divine beast, it naturally trembled. Not only that, when the 3 people present felt the divine beast pressure, they felt as if they had sunk into mud. Their 5 senses, 6 senses, and even their reactions were much slower. Chapter 4:33. You can only blame yourselves for choosing the wrong opponent from the start. The first elder shook his head, but the first elder was slightly taken aback. He noticed that Yin Songlong, Zhong Yi, and Zhong Yi's magical beasts were more or less affected when facing the vermilion bird. But that female sorcerer didn't seem to be affected at all. The first elder naturally didn't know that Yunsheng had already seen the real Tao Wu. She still had the imprint of the fairy hellfire on her body, and the summoning demon hand on her body also had the ability to resist the divine beast totem. Second uncle, let's split up. You hold back the first elder, Zhong Yi, and I will think of a way to capture the vermilion bird. Yunsheng wasn't afraid of the vermilion bird totem. She didn't even care about the real Tao Wu, let alone a divine beast totem. Although she didn't know the origin of the Emperor's totem jade, Yunsheng faintly felt that it might have something to do with the Shennong medical bracelet she had injured. Perhaps obtaining the Emperor's jade would be beneficial to her. Yun Songlong looked at Yunsheng worriedly, and the latter gave him a don't worry look. First elder, I must kill Xian Wuji. If you stop me, I'll really fight to the death. Yun Songlong cupped his fists and bowed, his fighting aura gushing out again. Today, I'll show you the difference between a martial ancestor and a martial saint. The first elder saw that Yunsheng and the others weren't willing to give up, and he was a little angry. Ignorant juniors. They actually wanted to compete with the vermilion bird totem. The first elder, Lu Chongfeng, saw this and secretly mocked Yunsheng and the others for overestimating themselves. Yin Songlong didn't say anything else. The fighting aura wings behind him flapped, and he was already 100 meters in the air with the first elder, facing each other. Two sides, Yun Sheng and Zhong Yi against the vermilion bird. Yun Songlong and the first elder were evenly matched. In an instant, killing intent surged, and the situation was set in stone. Facing the divine beast totem, Yun also put away her previous attitude of underestimation. She and Zhong Yi were also prepared for battle. On the ground, a wisp of emerald green wind element floated under Yun Sheng. Ever since she had become a master magician, her control over magic had become much better. It was as if she was riding on the wind as she floated in the air. Zhong Yi jumped onto the back of the dragon-clawed Bat King. The vermilion bird totem was only a part of the mythological beast's power. Its true strength was only 1/10 of the mythological beast's true strength. However, even this 1/10 was enough to defeat Yun Sheng and the others. Yun Sheng was not in a hurry to make a move. She floated in midair. Unfortunately, the vermilion bird was of the fire attribute, and her centipede ant general was not good at aerial combat. The Zone persona chanted and waved a grayish-black magic scepter that looked like a withered tree. Black magic elements appeared beside the dragon-clawed bat. These magic elements turned into bats with sharp claws and teeth. The Zone persona waved his scepter, and the bats were all unstoppable. It was as if countless ants were attacking a giant elephant. The vermilion bird totem flapped its fiery wings, emitting a crisp and melodious bird cry. The fiery feathers behind it fluttered in the wind, and balls of flames rained down like rain. The rain of fire covered the sky and covered the earth. Once it touched the bats, they were like moths to a flame. The bats did not even have time to struggle before they were burned into ashes and fell to the ground. The wild grass on the ground was touched by the totem's divine fire, and it immediately turned fiery red. After the fire fell to the ground, it did not seem to be extinguished at all. Instead, it was as if oil had been poured on it, and it became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bats were killed by the divine fire spat out by the vermilion bird. The Zhong Yi complained. His Bat King was also a flying magical beast, but it was afraid of fire, especially when the vermilion bird totem's fire was not ordinary fire. The Bat King had no choice but to dodge. The scorching flames made the Bat King stumble, and it looked very dangerous. On the other hand, Yun Sheng did not feel uncomfortable in the raging fire. On the contrary, she felt that the fire magic elements in her body were like rain after a long drought, and there was only a slight warmth around her. This was the benefit of inheriting the fire of the fairies. Yun Sheng, who had seen enough from the side, shouted, "Zhong Yi, back off." She had already passed through the fire. Seeing the enemy attacking, the vermilion bird spat out a tongue of fire. "Master, be careful." The Zhong Yi saw that Yun Sheng did not dodge and actually ran straight into the flame. He was so frightened that his face changed. Xian Wuji, who was watching the battle on the ground, thought viciously, "Burn her to death. Burn the stinky girl of the Yun residence to death." This time, if it had not been for Yun Sheng, his plan would have succeeded long ago. It was all because of this girl. He did not know what kind of medical skills she had used to save Yinba. Even Yun Songlong's hand was cured by her. Xian Wuji rejoiced in Yun Sheng's misfortune. Once a mortal's body touched the divine fire, it would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Who knew that in the next moment, Xian Wuji's smile would dry up? What did he just see? Yun Sheng collided with the flame head-on. The blazing red flame burned fiercely around her body, but not only did she not wail in pain, she even revealed a comfortable smile. On her forehead, there was a flame-like brand that illuminated her small face. At that moment, she appeared abnormally enchanting. The vermilion bird let out a crisp cry, its melodious voice soaring into the sky. The sound was filled with joy and intimacy. After dozens of moves, the first elder and Yun Songlong heard the vermilion bird's strange cry and turned to look down. The vermilion bird flapped its fiery red wings. Not only did it not attack Yun Sheng, but it also circled around her nonstop. Its feathers fluttered and its wings fluttered, as if it was singing and dancing at the same time. How can this be? The first elder had never seen the vermilion bird totem react so strangely. The vermilion bird totem was a divine beast. It rarely got close to people. Even the city lord, who possessed the Emperor Jade, had never received the vermilion bird's special treatment when he used the Emperor Jade. But today, the vermilion bird was so close to a female magician it had met for the first time. The first elder took a closer look, and his old eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a bright red brand on Yun Sheng's forehead. The brand was brightly colored and shaped like a lotus flower. He looked at Yun Sheng's body. When the flames approached her, they retreated as if they had seen a king, not daring to take half a step closer. Elven hellfire. It was the elven hellfire that made all other flames in the world retreat. It was the last hellfire left behind by the fire elven queen. It could burn the sky and the sea, turning everything into ashes. Could it be that this female magician who came with Yun Songlong was a powerhouse who had inherited the elven hellfire? Chapter 434. The first elder's heart trembled and his hands slowed down. He never thought that he would encounter such a strong enemy today. Speaking of this matter, it was also a coincidence. Today, Yunsheng was also very lucky. Among the mythological beasts, according to their natural attributes, they were divided into water, earth, wind, and fire. Among them, mythological beasts of the same attribute were best friends. As a fire-type magical beast, Tao Wu had the best relationship with the true body of the vermilion bird totem. The vermilion bird totem recognized Yun Sheng's spiritual fire and thought that it had met its old friend, Tao Wu. Naturally, it was happy to recognize her and happily danced around Yun Sheng. Although Yun Sheng didn't understand, she noticed that the vermilion bird totem had lost its earlier hostility. It kept circling around her and occasionally used its beak to touch Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng gathered her courage and reached out to touch the vermilion bird's head. Who knew that when her hand touched the vermilion bird's forehead, the vermilion bird would suddenly turn into a red light and burrow into the Shinnong medical bracelet on Yun Sheng's wrist. Yun Sheng only felt the bracelet heat up for no reason. When she looked down at her bracelet, she found that there was an additional piece of red jade on it. The jade was slightly protruding as if it was naturally embedded in the Shinnong medical bracelet. It flowed with light and was very beautiful. In the sky, the first elder only saw the emperor totem enter Yun Sheng's hand and the vermilion bird totem disappear. His cheeks couldn't help but tremble. He had no idea what had happened down there. Xian Wuji's face was ashen. He didn't expect that the vermilion bird totem would suddenly disappear instead of turning Yun Sheng into ashes. How could the Emperor Totem Jade disappear? Could it be that the Emperor Totem Jade had betrayed Grand Emperor City and changed its master? The first elder and Xian Wuji's hearts were in a mess. They were both shocked and panicked. The Emperor Totem Jade was a divine jade with spirituality. After it arrived in Grand Emperor City, it was carefully safeguarded by the successive city lords. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Grand Emperor City would never use the Emperor Totem Jade. The Emperor Totem Jade was extremely important to Hongdi City. This time, because of him, even the Emperor Totem Jade had been taken away by the girl from the Yun Manor. This time, even if he could return to Hongdi City safely, his father would not let him off so easily. Yun Sheng was also bewildered, but when the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade and her Shinnong medical bracelet merged into one, Yun Sheng felt a change quietly take place in her body. She didn't have time to think about what changes the bracelet had brought to her body. Yun Sheng did not forget the current situation. The battle on the ground had ended, but the battle in the sky had only just begun. Xian Wuji was also worried about the battle in the sky. Xian Wuji understood that if the first elder did not kill Yin Songlong now, he would definitely die a horrible death this time. The first elder was indeed one of the top cultivators on the mainland. When he saw the fairy wildfire brand, he had already begun to suspect whether Yun Sheng was related to the fairy royalty of the immortal residence nation. He never thought that Yin Songlong would bring such a helper with him this time. Yun Songlong and the first elder began to fight again. A quarter of an hour passed, and the two of them had already exchanged more than 100 blows in the sky. However, as the battle continued, Yun Songlong's inadequacies in the martial boundary were gradually revealed. There were a few times when Yun Songlong barely avoided the first elder's attacks and was surrounded by danger. Second uncle's situation was not good. She knew that there was a huge difference in strength between a martial saint and a martial ancestor, but she never thought that Yun Songlong would be so tenacious. Zong Yi, prepare for a sneak attack. Yun Sheng did not have any sense of propriety, justice, integrity, or shame in her mind, nor did she understand the rules of the competition. She glanced at Xian Wuji from the corner of her eyes, then looked at the two people still fighting in the sky. To her, second uncle's safety was more important than anything else. Just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly paused. He noticed that not far away, there was a veiled woman standing there. The woman had a graceful figure, and her long black hair was casually decorated with a wooden hairpin. She wore a simple and elegant blue dress and held a guzheng in her hands. She stood alone and looked at the two black dots in the sky. Her eyes flickered with worry. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, she left a deep impression on others. Who is she? The Zongi glanced at Yun Sheng suspiciously. Yuan Xiahua. Yun Sheng was only suspicious. At that moment, the battle in the sky changed again. The first elder suddenly exerted force and hit Yun Songlong's shoulder. Yun Songlong felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and knew that his shoulder bone had been shattered. Yun Songlong, you can also be considered a top figure. How many years has it been? No one has been able to withstand 100 of my moves. The more the first elder fought with Yun Songlong, the more he had a whole new level of respect for him. The difference in strength between a martial great master and a martial saint was not small, but Yun Songlong had relied on his skills to withstand 100 moves from him. If the two of them were not enemies, the first elder would be very happy to befriend Yun Songlong, an old friend of his. Unfortunately, you and I are enemies. Today, I can only defeat you with my palm. The first elder sighed. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold, and the dou qi in his body seemed to explode. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong was laughing and crying in his heart. He did not even have the time to look down at the battle on the ground. However, he believed that with Sheng Er's intelligence, she must have escaped from danger. He was afraid that he would die in the first elder's hands today. Unfortunately, he would never see her again. Just as Yun Songlong was feeling disheartened, he suddenly heard a sonorous and powerful sound. Army Destroyer. The first elder and Yun Songlong were both startled and looked toward the ground. They saw a blue-clothed woman sitting alone on a low hill. A gentle breeze blew past. The woman's blue clothes seemed to merge with the blue sky. The woman's fingers were like spring onions as they gently plucked the strings of the zither. Her expression was unclear, but her eyes were fixated on the outstanding man in midair. Army Destroyer, the fifth movement of the Dihong song. It was a type of ancient war song. The sound of the zither stimulated one's will. Time seemed to have returned to more than 8 years ago. It was still on the battlefield, and it was a beautiful woman in blue who was playing a familiar tune. Although they were all Dihong songs, when played by different people, they were completely different. Unlike the song Xian Wuji played in front of Bayan that day, Yuan Xiaohua's song was majestic and filled with endless emotions. It was like a soldier's wife playing music in a distant place, waiting for the return of her husband who had joined the army. Xian Wuji's expression darkened. Yuan Xiaohua, you bitch. Chapter 435. He stepped forward to stop her, but Yun Sheng and the others would not allow him to do as he pleased. Bat King, the Zong master ordered. The Bat King flapped its wings and was about to twist Xian Wuji's neck with its sharp claws. But at that moment, someone was even faster than the Bat King. Xian Wuji had never imagined that he would one day die at the hands of Yuan Xiahua. Yuan Xiahua waved her right hand, and the strings on her guzheng cracked. The strings were extremely sharp, and like an arrow, they pierced Xian Wuji's throat. Xian Wuji could only smell blood. His eyes widened. Even in death, he could not believe that Yuan Shahua would kill him. Xian Wuji, when you threatened me with Bupo's safety back then, you should have known that you would end up like this. Yuan Shahua's face was as cold as ice under her veil. Back then, she had been forced to write a letter to lure Yun Songlong to the southern border because Xian Wuji had used her younger brother, Yuan Bupo, as a hostage. He had also promised that he would not kill Yun Songlong. Who would have known that in that battle, Yun Songlong would be crippled and suffer a fate worse than death? The Yun family army would suffer countless casualties. By the time Yuan Shahua rushed over, it was already too late. Yun Songlong hated Yuan Shahua to the core. Because of the pressure from her family, she had no choice but to leave the southern border of Zhou State with Xian Wuji. Because of this, she had missed the best opportunity to bury the hatchet with Yun Songlong. Yuan Shahua looked weak, but in reality, she was the most unyielding. If she loved someone, she would not abandon them. If she hated someone, she would hate them to the point of death. She insisted on leaving Grand Emperor City. Over the years, every winter, she would quietly wait for Yun Songlong at the Yun family army camp on the outskirts of Jade Capital, hoping to meet him. Unfortunately, Yun Songlong remained in the Yun residence. Because of a misunderstanding, the two of them were separated for 8 years. It was also a coincidence that the Oriole accidentally froze while washing clothes by the river. Yuan Shahua saw it, and a Dihong song saved the Oriole's life. All of this seemed to have been predestined. After killing Xian Wuji, Yuan Shahua's expression did not change. She looked up at the sky in disappointment, at the man she had not seen for many years. After 8 years, she met Yun Songlong again. He was still as handsome and stalwart as before. He was still the good boy that the two of them had first met, but she was no longer the same as before. Yuan Shahua couldn't help but cry. Her tears wet her veil, but the strings under her fingers didn't relax in the slightest. Even with one string missing, Yuan Shahua's zither music was still surging with passion. This was indeed true to the ancient saying, "Evil has its retribution." When the first elder saw this scene, he didn't show much anger. He already knew what would happen to Xian Wuji. Indeed, Xian Wuji had made a huge mistake this time. Although the Grand Elder had been ordered by the city lord to do his best to bring him back, he had even used the Emperor Totem Jade. However, he did not expect that the Emperor's Totem Jade would be snatched away by the opponent's female sorcerer. This was something that the Great Elder did not expect. Judging from Yun Shang's situation just now, she must have something to do with the mythological beasts, and she seemed to have inherited the elven hellfire. Even Lu Chongfeng, the Grand Elder of the Grand Emperor City, did not dare to offend a young lady who might have a close relationship with the elf tribe. The Grand Elder had a clear conscience for not saving Xian Wuji in front of such a person. In fact, the Grand Elder had his own selfish motives from the bottom of his heart. About a month ago, after Yuan Bupo brought the injured Xian Mimi back to the Grand Emperor City, he told the Yuan clan leader about his fortuitous encounter. He then set off to the place that Bain mentioned, and he was lucky enough to find a sacred beast, the Chongming bird, that had just hatched. Since he had comprehended the 6th chapter of the Dihong song and gained the recognition of the sacred beast, the Chongming bird, Yuan Bupo's status in the Grand Emperor City immediately rose. Although the city lore of the Grand Emperor City had not made it clear, everyone in the city, including a few elders, unanimously believed that Yuan Bupo would become the city lord of the Grand Emperor City in the future. As such, it was no longer important whether Xian Wuji returned or not. From the bottom of his heart, the Grand Elder was also unwilling to bring Xian Wuji back to the Grand Emperor City. Otherwise, if he angered the Yun residents and revealed the power behind the Bloody Hand Tycoon, the reputation that the Grand Emperor City had built up over the years would be destroyed. That was why he pretended to compete with Yun Songlong and left Xian Wuji at the side. To him, Xian Wuji's death was within reason. However, if Xian Wuji was killed, it would be difficult for him to explain to the city lord and his wife. As such, killing Yun Songlong was imperative. However, when he saw Yuan Shahua, He could not help but sigh. He did not expect Yuan Shahua, who had left the Grand Emperor city many years ago, to live in Nanming town. It was probably because of the Di Hong song that she heard the sound of the flute and came looking for him. The sonorous ancient war song fell beside Yun Songlong's ears. He felt that his exhausted battle energy had been completely restored at that moment. He remembered, during the battle of life and death, when he and the Yun family army had narrowly escaped death, it was the same song. Shahua, is that you? Ah, there was an earth-shattering roar. Within Yun Songlong's body, a biting, cold, incomparable qi, like a sword, gushed out from his body. The first elder could not help but be shocked. This feeling, could it be that he was about to break through? Yun Songlong unexpectedly broke through at the critical moment of the battle of life and death. Yun Songlong's body, with the help of the nine-leaf sage ginseng, had always retained divine power in his body. Yun Songlong's breakthrough was earth-shattering. The advancement of a martial saint was earth-shattering and could cause strange phenomena to occur. In the sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and countless thick clouds gathered toward Yun Songlong. The sky suddenly darkened, and on the ground there were gusts of hurricanes, flying sand and stones. A faint, violent thunderstorm force was constantly gathering in the clouds. Seeing the situation, the first elder was greatly alarmed and did not dare to attack rashly. He suddenly landed on the ground, grabbed Yuan Shahua, and dashed into the distance. Zong, what's going on? Yun Sheng's eyes widened, looking up at her second uncle who was standing upright and unafraid in the sky. Master, your second uncle is about to advance, and it's the most powerful advancement among the martial saints. There are many ways to advance to the martial saint realm, and it is said that the most powerful way can attract the help of heavenly lightning and refine the body. This process is extremely dangerous, but if he can endure it, he is bound to become a top expert among the martial saints. The Zongyi clicked his tongue in wonder, pulling Yun Sheng to one side. Heavenly lightning refining the body. This was not an encounter that ordinary people would encounter. It was a challenge from the strongest. Even though there have been many martial saints on the continent over the years, the only one who could attract heavenly lightning to refine the body was Yun Songlong. I can't afford to stay up late. I've been working hard recently, begging for monthly votes. I've seen everyone's rewards and votes. The reception of the hotel is not good. I'll thank you when I get home on Sunday. Chapter 436. When Yun Sheng heard this, she could not help but wonder inwardly. Second uncle's advancement and heavenly lightning body tempering was very likely due to the nine-leaf sage ginseng. When the nine-leaf sage ginseng had advanced to the nine-leaf divine stage, it had also attracted heavenly lightning. However, at that time, due to Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming, the sage ginseng had only absorbed a small portion of the lightning energy. However, it had later been used on Yun Songlong. When its divine power had dissipated, it had coincidentally coincided with Yun Songlong's advancement. That portion of the lightning energy had attracted several heavenly lightning bolts. Although she knew that heavenly lightning was beneficial, Yun Sheng could not help but tremble in fear when she thought of the lightning strike that she and Yi Baiming had encountered earlier. She was afraid that something would happen to her second uncle. Master, this process can only be undertaken by your second uncle alone. Others can help. Zong Yi saw that Yun Sheng's face was full of worry and continued to console her. Since ancient times, cultivators have always pursued strength above all else. To be able to reach the martial saint realm, apart from having outstanding talent, the most important thing is an unyielding heart. If your second uncle can overcome this, his future cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. If he fails, it is also his fate. No one else can be blamed. Zong Yi was older than Yun Sheng and Yun Songlong combined. He had long seen through the various aspects of human nature. After he did this, Yun Sheng secretly clenched her fists and said, "Second uncle, this time, you must endure it. Second sister-in-law is still waiting for you." The appearance of Yuan Sha painting was like a shot in the arm. It was also her appearance and her Guqin music that had stimulated Yun Songlong's fighting spirit. Yun Sheng believed that if Yun Songlong could endure this time, he would definitely be able to reconcile with Yuan Sha painting. As she spoke, there was a roar between heaven and earth. A bluish-purple lightning bolt that resembled an old tree's withered vines surged out of the sea of clouds like a furious dragon. The lightning flashed, and the grass and trees turned to ashes. That furious lightning bolt struck the top of Yun Songlong's head. A 7-foot-tall man stood between heaven and earth. Yun Sheng clenched her teeth and was very nervous. When Yun Songlong was struck by thunder flash, he felt as if all the blood vessels and pores in his body had exploded in an instant. Countless amounts of do qi were like thousands of tadpoles, crazily moving all over his body. He felt a tightness in his chest, as if his body was going to explode in the next moment. His 6 orifices were bleeding because they could not withstand the power of the lightning. At that moment, Yin Songlong felt as if his limbs were about to explode and he was about to die in the next second. On the verge of death, he seemed to see the Yuan Sha painting again. The scene where the two of them first met appeared so clearly in his mind. Earlier, at the most critical moment, Yuan Sha Hua's zither music had appeared again. It turned out that she had been waiting for him in Southern Cliff Town, the place where they had first met. It was like suddenly seeing a ray of light in the dark night. Yin Songlong's heart quietly changed. In his body, the power of the jade marrow technique and the power of lightning were fiercely fighting. The violent power of lightning that seemed like it would tear his body apart at any moment was slowly calmed under the effect of the jade marrow technique. The two forces merged together and gave birth to the most vigorous and pure do qi. Yin Songlong's clothes had already been reduced to ashes, and his skin had also been charred black by the power of lightning. However, when the two forces fused into a new force, his body once again glowed with an unprecedented vitality. His limbs and bones were full of vitality. His skin quickly fell off and quickly grew back. In just a moment, Yin Songlong was like a phoenix born from fire, breaking his body and being reborn. An unprecedentedly vigorous do qi surrounded him. The do qi wings behind him also changed shape, becoming wings like those of an eagle. Yin Songlong took out clothes from his storage ring and changed. Then his do qi wings flapped, and he swooped down from the sky like an eagle. At this moment, his aura was completely different from 15 minutes ago. The impetuous and arrogant Yin Songlong of the past seemed to have completely disappeared. Yin Songlong's gaze was calm, and his breath was long and powerful. His eyes were also more steady and powerful. At this moment, his aura was actually somewhat similar to Yunba's. After 30 years, Zhou State finally had its second martial saint. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the southern part of Zhou State meant that a new martial saint had appeared in Zhou State. The new martial saint of Zhou State was Yun Songlong of the Yun residence. This piece of news was quickly spread by interested parties. In a few days, the news reached the Jade capital. When the news reached the Yun residence, Yunba was first stunned, but then he laughed heartily. Uncle Yin hadn't heard Yunba laugh in a long time. As he laughed, Yunba's eyes turned red. In the end, he actually burst into tears. This gave Uncle Yin a fright. Yunba cried beside the river, "Yin Song, your master, I can finally hold my head up high. In the future, who dares to say that the Yun residence has no successor? My Yun residence's descendants are all stronger than the last." When the Emperor of Zhou State heard the news, he was pleasantly surprised but also annoyed. He regretted agreeing to Yun Songlong's resignation. Now, Yun Songlong had left the imperial court and become a hunter. The Hunter Guild was overjoyed. The Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps was truly a group of two heroes. Not only did they have an expert on the level of Emperor Zhao, but they also had a new martial saint. The Hunters Guild immediately began to rope in the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. At this moment, Yun Sheng, Yun Songlong, and the others were still in the southern part of Zhou State. After Yuan Shahua was taken away by First Elder Lu Chongfeng, Yun Sheng and the others asked around in town and finally found out where Yuan Shahua had been living in Southern Cliff Town all these years. It was a very ordinary one-story house with simple decorations. According to the surrounding residents, a young woman had moved here 8 years ago. After the woman came to town, she lived alone and didn't have any friends or servants. She only hired an old maid in town to help her clean the house. However, the woman always wore a veil on her face, so her appearance and age were unknown. The woman rarely went out, but every year around winter, she would go on a long journey. About half a year ago, a handsome young man came to look for the woman. According to the old maid who helped clean the house, the young man did indeed call the woman Big Sister. Second uncle. That person must be Yuan Shahua. So she left Grand Emperor City long ago and lived here alone. Yinxin couldn't help but sigh. A young and beautiful woman had abandoned her family and lived in such a simple place alone for 8 years. Yuan Shahua's feelings for Yun Songlong could be said to be extremely touching. Yun Songlong didn't say anything. He stood in the room for a day and a night. He only came out on the second day. Yun Songlong told Yun Sheng and Zong Yi about a shocking decision. Second uncle, you said you wanted to go to Grand Emperor City personally? Yun Sheng also knew that Yuan Shahua's appearance this time had caused waves in Yun Songlong's heart, which had been silent for many years. Chapter 437. On this day, Yun Songlong thought about many things. He looked around the house and saw that Yuan Shahua had left behind a book and a piece of paper. He imagined that she had been waiting in this simple house for the past 8 years. Unfortunately, he had been living in hatred for her. Yuan Shahua had been taken away by the Great Elder because he wanted to pursue the matter of her killing Xian Wuji. Xian Wuji had been killed by Yuan Shahua. She had done this for Yun Songlong. She knew that Yun Songlong hated Xian Wuji to the core. As long as Xian Wuji did not die, the Yun family army and the humiliation of the Yun residents would not be forgiven. As long as Xian Wuji did not die, her 8 years of grievances would not be forgiven. Therefore, in order to make Yun Songlong let go of the past, Yuan Shahua was willing to risk being punished by the city to kill Xian Wuji. Her return to the Grand Emperor City this time would not bode well for her. When Yun Sheng and Zong Yi heard this, they fell silent. Second uncle, I will go with you. I will go with you to find second aunt. Yun Sheng suddenly said with a smile. Hee, how can I miss out on such a lively event? Master, I will go with you. With my Dragonclaw Bat King around, the journey to the Grand Emperor City will be much more convenient. The Zong persona patted his chest and laughed. However, Yun Songlong was unwilling. Sheng, this matter started because of second uncle. It has nothing to do with you and Master's own persona. Father's body has not recovered yet, and I am worried about leaving him alone in the Jade Capital. Second uncle, we are also worried about you going alone. As for old General Yun's body, with the medicinal herbs sent by the Dark Crown Prince, it should not act up for a while. The mission of the Spring of Life has not been released for long, so there will be no news for a while. Yin Sheng insisted on not letting Yun Songlong go alone. She had long been cautious and released the news of Yun Songlong's breakthrough, a new martial sage of the great Zhou dynasty. Moreover, he was a martial sage who had been tempered by heavenly thunder that was rarely seen in 100 years. Such a title would definitely cause a huge uproar, whether it was in the Great Zhou dynasty or in the Grand Emperor City. His reputation would spread before he arrived. At this moment, whether it was Zhou State or Dihong City, they would probably have some misgivings about Yun Songlong. The residents of Yun would be even less of a problem. The three of them were in a deadlock for a while. Yin Sheng had no choice but to come up with an idea. Second uncle, you have to take me with you. A few days ago, I received news that Xian Wuji's younger sister, Xian Mimi, was disfigured in an accident. I am a doctor, and my medical skills are among the best in the continent. If you could take me with you, maybe it will be good for saving second uncle and sister-in-law Shu. Xian Mimi's injury probably wouldn't heal for a while. Yin Sheng had no way to cure her face, but it was a good excuse. Yin Songlong hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't stand Yin Sheng's dawdling and agreed to her request. As for Zhong Yi, he was considered one of Yin Sheng's men. Yin Songlong really couldn't control where he went. The three of them stayed in southern Cliff Town for another 2 days. During this time, Yin Songlong wrote a letter to the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps and asked Zhou Quan to keep an eye on the hunting corps. In order to prevent old General Yin from worrying, he only said that he was going out on a mission and that Yin Sheng and Zhong Yi would be accompanying him. Yin Sheng took advantage of these 2 days to train the Earth Blood Crocodile. Yin Sheng first took apart the summoning belt that came from Zhou State. She carefully analyzed the various materials used to make the summoning belt and the magic arrays on it. With the help of the summoning hand, everything went smoothly. Yin Sheng even used Yin Songlong's blood to fuse with some magical materials to create a magical beast ring that was meant for personal use. This ring had a magic space on it. Even if one wasn't a summoner, they could still control this magic beast ring. Yin Songlong followed Yin Sheng's instructions. After wearing this magic beast ring, he realized that he could really control the Earth Blood Crocodile. This kind of magic beast ring could control different magic spaces and magic beasts according to the strength of the owner. For a warrior sage like Yin Songlong, controlling a peak level 9 magic beast was not a problem. Wow, Master, you're too amazing. If this kind of ring could be sold on a large scale, it would be amazing. After witnessing Yin Sheng's new invention, even Zhong Yi was full of praise. He had been a summoner for so many years, but this was the first time he saw someone who could allow a warrior to control a magic beast freely. Master, you should be more careful. If the news that you created this kind of magic beast ring reaches the Zhou State, it would be bad, Zhong Yi reminded Yin Sheng. He thought that although the magic beast ring was good, it shouldn't be sold on a large scale. After all, it was acceptable to use the magic beast ring on a warrior sage like Yin Songlong. However, if everyone had one, it wouldn't be good. So what if it's a Zhou State? Do you think your master looks like someone who fears the Zhou State? Yin Sheng's face was full of arrogance. If this kind of arrogance was on someone else, Zhong Yi might have ridiculed them. However, when Yin Sheng showed it, it became a kind of confidence. Zhong Yi laughed involuntarily. He suddenly realized that his master did indeed have the ability to be arrogant. He could roughly guess what Yin Sheng was going to do next. It was very likely that she was going to rearm the Heaven Extermination Hunting Group. She was going to arm them from head to toe. For example, last time his master had taken out some weapons and armor without saying anything and distributed them to the 50 to 60 core hunters of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Group. Those weapons looked ordinary, but the moment the hunters used them, they realized that those weapons were extraordinary. They could easily break gold and jade, and their defensive power was very strong. Pills, magic tools, weapons, magic beasts, and magic rings. Yin Sheng was like a huge treasure trove. Her secrets and potential were endless. Even Zhong Yi, who had lived for 60 to 70 years, couldn't help but be jealous. They were all raised by the same parents. How could his little master be so monstrous? Just the things that his little master had done in the past few months were already heaven-defying. Not only did she create the praise of the moon goddess, which could change a person's magic body, but she also created a holy pill. Now, she even had the magic beasts and magic rings. It had to be known that these things were the giants of the continent. The Dharma Temple, the Zhou State, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Any one of them was an existence that could shake the continent. But so what? Wasn't the Medicine Emperor Pavilion subdued by his little master in the end? Zhong Yi couldn't help but feel lucky that he had chosen to follow Yin Sheng back then. Otherwise, if he were to become her enemy, not to mention an open competition, just his master's various secret tricks would be enough to make him suffer. After a few more days, when I return to the Jade Capital, I will create a magic ring for every member of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Group. For so many years, the Zhou State has monopolized the resources of summoners on the continent. It's time to break this monopoly. Yun Sheng didn't have a good impression of the Zhou state. This was even more obvious when she found out that her mother, Hu Jiuxing, had offended a certain important person in the Zhou state and was hunted down for her life. In particular, most summoners were arrogant and rude. Even Zhong Yi had said that a large part of the reason why he had traveled around the continent was because he didn't get along with the people of the Zhou state. After everything was prepared, Yun Sheng, Yun Songlong, and Zhong Yi set off for the Grand Emperor's city. Chapter 438. As for the whereabouts of Grand Emperor's city, it was thanks to Zhong Yi. The outside world had never known the true location of Grand Emperor's city. At that time, the Zhong persona was smart enough to order a bat grand disciple to follow the Great Elder. The bat had tracked them all the way and brought them a rough route to Grand Emperor's city. A few days later, in the city lord's manor of Grand Emperor's city, Xian Wuji's corpse was placed in a coffin. There was a gash on his throat, the bones of his throat shattered. Xian Wuji's eyes were open, his face filled with grievances. First Elder and the city lord's family were all in the hall. A servant girl supported First Madam as they walked out. Wuji, my poor son. In Grand Emperor's city, the city lord's wife, Madam Being, cried her heart out when she saw her son's corpse. Grand Emperor's city's city lord, Xian Sitian, was in his 40s and had 2 wives. Xian Wuji was the first wife and the son of Madam Being. Xian Mimi, who had been disfigured and returned to Grand Emperor's city, was the daughter of the younger wife, Madam Lan. Xian Sihai didn't have many children, only 1 son and 1 daughter. Xian Wuji was his only son. He had carefully raised him since he was young, hoping that he would inherit his position as city lord in the future. Unfortunately, Xian Wuji's talent was average, and because of Yuan Shahua, he had a grudge with Zhou State's residents of Yun. Although he had crippled his rival in love, Yun Songlong, in the end, his own Dharma soul had been injured by Yun Ba. For many years, his cultivation had not improved, and his reputation in the Grand Emperor's city had also plummeted. Xian Sihai had tried many times to persuade Xian Wuji to stop causing trouble for the Yun estate. However, Xian Wuji was unrepentant. After going out with Xian Mimi, he colluded with Tang Yuan and ended up like a rat on the street. Although he resented his son for not living up to expectations, Grand Emperor's city's city lord still felt sorry for his only son. He was worried that Xian Wuji had caused trouble in Zhou State, so he had sent First Elder to search for Xian Wuji's whereabouts with the totem Emperor Jade. Unexpectedly, not only had they failed to rescue him, the totem Emperor Jade was missing, and his son, Xian Wuji, had been killed. It was Yuan Shahua who had killed Xian Wuji. Along with Xian Wuji's corpse were the Grand Elder and the expressionless Yuan Shahua. "You bitch, you kill my son." After Madam Being heard the Grand Elder's explanation, she stepped forward to beat Yuan Shahua. Madam Bai hated Yuan Shahua to the core. She raised her hand and slapped Yuan Shahua twice. Yuan Shahua did not struggle. Her hair was messed up and her face was swollen. Yuan Shahua did not say a word. "First Madam, please show mercy." The Yuan couple, who were also Yuan Shahua's parents, rushed over after hearing the news. When they found out that their eldest daughter, Yuan Shahua, had returned to Grand Emperor's city, they didn't expect that Yuan Shahua would kill Xian Wuji, so they rushed over. Sarah, Yuan Shahua's mother, hadn't seen her daughter for more than 8 years. She had always doted on her eldest daughter the most. Seeing her daughter in such a state, she felt as if a knife had pierced her heart. She hugged her daughter and cried. Yuan Shahua was petrified and allowed her mother to hug her. "Yuan Buju, your daughter killed my son. She will pay with her life." Madam Ba was also from a prominent family in the city. Back then, when Yuan Shahua broke the engagement and caused Xian Wuji to lose face in Grand Emperor's city, Madam Ba hated the Yuan family. But at that time, the elders and Yuan couple were protecting her. She could only ask the city lord to chase Yuan Shahua away. Who would have thought that 8 years later, Yuan Shahua would kill her son? "Shahua, what is going on? You really—" Yuan Buju's expression was ugly. He didn't expect his daughter's hatred for Xian Wuji to be so deep. Although Xian Wuji had committed many evil deeds, he was still the son of the city lord. The Grand Elder had witnessed Yuan Shahua killing Xian Wuji with his own eyes. This time, even if he wanted to protect his daughter, he was powerless. He deserved to die. Yuan Shahua's voice was cold. There was no remorse in her eyes. If she had known that Xian Wuji would harm so many people and caused Song Lang to suffer for 8 years, she would have killed him long ago. You bitch! You're Wuji's fiancé. It's one thing for you to sleep with a wild man outside, but you even kill my son. See hi. I want her to die with Wuji. The city lord's wife said viciously. She hated Yuan Shahua. This woman had harmed Wuji for his entire life. Madam Bai, what do you mean by that? If the young city lord hadn't been so aggressive, Shahua wouldn't have done this. Now that she is dead, I hope the city lord can spare Shahua's life on account of our many years of friendship. When Madame Yuan heard that Yuan Shahua was going to be executed, she hugged her daughter in fear and refused to let go. Life? If she lives, wouldn't my son have died in vain? Not only her, but that adulterer as well. That adulterer with the surname Yun. I want him to pay for Wuji's life. Madame Bai pointed at Yuan Shahua and said word by word. It has nothing to do with Yun Songlong. I will take responsibility for my own actions. If you want to pay with your life, then I will be buried with your son. Since I, Yuan Shahua, have returned, I will take responsibility for my own actions. Either way, I will die. Yuan Shahua's face turned red as she struggled free from Madame Yuan. Enough, all of you shut up. City Lord Xian Sitian rebuked angrily. Do you think this matter hasn't blown up enough? Lock Yuan Shahua in the dungeon. Grand Elder and Yuan Buju stay behind. Everyone else, get out. City Lord Xian Sitian waved his hand, and the servants hurriedly carried Xian Wuji's corpse away. City Lord, this matter can't be blown out of proportion. I've already received news that Yun Songlong has made a breakthrough. Furthermore, it is the heavenly lightning body tempering, the rarest breakthrough in the martial saint realm. This child's future strength cannot be underestimated. When the first elder saw the heavenly phenomenon that day, he already knew that something bad was about to happen. However, he didn't expect that Yun Songlong would be able to endure the heavenly lightning body tempering and become Zhou State's new martial saint. After hearing Grand Elder's words, the city lord and Yuan Buju had different thoughts in their hearts. Yuan Buju sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have risked his life to let his daughter, Yuan Shahua, and Yun Songlong be together. A martial saint who had undergone the heavenly lightning body tempering was a top-notch existence among martial saints. How old was Yun Songlong this year? He was only in his early 30s. If he could become a martial saint at such a young age and undergo the heavenly lightning body tempering, then it was very likely that he would become a legendary martial god in the future. Compared to Xian Wuji, who was a spoiled brat, Yun Songlong was like heaven and earth. The city lord's heart was in turmoil. On one hand, he hated Grand Elder for not doing a good job and causing his only son to be beheaded. On the other hand, he hated Yuan Shahua for causing his son's death. However, Yun Songlong's rise had already become a reality. The city lord could no longer oppose the Yun mansion. Chapter 439. Buju, what do you think about this matter? The city lord of Grand Empress City was cunning. He wanted Yuan Shahua to pay for Xian Wuji's life, but he did not say it out loud. Instead, he pretended to ask Yuan Buju. Yuan Buju and Yuan Shahua were the same. Both father and daughter looked kind, but in fact, they were extremely unyielding. Yuan Shahua had killed Xian Wuji this time, so logically speaking, she should pay for it with her life. Yuan Buju closed his eyes in pain and said with a trembling voice, Buju, I'm sorry. Men, bury Yuan Shahua alive in 7 days. Madame Yuan returned to the Yuan residence in a daze. Yuan Bupo and his second sister, Yuan Shanshan, who were waiting in the residence, quickly gathered around her. Mother, how is it? Have you seen eldest sister? The three members of the Yuan family were very close. When they heard that eldest sister had killed Xian Wuji, they were very anxious. The city lord said that he wants your eldest sister to be buried with him. Madame Yuan sobbed. What? Xian Wuji, that bastard, deserved to die. Why should he want eldest sister to be buried with him? Yuan Bupo was furious. He had said that he wanted to go with his parents, but his father, Yuan Buju, was worried that he would be reckless and did not allow him to go. That's right. We can't let them bury eldest sister alive. What time is it now? If they want to bury her, they should let Xian Wuji's women be buried with her. Yuan Shanshan said angrily. Xian Wuji was not a good person at all. After eldest sister left, he used the excuse of drunkenness to harass her a few times, but was chased away by her younger brother. Yuan Shanshan felt that Xian Wuji deserved to die. But what can we do? Your eldest sister did kill Xian Wuji. Why is that child so foolish? It has been so many years, but she still can't let it go. Madame Yuan wiped her tears. I heard that Yin Songlong was also there. I think eldest sister must have done it for him, Yuan Bupo said. Eldest sister had a stubborn temper. When she left Grand Emperor City, she had already let go of all her grudges. Needless to say, she did it this time because of Yin Songlong. Eldest sister is so foolish, Yuan Shanshan sighed. Is it worth it for her to do this for that man? When the first elder returned, he also brought back news that Yin Songlong had broken through and become the new martial saint of Zhou State. Big sister's face was ruined, and the other party definitely didn't want her anymore. However, she was willing to take on the crime of betraying the city for him. No, I have to save big sister. Yuan Bupo was annoyed. No matter what, he could not watch his elder sister being buried alive. Bupo, don't be rash. You're in an awkward position right now. You can't be rash. Now that Xian Wuji is dead, you'll most likely inherit the position of City Lord. If anything happens to you, the people from the City Lord's mansion will definitely use this to threaten you. Lady Yuan wiped the corners of her eyes. The relationship between the Xian Yuan and Xian Yuan clans was very special. They seemed to be very close, but in the 100 years since the establishment of the Grand Emperor City, there had been a lot of internal strife between the two clans. Especially in the matter of the succession of the City Lord, it was even more mutual deception. Back then, Xian Sitian and Yuan Buju were both popular candidates for the position of City Lord. However, Yuan Buju fell in love with Lady Yuan, who was born a commoner, while Xian Sitian abandoned his childhood sweetheart and chose Lady Bai, who had a more honorable status. That was how he successfully seized the position of City Lord. This matter had been a burden in Lady Yuan's heart for many years. Now that Xian Wuji was dead, Yuan Bupo became the popular candidate. Lady Yuan was unwilling to let her son get into trouble at this critical juncture. Yuan Bupo opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, his second sister, Yuan Shanshan, shook her head at him. Yuan Bupo understood tacitly. At night, the Yuan mansion was silent. After Yuan Buju returned from the City Lord's mansion, he had a discussion with Lady Yuan. Lady Yuan sobbed softly. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me back then, if Yuan Buju had not given up the opportunity to marry Lady Bai, who was from a wealthy family in the city, and married her, he would have been the City Lord by now. He would not have had to live by Xian Sitian's face, and Sha Hua would not have fallen to this state today. Look at you. What are you talking about? If it wasn't for you, where would Sha Hua come from? This is also the child's own choice. You can't blame anyone else. The underground prison is gloomy, and there's only one escape route from the sewer. After a few days, go to the underground prison and take a look. It could be considered as the last time you see that child. Yuan Buju comforted his beloved wife. His gaze seemed to have drifted outside the window. Outside the window, Yuan Bupo and Yuan Shanshan held their breaths. They bent their backs and slipped out of the mansion. The Yuan siblings had pretended to compromise in order to appease their mother. Tonight, when they heard what their father said, they knew that the City Lord's mansion was determined to kill their sister. Therefore, they discussed and went to rescue Yuan Shahua under the cover of the night. To Yuan Bupo, he did not care about the City Lord's position. He only wanted to save his sister. At most, he would leave the Grand Emperor's city. A smiling face flashed across Yuan Bupo's mind. The woman's smile with dimples was like the brightest star in the sky. He could not help but fall into a daze. Third brother? Why are you in a daze? Yuan Shanshan saw that Yuan Bupo was still in a daze. She could not help but become impatient and pushed Yuan Bupo. Recently, her little brother had been acting weird. He used to be cool and handsome. Recently, he would be in a daze from time to time. It was as if he had become a fool after leaving the Grand Emperor's city. Second sister, are you sure that the sewer of the underground prison is on the west side of the city lord's mansion? Yuan Bupo's handsome face turned red as he collected his thoughts. Are you still doubting your second sister? Yuan Shanshan had a face of confidence. Actually, she did not know why there was an extra map of the city lord's mansion's underground prison in her room. However, it was a matter of life and death. She could not be bothered to investigate so much. She had to think of a way to save her sister first. Both the brother and sister were top-notch fighters in the city. Although the city lord's mansion was heavily guarded, the siblings still managed to sneak in. The underground prison was dark and humid. Anyone who entered the underground prison would have their duki and magic sealed. Their sister's body was not well. In such an environment, sister, the two of them saw the torture rack in the underground prison. Their sister was tied up at the side. Her long hair was scattered and her clothes were covered in blood. Her limbs were also heavily shackled. At the side, there was a blood-stained whip and a bucket. Yuan Bupo only felt a surge of anger in his heart. Yuan Shanshan hurriedly cut off the shackles and put down her sister, Yuan Shahua. Yuan Shahua had already fainted. After a while, she woke up. Is it Madame Bai? That bitch. Yuan Bupo looked at his sister. They actually dared to use torture on his sister. The Yuan clan was also a prominent clan in the city. According to the city's laws, even if they had committed a serious crime, they should not be punished so severely. It was obvious that Madame Bai was the one who did it. It was not enough to bury her sister alive. She had to be humiliated before she died. Yuan Bupo got up and wanted to question Madame Bai. However, he was stopped by Yuan Shahua. Chapter 440. She said weakly, "What are you doing here? Big sister, we're here to save you." Yuan Shanshan supported Yuan Shahua. What happens after you save me? Yuan Shahua asked hesitantly. Of course, we'll send you away from Di Hongsheng and find Yin Songlong. Back then, you didn't dare to find him because of Xian Wuji. But now, Xian Wuji is dead and Yin Songlong has broken through. As long as we send you to Zhou State, the people of Yun residence will be able to protect you. Yuan Bupo saw that his big sister's eyes were wandering. Yuan Shahua looked at her second sister and third brother blankly. She broke free from Yuan Shanshan's hand and said, "Don't be silly. I won't leave Di Hongsheng. Born as a citizen of Di Hongsheng, dead as a ghost of Di Hongsheng. This is my fate." The Yuan siblings didn't expect that their big sister wouldn't appreciate their kindness. Yuan Shahua's state of mind had changed greatly after being locked in the dungeon for a few days. The injuries on her body were caused by Madame Bai. After Madame Bai insulted Yuan Shahua, she even mocked her. Those vicious words pierced Yuan Shahua's heart. Madame Bai told Yuan Shahua that Yin Songlong had broken through to Martial Sage. This should have been good news, but Madame Bai laughed and said, "That wild man is quite lucky. Unfortunately, your luck isn't. In a few days, you'll be buried with Wuji. As for the man you've been thinking about for so many years, you'll soon forget about him. Look at your wretched appearance. I feel disgusted just by looking at you." Yuan Shahua's face was scratched by the cold water and the whip. It became even uglier. She didn't even want to look at her own face. With this face, even if they saved her, she wouldn't have the face to see Yun Songlong. He was a high and mighty martial sage. As for her, she was already a pile of mud. She didn't deserve him. Big sister. Yuan Bupo and Yuan Shanshan panicked. Big sister. Yuan Bupo and Yuan Shanshan didn't expect their big sister to reject them so decisively. "You can leave." Yuan Shahua didn't say anything else. The gentle and considerate Yuan Shahua from many years ago was no longer there. After walking out of the dungeon, Yuan Bupo and Yuan Shanshan fell silent. Yuan Bupo walked towards the city gate without another word. "What are you doing?" Yuan Shanshan hurriedly stopped him. "Needless to say, I'm going to look for Yun Songlong." Yuan Bupo understood his eldest sister's stubborn temper. Unless Yun Songlong came to persuade her, she would not leave even if their parents came. Without the city lord's token, leaving the Grand Emperor's city without permission is a crime of betrayal. Besides, do you know where Yun Songlong is? It will take at least a month for Di Hong City to go to Zhou State. Eldest sister will be executed in a few days. Don't tell me you want to bring Yun Songlong to collect her corpse. Yuan Shanshan was also very anxious. Are we just going to watch Big Sister get executed? Yuan Bupo was discouraged. His eyes suddenly lit up. "I've got it. I can release Little Red and Blue. It can travel thousands of miles in a day. It will only take a few days to reach Zhou State." Little Red and Blue was the holy beast-summoned beast that Yuan Bupo found on the Ice Fire Island under Tao Wu's orders. The summoned beast could leave the city without anyone knowing. It would not violate the city lord's token. Yuan Shanshan listened and agreed with Yuan Bupo's idea. The two of them secretly released Yuan Bupo's summoned beast under the cover of the night. They anxiously waited for Little Red and Blue's reply. Yin Sheng and the rest who set off from Zhou State traveled day and night. Zhong Yi asked the Dragon-Clawed Bat King to find 2 fast bats. They followed the Dragon-Clawed Bat King's directions and flew towards the west. As they were worried about Yuan Shahua's safety, they traveled day and night. They only rested for a short while on the bat's back at night. Unknowingly, they had already passed the border of the Great Zhou dynasty and were flying between the lofty mountains and jagged shoals of grotesque shapes. 3 to 4 days had passed. On this day, the bats were flying in the vast sky as usual. There was a sudden gust of wind in front of them. The bats that Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai were riding on were only ordinary level 5 magic beasts. They could fly normally, but when faced with the gust of wind, the bats were immediately blown around. The gust of wind was very violent. It blew on their faces and caused them to feel pain. Yun Sheng could only control the bats and asked loudly, "Zhong Yi, what's going on?" "Master, this gust of wind is strange. It seems like someone set up a special wind magic formation in this area. If I'm not wrong, this place is very close to Grand Emperor City. However, it's not easy to control magic beasts in this area. I'm afraid you can't ride on magic beasts anymore." Zhong Yi looked at Yun Sheng worriedly. Grand Emperor City was a hidden city. Its location had been the biggest secret for thousands of years. Without the guidance of the people of Grand Emperor City, it was very difficult for ordinary people to find the exact location of Grand Emperor City. This gust of wind was obviously a natural barrier that Grand Emperor City used to block people from the outside world. Flying magic beasts could save a lot of energy. However, most of the magic beasts had large bodies. When they encountered strong winds, they would be easily swept away. In this kind of environment, it was easier to control the warrior's battle energy wings and the magician's magic wings. Zhong Yi was a sacred bee summoner, and Yun Songlong was also a warrior sage. The two of them had already condensed wings. It was not difficult for them to fly through this gust of wind. Yun Sheng was only a master magician. Without magic beasts, she would not be able to pass through this gust of wind. "I see. It's not a problem. Second uncle, Zhong, you guys go up first. I'll follow behind." After Yun Sheng said this, Zhong Yi immediately withdrew the Dragon-Claw Bat King. Yun Songlong also immediately transformed his battle energy wings. Yun Sheng steadied the bat beneath her and immediately started chanting. A magical space appeared in front of Zhong Yi and Yun Songlong. Zhong Yi was still puzzled. He had always known that Yun Sheng was a summoner, but he had never known what Master Summoned Beast was. Thinking that she had a master on the level of Emperor Zhao, her summoned beast should not be bad. In a magical space, a round pink egg appeared. What was that? Zhong Yi could not help but rub his eyes. That was an egg? And it was a flying egg with wings? Zong, he was even more dumbfounded. With a whoosh, the egg drilled into Yun Sheng's body. In just a short while, a pair of wings appeared on Yun Sheng's back. Those were real wings, not the illusory wings behind them. That's a fusion? Oh my god, Master, your summoned beast is actually an egg with the ability to fuse. Zong, he had obviously forgotten about the environment they were in. He pointed at the pair of wings behind Yun Sheng's back. He could not close his mouth. A magic beast that could fuse. This was a magic beast that only appeared in ancient summoning books. Regardless of what was inside the egg, one thing was certain. A magic beast that could fuse must meet two conditions. First, it must have a life contract with the summoner. Second, it must be a magic beast that was above the level of a divine beast. Zong, he was instantly in awe of Yun Sheng. Chapter 441. Without the magical beast as a mount, the three of them were less affected by the wind. The three of them quickly passed through the hurricane area. However, another problem appeared. The Zong personality had followed the scent left behind by the little bat to find the whereabouts of the great elder in Yuan Shahua. However, after passing through the hurricane area, the little bat probably could not pass through the hurricane area. After passing through the hurricane area, he could not find any scent at all. Facing the boundless land with no end in sight, the three of them revealed a troubled expression. At this moment, Yun Sheng heard a cheerful chirping sound. Not far away, a red and blue little fella flew over. It was a little fella about the size of sparrow. Its feathers were a strange color, half blue and half red. However, the strangest part was its head. It had two heads, just like Xiao Hei that Yun Sheng had seen before. One of its heads was red, while the other was blue. Two-headed ice fire luan. This is a mutated species of the Chongming bird. The Zong personality's eyes lit up when he saw the little red and blue bird. It was like a drunkard who saw good wine or a pervert who saw beauty. Yun Sheng could also tell at a glance that although this magical beast was still a young bird, its attributes were very special. It was a rare dual attribute of water and fire. If one could have such a dual attribute magical beast, it would be a great help to any summoner. Although the Zong personality already had a Dragon Claw Bat King, such a sacred beast was still very tempting. The two-headed ice fire luan was Yuan Bu Po's bird. It was ordered to search for Yun Songlong. Before Yuan Bu Po left, he secretly found a letter written by Yun Songlong that Yuan Shahua had left in her boudoir. The ice fire luan relied on the scent left behind in the letter to find Yun Songlong. However, Yuan Bu Po forgot that although the two-headed ice fire luan was a sacred beast, it had not been long since it was born. It was still ignorant of the outside world. After it flew out, it was confused for a while and actually got lost. When it finally reacted, it smelled the scent of living people. One of them was the scent of the person in the letter that its master had given it. It flew over happily. However, the Zongyi's eyes were filled with greed, as if he was going to roast and eat the ice fire luan at any moment. Little Honglan was so scared that she didn't dare to approach. Zong-yi, don't be greedy. Can't you see that the little guy has an owner? And it's someone else's life-bound magical beast. Yun Sheng laughed. It was only then that the Zong personality realized that the ice fire luan had a very strong human aura. Don't scare it. It looks like it wants to tell us something. Yun Sheng noticed that little red blue had been flying around Yun Songlong nonstop. With a thought, Yun Sheng secretly circulated the divine power of the Linglong Beast Pagoda in the Beast Language Ring. The exquisite beast tower was a supreme treasure in itself. Ordinary magical beasts would drool endlessly upon seeing it. Needless to say, Little Red Blue was a baby bird at the level of a holy beast. As soon as it smelled the scent that made it feel comfortable, it immediately landed on Yun Sheng's shoulder intimately. It used its beak to gently peck Yun Sheng's ear in a fawning manner and let out a series of pleasant chirps. Yun Sheng's ears itched, and she smiled. Little guy, quickly tell me who sent you here. If you answer well, you will be rewarded. Little Red Blue understood Yun Sheng's words. It opened its wings to please her. Yun Sheng took a closer look and realized that there was a letter under its wings. When she opened it, Yun Sheng's expression instantly became serious. Yun Songlong took the letter and looked at the date. His heart couldn't help but jump. The handwriting on the letter was very messy. It was written by Yuan Bupo in a hurry. It clearly stated that Yuan Shahua was banished from the Grand Emperor city because of Yun Songlong. For more than 8 years, she wandered alone outside. For Yun Songlong, she was willing to be regarded as a traitor by the Grand Emperor city. A few days later, she was executed to pay with her life for Xian Wuji. After reading the letter, Yun Songlong's heart was filled with pain. He didn't expect that Yuan Shahua had suffered such a great grievance. And for so many years, he had been blaming her. Second uncle, don't be sad. The most important thing now is to immediately rush to the Grand Emperor city. The letter was written 6 days ago. Counting the days, isn't Aunt's execution day tomorrow? Yinsheng was also anxious. They had wasted too much time on the way. If they didn't rush to the Grand Emperor city now, it would be too late. The three of them followed Little Red Blue and rushed to the Grand Emperor city. Early the next morning, in the Grand Emperor city's dungeon, a group of Grand Emperor city soldiers walked in. Following them was Madame Bai. Yuan Shahua, whose heart was like dead water, didn't even raise her head. Yuan Shahua, change into these clothes. Madame Bai ordered her personal maid to bring over a set of clothes. When she saw the clothes, Yuan Shahua's originally expressionless face couldn't help but change. It was a set of wedding clothes. The fiery red color stung Yuan Shahua's eyes. What do you mean by this? Yuan Shahua coldly asked. What do you mean, Yuan Shahua? Today is the day my son is buried. It's also the day you're buried with him. When he was alive, he always wanted to marry you. Unfortunately, you little slut, fooling around outside and shamelessly breaking off the engagement. Madame Bai's face was filled with ruthlessness. If you don't want to be the wife of the junior city lord, then today, I'll let you accompany Wuji on his way as a concubine, Madame Bai said through gritted teeth. Madame Bai wanted to humiliate Yuan Shahua so that she wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Madame Bai, don't you go too far. Even a clay figurine had a temper. If Yuan Shahua had felt some guilt towards Madame Bai for killing Xian Wuji, then that guilt had completely disappeared. Madame Bai wasn't just humiliating her. She was also humiliating the Yuan clan and Yin Songlong. Although Yuan Shahua and Yin Songlong hadn't done the deed of husband and wife, in her heart, Yin Songlong was her only husband. Just hearing Xian Wuji's name was enough to make her feel disgusted. So what if I'm forcing you? My son couldn't have you when he was alive, and now he wants you to accompany him in death. This should let him rest in peace. Do you think the Yuan clan's people will disobey me, the wife of the city lord, for a little slut who's about to die? Men, strip this slut of her clothes and change into her wedding clothes. Madame Bai ordered her subordinates as she held Yuan Shahua down. Poor Yuan Shahua had been locked up for several days without food or water. Her battle chi was also suppressed, so she couldn't struggle at all. She was humiliatingly stripped of her clothes and changed into her wedding clothes. Her eyes were filled with despair. Chapter 442. In the afternoon, Grand Emperor City is packed with people. All the citizens know that today, Grand Emperor City is going to bury the young city lord and execute the traitor who killed the young city lord, Yuan Shahua. Yuan Bu Pa and the Yuan family couple were unable to sit still at this moment. Little Honglan has been out for 5 or 6 days. They do not know if she has found Yin Songlong. Yuan Bupo and Yuan Shanshan exchange glances. The two of them are unable to sit still. Madame Yuan's expression is miserable. Yuan Wutu's expression is also gloomy. He originally thought that after revealing the map of the underground prison, he would lead Yuan Bupo and Yuan Shanshan to rescue Yuan Shahua and then secretly send her out of the city. Who knew that Yuan Shahua already has the intention to die and is unwilling to leave? Could it be that he can only watch as his eldest daughter is executed? She's out. That traitor is out. The citizens are in an uproar. A group of people appeared on the city gate. When they saw the woman in the middle, the people in the city all cursed angrily. Yuan Bupo and the rest also saw Yuan Shahua. At the same time, they also saw Yuan Shahua's wedding dress that is redder than flames. Damn it! They dare to humiliate eldest sister like this. Yuan Bupo saw the wedding dress and saw the smug Madame Bai at the side. He was instantly enraged. This is too much. Father, mother, isn't Madame Bai's actions clearly humiliating our Yuan family? Yuan Shanshan saw her sister in agony and felt terrible. Madame Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. She tried her best not to look at her daughter. Yuan Wuziu could not help but hold onto his chair. His tiger eyes flashed with anger, humiliation, and agitation. Father, I want to save eldest sister. Yuan Bupo could no longer stand still. No, your eldest sister, she does not want to burden us. Yuan Wuziu looked at his eldest daughter Yuan Shahua for the last time. Despite the humiliation, Yuan Shahua did not look at her family. At this point, Yuan Shahua only wished for a quick death. She did not want to burden her family. Xian Wuji's coffin was brought out. Beside his coffin, there was another coffin. It was prepared for Yuan Shahua. They wanted to nail her to the coffin and bury her with Xian Wuji. At noon, Yuan Shahua, dressed in red, was escorted to the coffin. Yuan Shahua was pushed towards the coffin. With every step she took, Yuan Bupo felt pain in his heart. The moment Yuan Shahua was pushed into the coffin, Yuan Bupo couldn't stand it anymore. No, father, I can't do it. He held the dragon flute in his hand and was about to rush into the crowd. At this moment, the crisp sound of birds chirping came from the sky. Following the sound of birds chirping, a clear male voice could be heard echoing outside the Grand Emperor City. I am Yin Songlong from Zhou State. I am here to pay my respects to the City Lord of Grand Emperor City. Outside the city gate, there were 3 people standing in the air. They were Yin Songlong in the middle, Zhong Yi on the left, and Yin Sheng on the right. Yuan Shahua, who already had 1 foot in the coffin, trembled when she heard that familiar yet strange voice. She looked up at the sky in disbelief. The City Lord of Grand Emperor City, Xian Sitian, also noticed the 3 people in the air. He noticed that the 3 of them didn't have any flying demonic beasts. 3 experts with flying abilities came all of a sudden. Even the City Lord of Grand Emperor City couldn't help but look askance. Yin Songlong looked down from above. He struggled to find Yuan Shahua's figure in the crowd. Although he didn't see Yuan Shahua's face clearly, Yin Songlong recognized that familiar figure at a glance. When he saw that Yuan Shahua was wearing a wedding dress, a ruthless aura surged wildly around him. City Lord, that person is Yin Songlong. Beside him is the sacred bee summoner, Zhong Yi, and his niece, Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng is the female magician who stole the Emperor Jade. She seems to have the Elf Clan's Hellfire brand on her body. Also, I heard that her medical skills are very good. She was the one who cured Yin Songlong's hand. When the great elder saw Yin Songlong again, he realized that he had indeed become a martial saint after being tempered by heavenly lightning. In less than half a month, Yin Songlong's strength had increased by a lot. In his rage, he wasn't sure if he could defeat Yin Songlong. When Xian Sitian heard this, Lady Ro, who was beside him, hurried forward. City Lord, you said that girl is a divine doctor? Then, could she help Mimi see her face? Lady Ro was Xian Mimi's mother. She only had 1 daughter and doted on Xian Mimi very much. Xian Mimi was burned by the hellfire, and no one in Grand Emperor City could heal her. Although Lady Ro was only a concubine, she was Xian Sitian's personal maid. If it wasn't for Xian Sitian wanting to snatch the City Lord's position and having to marry Lady Bai, she would have been the City Lord's wife. However, Xian Sitian was deeply in love with her and didn't hesitate to take her as his concubine. When Xian Wuji died, the happiest person was Lady Ro. Without a child, Lady Bai would definitely fall out of favor in a few years. On the other hand, Xian Mimi's talent was better than Xian Wuji's. It was only because she was a girl that she lost the right to inherit the City Lord's position. However, Lady Ro had already planned this in her heart. Although her daughter's chance of inheriting the city lord's position was very small, it wasn't just a matter of a day or two that her daughter admired Yuan Bupo. If she could take this opportunity to sell a favor to House Yuan, then in the future, when the two families become in-laws, she would still be the future city lord's mother-in-law and her power wouldn't be weakened. Thinking of this, Lady Ro didn't hate Yun Songlong and the others. Instead, she was grateful to them. However, before that, she had to find a way to heal Mimi's face. Coincidentally, at this moment, Great Elder mentioned that one of them was a divine doctor. Lady Ro became cautious and kindly advised him. Lady Ro, what do you mean by this? Yun Songlong is the enemy of Grand Emperor's city. How can we let him enter the city? City Lord, although Wu Ji was killed by Yuan Shahua, in the end, it was because of Yun Songlong. In my opinion, we should immediately kill them with arrows. After Lady Bai finished speaking, she had already summoned archers and aimed at the people in the sky. Wait! Xian Sitian looked at Yun Sheng and Yun Songlong meaningfully. As the city lord, he definitely wouldn't let hatred get to his head. Although he had to avenge his son's death, 3 powerful experts couldn't be killed in an instant. Moreover, these 3 people weren't ordinary people. Behind them, there was a high possibility that Zhou State and Immortal Zhou Nation. Although Grand Emperor City's strength wasn't bad, they obviously didn't have much chance of winning against 2 powerful nations in the continent. It's her. Yuan Bupo also saw the 3 people in the sky. However, his gaze immediately landed on Yun Sheng, who was on the right. Yun Sheng was in the sky. Her long hair was casually tied behind her back, and she wore a moon-white magic robe. Her delicate face was like a piece of beautiful jade under the sunlight, white and flawless. Yuan Bupo was mesmerized by her. Only then did he realize how much he missed the beautiful figure in the sky. The city lord of Grand Emperor City pondered for a moment. He suddenly soared into the sky, and a boundless and powerful aura instantly attacked. Chapter 443. Yun Sheng, Zhong Shi, and Yun Songlong all sensed the intimidating aura emanating from the other party. It was rumored that the Grand Emperor City Lord had already surpassed Emperor Zhao. Was this the strength of Emperor Zhao? Yun Sheng couldn't help but feel shocked. Although she possessed the demon summoning hand and had once disguised herself as an expert on the level of Emperor Zhao, she only realized how weak she was when facing an expert on the level of Emperor Zhao. Xian Sitian soared into the sky and stood there. He didn't attack. An expert on the level of Emperor Zhao could instantly kill the 3 of them if he summoned his demonic beast. However, Xian Sitian clearly didn't intend to do so. Time passed by slowly. City Lord, I beg City Lord to grant Shahua death. Yun Songlong's sudden appearance touched Yuan Shahua, but more than that, she was worried. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for death. No, Shahua, I already know. It's been hard on you all these years. Everything happened because of me. Even if I have to die, I should be the one to do it. Yin Songlong looked at Yuan Shahua affectionately. The woman's delicate body couldn't help but tremble when she heard his confession. Even though I've become like this, are you still willing to die for me? Yuan Shahua suddenly raised her head. Her face, which was covered with all kinds of scars, was presented to Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong's expression changed. He looked at Yuan Shahua and was speechless for a long time. Yuan Shahua wept in pain. Even she didn't want to look at her current appearance, let alone Yun Songlong. Men all like to have a good appearance. Now that Yun Songlong was a newly ascended martial saint, the woman standing beside him must be an unparalleled beauty. Yuan Shahua was disheartened. She suddenly took out a hairpin from her body. The tip of the hairpin was extremely sharp. She had prepared that hairpin long ago. She had already prepared herself. If Madame Bai insisted on humiliating her, she would rather commit suicide than share the same coffin as Xian Wuji. The sharp end of the hairpin glinted coldly as it pierced down towards Yuan Shahua's delicate neck. Like a flash of lightning, Yin Songlong suddenly swooped down from the sky. His palm blocked Yuan Shahua's hairpin. When the hairpin met with his duki, it was immediately repelled. Beauty withered to bones in an instant. Shahua, I've never cared about such things. What I like has always been the pure and beautiful Yuan Sha painting, which resonates with my zither and flute. It was a Yuan Shahua who did not hesitate to sever ties with her family for me. She accompanied me on the battlefield for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. All these years, you've always been in my heart, said Yun Songlong affectionately. His eyes were filled with affection. Yuan Shahua felt a lump in her throat. She raised her head and looked at the man who was as affectionate as ever. She could not help but cry. The two of them ignored the gazes of the crowd and hugged each other. At that moment, the citizens of Grand Emperor City were also deathly silent. They seemed to have been touched by the feelings of the two. The eyes of the Yuan clansmen could not help but moisten. Madame Yuan kept wiping her tears. Yuan Bupa and Yuan Shanshan heaved a sigh of relief. Only Madame Bai had an angry look on her face. The Grand Emperor City Lord coughed a few times. Yun Sheng and Zhong Yi, who were in the sky, were also a little embarrassed. They did not forget that they were in a dangerous situation. Second uncle, if you want to confess to second aunt, you should at least look at the situation. We seem to have more important things to discuss. Yin Sheng landed lightly on the ground. The wings on her back had disappeared. She gave Yuan Shahua a friendly wink. When Yuan Shahua heard Yun Sheng call her that, she was extremely shy and hid her face in Yun Songlong's embrace. Yun Songlong smiled awkwardly. The two of them had been so emotional that they had forgotten the situation. Xian Sitian also noticed it. Only then did he realize that the wings on Yun Sheng's back were not ordinary battle chi wings or magic wings. This made him even more suspicious of Yun Sheng's identity. City Lord Xian, the matter between me and Shahua has caused a lot of trouble for Grand Emperor City. If you want to investigate the death of the young city lord, Songlong will not shirk his responsibility. However, the young city lord is already dead. I hope that city lord can take into account Songlong and Zhou State's Yun residence and handle this matter appropriately. Yin Songlong said to Xian Sitian in a clear voice. In order to resolve the many years of grievances between Grand Emperor City and Yun residents, I hope that City Lord can find a quiet place for us to sit down and discuss. Yin Sheng was very clever. She could also see that the City Lord of Grand Emperor City had some misgivings about them. Xian Sitian ordered someone to invite Yun Sheng alone to discuss the matter. When Yuan Shahua saw this, she wanted to stop her, but was stopped by Yun Songlong. Don't worry, Shenger is very clever. She won't be taken advantage of. Why don't you take me to visit your parents? Before he left, Yun Sheng had said that once they entered the city, she would have a way to make the city lord promise to let Yuan Shahua go. Yun Sheng followed the city lord into a side hall. Zhong Yi wanted to follow, but was sent away by her. Seeing Yun Sheng so fearless, the city lord became even more suspicious of her identity. City lord, Yun Sheng has come to visit and disturbed you. I have specially prepared 2 gifts for you. She took out a bottle of pills and a box and handed it to the city lord. The Grand Emperor City Lord ordered the Great Elder to accept it. The Great Elder opened the medicine bottle and saw 3 purple gold myriad ginseng pills inside. As for the wooden box, there was a stack of letters. They were all evidence of the correspondence between the Blood Hand Tycoon and Xian Wuji in the past. City Lord, these are Saint Grade pills. The first elder saw the myriad golden pills and was overjoyed. Saint Grade pills had always been monopolized by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, these 3 myriad golden pills were refined from the purple ginseng. For ordinary people, they could preserve their youth. For warriors and magicians, they could be reborn. The other party had taken out 3 pills at once. It was clear that she was a true genius doctor who could refine Saint Grade pills. When he looked at the wooden box again, Xian Sitian's expression turned ugly. He glanced at Yun Sheng and realized that this female magician was very cunning. This was a classic example of giving a sweet date and then a slap in the face. What do you mean by this? Are you threatening this city lord? Xian Sitian said angrily. As a city lord, he had never been threatened in such a way. City lord, please don't misunderstand. Yin Sheng is just returning it to its rightful owner. From now on, no one will know the relationship between the Blood Hand Tycoon and the city lord. Yin Sheng said with a smile. City lord. Lady Ro walked in from outside. Beside her was Xian Mimi, who was wearing a gauze hat. Lady Ro was indeed gentle and graceful. Compared to the fiendish Lady Bai, she was much more likable. She softly said a few words to the city lord. It's you. Why did you come to the city lord? Father, it's this woman who caused me to become like this. Xian Mimi was filled with anger when she saw Yun Sheng. Miss Xian, you should be careful when lying. Your face was clearly injured by Baiyan's fire array. Why are you blaming me? To think that I even planned to help you recover your appearance this time. Yun Sheng rolled her eyes. Chapter 444. Did this woman eat gunpowder? She's jumping up and down every time she sees me. Yun Sheng was considered slow when it came to relationships. She did not know that the reason why Xian Mimi hated her was because she vaguely felt that Yuan Bupo had feelings for this female sorcerer with the surname Yun. Previously, she did not pay much attention to Yun Sheng and only thought that her appearance could only be considered delicate. However, after fusing with the hellfire in the Earth's core, Xian Mimi realized that Yun Sheng's aura was slightly different. Yun Sheng's facial features had changed to a certain extent. From time to time, she would exude a terrifying charm that was as bright as a flame. In a few more years, who knew what kind of devastatingly beautiful appearance she would become? Thinking of this, and thinking of her current appearance, Xian Mimi became even angrier. She wanted to take out a knife and cut Yun Sheng's face into pieces. Lady Ro and City Lord Xian knew their daughter's temper well. When Lady Ro heard this, she ignored Xian Mimi's complaints and asked Yun Sheng earnestly, Little Magic Doctor, do you really have a way to cure Mimi's face? Xian Mimi's face had become a sore point for Lady Ro these days. She only had one daughter, Xian Mimi. Now that her daughter was of marriageable age, her face was very important. Originally, Lady Ro had planned to think of a way to get the city governor to settle the marriage between Xian Mimi and Yuan Bupa after Xian Mimi returned from her training trip. Who knew that Xian Mimi's face would turn out like that at such a crucial moment? Yuan Bupo did not like Xian Mimi very much. If she had a face that was burned by the hellfire, it would be even more difficult to settle the marriage. Mother, don't listen to her nonsense. What ability could she possibly have? Even the doctors in the city can't do anything about the injuries on my face. Xian Mimi couldn't help but burst into tears at this point. She even tugged at Xian Sitian as she cried, Father, you must find a way to heal this face. I don't want to end up like Yuan Shahua and live with this ugly face for the rest of my life. Yun Sheng frowned when she heard that. She really hated Xian Mimi. What was wrong with Yuan Sha's face? In her eyes, her second aunt's face was 1,000,000 times prettier than Xian Mimi's. It was all because of the coercion of the Xian clan that she had no choice but to scratch her own face. Such an unyielding woman should be worthy of admiration. However, Yin Sheng had already made up her mind. No matter what, she had to cure Yuan Shahua's face. Although second uncle didn't care about these things, second aunt would inevitably hold a grudge in her heart. For the sake of their marriage, she had to cure Yuan Shahua. As for Xian Mimi's face, she would just treat it as a convenient treatment. City Lord, young Master Yuan Bu Pa is outside seeking an audience. After the report, that rash kid, Yuan Bu Pa, barged in. This kid didn't care about the occasion. The moment he entered, he said, City Lord, Mimi's injury has nothing to do with Miss Yun. Please don't blame her. After Yuan Shahua was rescued by Yun Tsanglong in time, the city lord didn't say anything about pursuing Yuan Shahua's crime. The entire Yuan residence was naturally overjoyed. However, Yuan Bupo's face was filled with worry. He was worried that Xian Mimi would frame Yun Sheng when she saw her. Hence, he ignored his parents' objections and insisted on rushing to the city lord's residence. Just as he entered, he discovered that Xian Mimi and Lady Ro were both present. Yunsheng was standing there perfectly fine. When she saw him, she nodded in a friendly manner. When Yuan Bupo saw Yunsheng standing there with a sweet smile on her face, he suddenly blushed. His voice, which was originally shouting, immediately quieted down. He did not know where to look and where to put his hands and feet. When the city lord and Lady Ro saw this, they looked at Xian Mimi, who was so angry that her eyeballs were about to fall out. They instantly understood. Everyone in the city lord knew that the genius of the Yuan family, Yuan Bu Pe, had always been arrogant. He had never shown any good attitude to any woman in the city, not even Xian Mimi. However, looking at his current appearance of being in love for the first time, it was clear that he had a good impression of Yunsheng. Perhaps Yunsheng was the only one present who didn't feel anything. The city lord couldn't help but complain. He looked at Yunsheng, who was standing at the side. She was like a proud snow plum, smiling sweetly, no matter when. She was calm, polite, and natural. Then, he looked at his own daughter, who was unruly and willful. With such a comparison, anyone would know who to choose. Bupa, you child, you're also impetuous. Why did you barge in so recklessly? If your mother knew, she would scold you again. Lady Ro had followed the city lord for many years. She was very clear about a man's mentality. She didn't expose him. Miracle Dr. Yun is an important guest. How could we neglect him? Just now, I brought Mimi to see Miracle Dr. Yun. Miracle Dr. Yun said that he has a way to cure Mimi's face. That's right, I have a way. Miss Xian's face was injured by the elven hellfire. There's only one way to cure it, and that's the water of life from the elven imperial court. The moment Yunsheng said that, the city lord and Yuan Bu Po's expressions changed slightly. When Xian Mimi heard that, she immediately shouted, "Father, what are we waiting for? Quickly order someone to find the water of life." Mimi, don't mess around. Do you think it's so easy to find the water of life? The city lord was considered a top expert on the mainland. However, when he heard about the elven imperial court, he still revealed a cautious expression. The elven imperial court had always been a very special existence on the mainland. It was the only one among the 5 major countries on the mainland that had never been at war. Even during the most turbulent years on the mainland, the elven imperial court had always existed in a neutral position. This was because whether it was the elven race or their descendants, they all liked peace and didn't like to invade. However, this didn't mean that the elven imperial court was easy to bully. In the past, the Tang Yuan kingdom had tried to invade the elven imperial court because it was adjacent to the elven imperial court. However, just as they approached the border of the elven imperial court, countless elven warriors appeared. In just a moment, the elven imperial court's invading army, which had a powerful sorcerer, was annihilated. The Tang Yuan kingdom's army was completely annihilated. In the end, no one was left alive. That was the most tragic defeat since the founding of the Tang Yuan kingdom. As there were no survivors, no one knew what kind of defense the elven imperial court had sent. Some people said that it was countless elven warriors. Others said that the elven imperial court had only sent a powerful elven sorcerer. The sorcerer only used a powerful elven sorcerer to annihilate the Tang Yuan kingdom's army. However, since then, no one dared to invade the elven imperial court. Even the citizens of other countries found it difficult to enter the elven imperial court. The water of life that Yunsheng mentioned did exist. However, it was a legendary item in the elven imperial court's forest. The outside world had no chance of obtaining it. The only way to obtain the water of life was to enter the elven imperial court and obtain the elven queen's permission. And this was undoubtedly a very difficult point. We still need to consider this matter at length. The city lord didn't make a decision immediately. However, his attitude toward Yunsheng was obviously much more respectful. He even ordered people to arrange accommodation in the city for Yunsheng and the other two. Chapter 445. Yun Songlong was relieved to see that Yunsheng had returned safely. He arrived at the Yuan residence with Yuan Shahua. Perhaps it was because he had confessed to Yuan Shahua earlier, but Yuan Wuziu and Madame Yuan had a much better impression of the son-in-law. The family happily accepted Yun Songlong and were very polite to Yun Sheng. Yuan Shahua did not expect that things would take such a turn. After her joy, she felt a little lonely. Yun Sheng noticed this and sneaked over to Yuan Shahua's side. "Hello, second aunt. I am Yun Sheng, second uncle's precious niece. Is there something on your mind, second aunt?" Yuan Shahua was embarrassed by Yun Sheng calling her second aunt. She spat. "Who is your second aunt? Little girl, you're so mischievous. Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future. A good girl doesn't have to worry about marriage. Besides, I already have a fiancé." Yun Sheng pursed her lips. She had a fiancé? Yuan Shahua was stunned. She had asked around earlier and found out that Yun Sheng was not even 9 years old. She already had a fiancé at 9 years old? Yun Sheng did not say much and only looked at Yuan Shahua. "Second aunt, are you unhappy because of your face?" Yuan Shahua did not expect that Yun Sheng would see through her. She nodded silently. Back then, she had seen Yun Songlong's crippled body and blamed herself. After returning to Grand Emperor's city, Xian Wuji had repeatedly pestered her. Helpless, she had simply destroyed her face. At that time, she had thought that she and Yun Songlong would never be able to continue their relationship in this lifetime, so she no longer cared about her appearance. But now that she and Yun Songlong had reunited, her face had become her greatest worry. A woman would doll herself up for the one she loved. She knew that Yun Songlong did not care about her face, but she did not want him to be made fun of by others. "I have a way to cure second aunt's face, but I need to make a trip to the immortal Ju nation." Yun Sheng told Yuan Shahua about the water of life. Yuan Shahua's reaction was exactly the same as the Grand Emperor City Lord. She also didn't approve of Yun Sheng going to the immortal Keeper nation. Elves were a very strange race. They were very resistant to humans, not to mention that Yun Sheng and the others still had to find their holy water, the water of life. "It's too dangerous. It's not worth it to take such a huge risk for my face." Yuan Shahua knew that Yun Sheng's position in Yun Songlong's heart was similar to her own. She was very considerate and didn't want Yun Sheng to take the risk for her. "Second aunt, to tell you the truth, I have to find the water of life. You should have heard about old General Yun and Xian Mimi's face. Both of them need the water of life to heal. If we want to completely resolve the enmity between Grand Emperor City and Yun residents, we must find the water of life." Yun Sheng had heard from Xiao Wenshu that the water of life had a miraculous effect. It could purify a person's physique. Not only that, it also had a strong healing effect. She had checked the wound on Yuan Shahua's face. It was drawn with a blunt instrument. It could be seen that Yuan Shahua had been ruthless back then. Since the water of life had such a strong effect, Yun Sheng even thought that if she found the water of life, she might be able to cure the strange poison in Yun Songlong's body. As for Grand Emperor City, after considering it, he would definitely go to the immortal Keeper nation to find the water of life for Xian Mimi. In order to resolve the enmity between Grand Emperor City and Yun residents, and to facilitate the marriage between Yun Songlong and Yuan Shahua, the water of life must be found. When Yuan Shahua heard that, she knew that Yun Sheng had already made up her mind. She thought for a while and said, "How about this? I will discuss with Yuan Bupo and let him accompany you to the immortal Keeper nation." When Yuan Bupo heard that he was going with Yun Sheng, he didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. As for the city lord residents, Grand Emperor City had also decided to send people to the immortal Keeper nation to find the water of life. Xian Mimi heard from somewhere that Yuan Bu Po was going with Yin Sheng. She refused to go no matter what and insisted on going with them. Yin Sheng didn't mind. She remembered that Divine Wind was in the immortal Keeper nation. He was a noble prince of the immortal Keeper nation. He might be able to help her with the water of life. Yin Songlong originally planned to go as well. However, at this moment, a letter was sent from Zhou State. The letter said that the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps had received an A-rank mission. Zhou Quan couldn't handle it alone, so he wrote a letter to Yun Songlong asking him to return immediately. This was the first time the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps had received an A-rank mission. As the leader, Yun Songlong was duty-bound to return. Yun Sheng knew that her second uncle would feel guilty and comforted him. Yun Sheng even asked Zhong Yi to accompany Yun Songlong back to the Jade Capital. The Blood Cloud Beast Ring was also given to Yun Songlong. Yun Sheng still had a divine weapon like the Demon Summoning Hand. She believed that she had absolute confidence in snatching the water of life from the fairies. Yun Songlong and Yuan Sha Hua hadn't been reunited for long before they had to part again. The two were reluctant to part. That day, Yun Songlong left Grand Emperor City. Grand Emperor City's city lord personally selected a group of elites from Grand Emperor City. There were more than 30 people in total. Yun Sheng saw the large number of people and understood that Grand Emperor City's city lord was still worried about her. Rather than saying that these people were accompanying her, it was more accurate to say that they were here to monitor her. The group stayed in Grand Emperor City for 2 more days before setting off for the Immortal Keeper Nation. Miss Yin, this Choming bird is mine. It flies very steadily. You should ride it. Yuan Bupo and the rest left Grand Emperor City. As the journey to the Immortal Keeper Nation was longer than before, Grand Emperor City's city lord prepared dozens of Choming birds. Most of the people in Grand Emperor City had mounts. Only Yun Sheng didn't have one. Most of the Choming birds in the city were shy with strangers. Yuan Bupo very considerately gave one of the Choming birds that he had tamed to Yun Sheng. Brother Bupo, why did you give your mount to her? Xian Mimi's mouth was full of jealousy. Just as Yuan Bupo was about to get angry, the red-blue ice fire wand perched on Yuan Bupo's shoulder, flapped its wings, and landed on Yun Sheng's body. It pecked at Yun Sheng's hair affectionately. It looked as if it was trying to curry favor with her. Yun Sheng had the exquisite beast pagoda hidden on her body. The ice fire Luan liked to be close to her, so that its cultivation could increase faster. However, this intimate action had an unusual meaning in Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi's eyes. Yuan Bupo's eyes lit up. He looked at Yun Sheng with a burning gaze. Although his ice fire Luan was small in size and had hatched not long ago, its wild nature was still very strong. Even if it was Yuan Bupo's parents, when they got close, it would chirp nonstop. If it was serious, it would just fly away and ignore them. It was the first time that it had behaved so intimately with someone. It could be seen that the ice fire Luan liked Yun Sheng very much. Xian Mimi snorted and went up to touch the ice fire Luan's feathers. Little Hong Lan, come to me. I have delicious demon beast meat here. Just as her hand got close, the ice fire Luan's feathers stood up. Like a red-eyed rooster, it stretched its neck and pecked at Xian Mimi's hand. This peck scared Xian Mimi. She wanted to retract her hand, but it was too late. Suddenly, a deep wound appeared on his hand, and blood kept flowing out. Chapter 446. You'd asterisk MN bird. Xian Mimi clenched her teeth and wanted to catch the ice fire Luan. However, the ice fire Luan was smart enough to dodge her. Mimi, that's enough. Why did you provoke little Hong Lan for no reason? Yuan Bupo felt a headache coming on. He nodded apologetically at Yun Sheng and pulled Xian Mimi to the side to bandage her wounds. Seeing that the evil woman had left, the ice fire Luan landed on Yun Sheng's shoulder again. The group left the Grand Emperor City quickly. In a dark corner above the city gate of the Grand Emperor City, Madame Bai watched the dozens of Chongming birds leave. Her eyes were as venomous as a poisonous snake's. She said darkly, "Don't think that I can let this go just because you killed my son. I don't believe that you will be able to reach the immortal residence nation alive." Behind Madame Bai, a servant who looked like a summoner said softly, "Madam, everything has been done according to your instructions. We have sent the news to the Tang Yuan nation. I believe that the second prince should have received the news by now." Yun Sheng and the rest rode the Chongming birds to the west. The immortal residence was an otherworldly place. It was Yun Sheng's first time coming to such a remote place. She heard from Yuan Bupo that they had to pass through the Tang Yuan nation to reach the immortal residence. Yuan Bupo, how much do you know about the sorcerers in Tang Yuan? Yin Sheng was a sorcerer. She had heard that Tang Yuan had the most sorcerers in the mainland. Even the headquarters of the Dharma Temple was located in Tang Yuan. Yin Sheng decided that if she had enough time, she would stay for a while after passing by Tang Yuan. Or, after finding the water of life, she would go to the Dharma Temple to pay Xia when she would visit. After all, she didn't know how to use the water of life. I don't know much. It was all my father who told me. There are indeed many sorcerers in Tang Yuan Nation, and many of them are very powerful. There are also many sorcerer families in the nation. We have to be careful not to offend them. I'm afraid we'll have to be more careful when we head to the immortal residence this time. We'll have to pass through the Tang Abyss in order to reach the immortal residence. While passing through the Tang Abyss, we'll have to draw the symbol of the Grand Emperor's city on every Chongming bird. Yuan Bupo was a little embarrassed when he heard Yun Sheng's question. The rule of Grand Emperor City was that one could not leave the city without permission before reaching adulthood. Therefore, Yuan Bupo did not have many chances to leave the city. Most of the major cities in the Tang Yuan Kingdom had implemented a flight ban. If the flying beasts of other kingdoms wanted to pass through, they had to show specific signs. The Grand Emperor City had a close relationship with the Tang Yuan Kingdom. Therefore, whenever the citizens of the Grand Emperor City passed by the Tang Yuan Kingdom, they would draw special magical markings on their flying magical beasts. What will happen if we don't draw the magic symbol? It was the first time Yin Sheng had heard of such a prohibition. When she was in Zhou State and later Qin, she seemed to have never heard of such a special rule. The consequences are serious. Any sorcerer in the Tang Yuan Kingdom can attack a flying magical beast without a symbol if they see it. The loot after killing it belongs to the sorcerer. Yuan Bupo even gave an example when he said this. According to Yuan Wuxiu, there was once a warrior from another kingdom who still did as he pleased even after knowing the rule of the Tang Yuan Kingdom. He passed by the capital of the Tang Yuan Kingdom. Guess what happened? That warrior, who had the abilities of a martial arts grandmaster, was hit by hundreds of magic spells in an instant. In the end, he fell from the sky together with his magical beast. Even the bones of his family members have not been found yet. Yuan Bupo's fearless personality could not help but reveal a taboo expression at this moment. The number of sorcerers in the Tang Yuan Kingdom was much more than the number of warriors in Zhou State and later Qin. Moreover, sorcerers were good at long-range attacks. They could attack anyone who hid in any corner. The process of being hit by hundreds of sorcerers' magic spells could only be described as tragic. Oh, then we have to be careful. Let's not delay any longer. Let's draw a symbol on our mounts first so that we don't become the target of other sorcerers' magic spells. Yin Sheng's scalp went numb when she heard that. There were only a few dozen of them. If they were attacked by a group of sorcerers, there would be nothing left of them. Yuan Bupo smiled and ordered a few of them to draw a magic formation. Yin Sheng asked a few more questions, and Yuan Bupo patiently told Yin Sheng everything he knew about the Tang Yuan Kingdom. Although Yuan Bupo did not have much experience in leaving the city, he had read a lot of books since he was young and knew a lot about music theory. Yin Sheng even took the opportunity to ask some tricks about the Dihong song, and he answered all of them. The two of them seemed to be getting along well. She and Mimi listened to the laughter that came from time to time and looked at Yuan Bupo's blushing face. She could not get a word in. Brother Bupo had never spoken to her like this before. Why did he have to treat Yin Sheng differently? Along the way, even a blind person could see that he had good intentions towards Yin Sheng. She and Mimi walked to the side angrily, thinking of ways to make things difficult for Yin Sheng. However, with Yuan Bupo around, she did not have a chance to do anything. After a while, the magic formation was drawn. The group set off again, preparing to go to the immortal residence after passing through the Tang Yuan Kingdom. In the Tang Yuan Kingdom, an urgent secret letter was sent to the second prince, Li Xiao. Xian Wuji is dead? What a useless piece of trash. Li Xiao opened the letter and was shocked. The letter was written by Madame Bai. In the letter, She told him about the failure of the plan and Xian Wuji's death. This time, Li Xiao thought that he was well prepared. He did not expect that it would be a complete failure in the end. In the end, Xian Wuji was too useless. Although Li Xiao was the second prince of the Tang Yuan kingdom, he had been intelligent since he was young. Even among the Wuji 5 annualists, he was known for his intelligence. He was good at scheming and was shrewd. He said that he was working with Xian Wuji, but in reality, he was secretly controlling Xian Wuji. He thought that Xian Wuji, as the young governor of the Grand Emperor city, would at least be a little scheming. He did not expect him to be a useless idiot. His plot against the residents of Yun had failed, and Tian Kezi and Yunba had also failed in their competition. Later on, the Dark Crown Prince of Qin had also broken off his cooperation with him. This had caused Li Xiao, who had originally planned to take advantage of this opportunity to invade the Great Zhou Empire, to suffer a loss. He felt that things were not going well for him recently. Since the beginning of the Purple Gold Mine, Li Xiao had always thought that his plan was flawless and that no one would be able to disrupt it. Who would have thought that during this period of time, several matters have been inexplicably sabotaged by others? The whereabouts of that batch of purple gold was still unknown, causing Li Xiao to suffer several losses. This time, it was the same with the amniotic fluid of the magical beasts. The biggest reason for this failure was a female doctor named Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng of Zhou State. This person must be eliminated. Chapter 447. Li Xiao had also heard of Yun Sheng a long time ago. Before the martial sage competition, Li Xiao had not heard of this female physician at all. Only after that did he find out that her background was not simple. Other than being Yun Ba's granddaughter, she had many other identities. She was a hunter, a magician, and a doctor. It was said that when she was in Zhou State, she had defeated the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. What was even more commendable was that this girl named Yun Sheng was also an outstanding potion master. When she was in the Royal Magic Academy, she had already created a high-grade potion and was praised by the Moon Goddess. This time, a large part of the reason why Yun Ba was able to escape danger was because of this female doctor. What made Li Xiao surprised was that in Madame Bai's letter, he saw the name Yun Sheng again. Yuan Bupo did not tell Yun Sheng the whole truth about Tang Yuan Kingdom. The current situation in Tang Yuan Kingdom could be said to be turbulent. As the Crown Prince, Li Cheng, and the Second Prince, Li Xiao had been scheming against each other. The Second Prince, Li Xiao, was famous and thought that he was the best candidate to inherit the throne. He was very dissatisfied with Crown Prince Li Cheng. His mother was Emperor Tang Yuan's favorite concubine. For many years, Li Xiao had been suppressing Crown Prince Li Cheng. However, in name, Li Cheng's mother was born in a prestigious family. With the support of her family, she had been protecting the Crown Prince's throne. The brothers had been fighting openly and secretly without stopping. Hongdi City was adjacent to Tang Yuan Kingdom. It was inevitable that they would be related to Tang Yuan. The Xin clan, led by Xian Wuji, was on good terms with Li Xiao. On the other hand, the Yuan clan was on good terms with Crown Prince Li Cheng. That was why Madame Bai was secretly communicating with Li Xiao. Her son was dead, and she could not bear to see others live well. Whether it was Xian Mimi, Yuan Bupo, or Yin Sheng, she wanted to kill all of them with a borrowed knife. Both sides were on good terms with different forces. However, this was the internal affairs of Hongdi City. That was why Yuan Bupo did not say much. What a good move of borrowing someone else's knife to kill. However, this person really can't be left alive. A genius of Zhou State with such talent will only be one more scourge if he's left alive. He must be dealt with as soon as possible. A flame appeared in Li Xiao's hand, and Xian was immediately burned to ashes. Second Prince, we've already ascertained the flight path of Hongdi City. Tonight, they will pass by the outskirts of Biantong. The soldiers reported to Li Xiao. Send 50 mages who are good at attacking and lay an ambush in the suburbs. If they see any suspicious flying team, intercept them and kill them, Li Xiao ordered coldly. Yun Sheng, Yuan Bu Pe and the others entered Tang Yuan. Around nightfall, the Chongming bird flew in the sky. In the distance, they could see the capital of Tang Yuan, Biantong. In the suburbs, a group of mages in black magic robes were lurking. These people were all Li Xiao's subordinates. The prince has ordered us to attack immediately if we see anyone from Grand Emperor City. The magicians have been guarding this place for 2 days. Just as they were getting impatient, a flock of colorful Chongming birds appeared in the sky. It's Hongdi City's Chongming birds. Begin the operation. At this moment, Yun Sheng and the others had not noticed the abnormality on the ground a few hundred meters below them. We'll enter Tang Yuan's capital tomorrow. We'll rest nearby for a night. After we pass the capital, we'll reach the immortal residence in 7 or 8 days. Yuan Bu Pe commanded the team in an orderly manner. No one would have thought that they would be ambushed when they had the sign of Hongdi City. In an instant, countless magic spells were launched into the sky. **T. There's an ambush. When Yuan Bu Pe noticed it, an extremely cold wind blade had already chopped off the head of a warrior beside him. Yuan Bu Pe leaped into the air. His first reaction was to protect Yun Sheng. However, there were too many magic spells. More than 50 mages and all kinds of magic weapons were aimed at the sky. It was as if fireworks had been set off. Although the warriors from Hongdi City were all skilled, not many of them had reached the level of martial marquis. When the Chongming bird was hit, it panicked and threw the people on its back off. Some of them did not even have time to react before they fell to their deaths. Some of them were hit by the magic spells in the air and were torn into pieces. It was a horrifying sight. In an instant, screams could be heard. Blood rained down like rain. Yun Sheng. Yuan Bu Pe could not find any trace of Yun Sheng. His eyes were bloodshot. The Chongming bird that he was riding on shrieked in agony. It was hit by a thunder magic spell. Brother Bu Pe, save me. Xiao Hong Lan. The ice fire wand flew up from Yuan Bu Pe's back. A blue and a purple glow was emitted from its tiny body. Its body enlarged and turned into a beautiful red and blue feather wand. The wand was a unique magic beast. It was immune to normal magic attacks. Yuan Bu Pe grabbed the wand and pulled Xian Mimi, who was in a panic, up. Brother Bu Pe, let's go down. Xian Mimi took the opportunity to hug Yuan Bu Pe's waist and snuggled up to him. On the other side, there was a sudden ambush. Countless magic spells were launched at Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng had never been attacked by so many magic spells in one go. No matter how fast she reacted, she was caught off guard. No, she could only hear Yuan Bu Pe's screams of agony. Yun Sheng could only feel that the Chongming bird that she was riding on was torn into pieces by the magic spells. In the next moment, she felt her body falling. A golden figure appeared in front of Yun Sheng. Mimi, let go of me. I want to find Yun Sheng. Yuan Bu Pe lost track of Yun Sheng. His heart was burning. Let her fall to her death. What's so good about that bitch? Xian Mimi was jealous when she saw how agitated he was. She won't die. If you say another word, I'll throw you down. Yuan Bu Pe heard the word die and felt his heart being pierced. Looking at the magic attacks on the ground, his heart suddenly turned cold. There is only one person who dared to attack them directly on Tang Yuan's territory. Tang Yuan's Li Xiao. Li Xiao, if anything happens to Yun Sheng this time, I, Yuan Bu Pe, will not let you off. The wind howled as the magic spells were launched one after another. When Yun Sheng fell from the Chongming bird, numerous magic spells surrounded her. It was difficult for Yun Sheng to perform the body fusion technique in midair. Just as she was hesitating, Tycoon Gold appeared. Tycoon Gold did a beautiful somersault and blocked the magic spells with its body. Tycoon Gold was refined with hellfire. Weapons and magic spells were almost useless against it. Tycoon Gold protected Yun Sheng in its arms. It slid down from the sky nimbly and landed on the ground. After Tycoon Gold was trained by Yi Baiming, it would appear to protect Yun Sheng immediately whenever she was in danger. Yun Sheng quickly reached a safe place under its protection. Chapter 448. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Yun Sheng could not inform Yuan Bupo in time. She looked up and saw that the troops from Grand Empress City had been attacked by magic. Yuan Bupo had flown to a safe altitude under the cover of Little Red and Blue. However, he looked very anxious as he looked around. It was obvious that he was looking for Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng did not make a sound. She was worried that she would alert the group of sorcerers on the ground. Those sorcerers were quite powerful. They were indeed from the Magic Kingdom, Tang Yuan. When Yun Sheng landed, she had already noticed that the sorcerers had a variety of attacks. There were fire and wind elemental magic attacks, and there were also lightning elemental attacks. Those people were very vicious. Their first attack was mid-level magic. It was obvious that they wanted to kill them. When did she make such an enemy in the Tang Yuan kingdom? Yun Sheng thought about it. She did not move around much in the mainland. The only one who could be considered as her enemy was the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Tang Yuan. Yun Sheng recalled something and took out a waste token. Could it be Li Xiao from Tang Yuan who had a grudge with her because of the purple gold mine? The amniotic fluid from the magical beast seemed to have come from the Tang Yuan kingdom. Xian Wuji was dead. Li Xiao's conspiracy was exposed, and they could not find the purple gold mine. Someone must have told Li Xiao about the purple gold mine. Li Xiao, I haven't settled the score with you, and you came knocking on my door. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Yun Sheng looked coldly at the sorcerers who were lying in ambush in front of her. Previously, Yi Baiming became the Oriole and killed more than 100 sorcerers from Li Xiao's smelting factory. It seemed that the lesson from Li Xiao was not enough. Should she return the favor and teach him a lesson? The sneak attack in the sky was almost done. Yun Sheng and Tyrant Jean approached the sorcerers quietly. Compared to Yi Baiming, who killed 50 sorcerers in one go, what she did was considered merciful, right? She was too merciful. A fierce light flashed in Yun Sheng's eyes. She quietly used Earth Meld and approached the group of magicians. Are they all dead? Dozens of Tang Yuan's mages looked at the sky, which had returned to calmness. The people of Grand Empress City are only SOSO, unable to withstand a single blow. This time, the second prince must be very happy, a magician said proudly, being able to wipe out the enemy so cleanly. After confirming that there were no survivors at the scene, Tang Yuan's sorcerers relaxed. Some of the greedy sorcerers even took the valuables from the corpses or cut open the bellies of the Chongming birds to dig out the soul stones and magical beast meat. The people of Grand Emperor City were not to be offended. The second prince had said that they must clean up the scene as if nothing had happened. The magicians released fire magic to burn the corpses left on the ground, destroying all traces of the corpses. A sorcerer was cutting open Chongming bird's chest and digging out a soul stone. The Chongming bird was a demonic beast unique to the Grand Emperor City, and the price of its soul stones on the market was quite good. That sorcerer was digging with all his might when someone behind him asked. Speaking of which, the route that the people of Grand Emperor City took this time was so secretive. How did they get discovered? The sorcerer did not even turn his head. These people were unlucky to have offended Madame Bai of Grand Emperor City. She told us the entire route. Not only did His Majesty the Second Prince prepare a group of people, he also planted people on the other two routes that they had to take. They escaped this time, but they won't be able to escape next time. Oh, His Majesty the Second Prince? Li Xiao. The indifferent voice behind him made the sorcerer stop what he was doing. He turned his head vigilantly, but it was too late. On the ground, a fireball engulfed his body in an instant. Yun Sheng and Tycoon Jean stood in the night. The second prince Li Xiao and Madame Bai. Yun Sheng said lazily, Tycoon Jean, kill the rest of them. Remember, pay them back in their own coin. Yuan Bupo could not find Yun Sheng's whereabouts, and he could not fight against dozens of sorcerers alone. Helpless, he could only take Xian Mimi and hide first. Around daybreak, in the outskirts of Biantong, when the morning light fell, the hillside was still green, and round dew rolled down from the leaves. Tycoon Jean was agile, and he had already cleaned up all 50 sorcerers. Yun Sheng kept the treasures in her hands without hesitation. Looks like we have to enter the capital of Grantang and find Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi first. Yin Sheng originally planned to go to the immortal residence directly, but with Li Xiao's interference, her plans were all messed up. Yin Sheng and Tycoon Jin, who was disguised as a sorcerer, rushed towards Biantong. As soon as the two of them left, Yuan Bupo brought Xian Mimi and rushed over from another direction. Yuan Bupo's eyes were a little dark. He searched the hillside and did not find Yin Sheng's corpse. While he was relieved, his heart was in suspense, because he realized that the corpses of his brothers in Grand Emperor's City were all gone. It was as if this place was cleaned up overnight. Or could it be that Yin Sheng had already... Yuan Bupo did not dare to think further. Xian Mimi watched from the side and said, "Brother Bupo, don't look anymore. We haven't eaten anything since last night. Why don't we enter Biantong and send the news back to Grand Emperor's City?" Yuan Bupo thought that maybe he could get some information in Biantong City. In Biantong City, the second Prince Li Xiao just got up, and one of his concubines was helping him undress. Did the people from last night come back? If the route provided by Madame Bai was not wrong, or if the people from Grand Emperor's City followed the original route, they should have been wiped out by now. Those who got in the way of Tang Yuan and Li Xiao's plan could forget about living in this world. Second Prince, they haven't come back yet. I'm afraid they're still cleaning up the scene. Li Xiao's personal guard reported. If they come back, immediately order them to come and greet me. Li Xiao was very confident in his group of sorcerers. Li Xiao waited until noon, but his group of sorcerers still did not come back. Li Xiao was a little uneasy. What? Not a single person came back. A trace of gloom streaked across Li Xiao's elegant face. There was no news from the 50 sorcerers since last night. Second Prince, I've already sent people to check the area, but they didn't find any traces. The guard's face was not looking good. Who knew that when they arrived at the outskirts, they could not find a single person? Not to mention the sorcerers, they could not even find a corner of those people's clothes. This happened in the outskirts of Biantong City. It was too strange. Chapter 449. The sorcerers sent by the second prince, Li Xiao, were all gone. It was as if the 50 sorcerers were like dew in the morning, evaporating and disappearing upon contact with the light. Even the people from the Grand Emperor's City did not find a single one. After the second prince's guards investigated carefully, they could only find some traces of magic being used. However, there were only traces of magic being used by the sorcerers in the residence. There were no other clues. Could it be that the sorcerers in the second prince's residence had an internal strife and killed each other? Li Xiao and his guard captain naturally did not think that the one who killed those sorcerers was Tyrant Jin. In order to confuse the public, Yin Sheng even specially let Tyrant Jin kill the sorcerers one by one according to their magic. Facing Tyrant Jin, who was invulnerable to fire and water and almost immune to magic, he killed them one by one. Li Xiao and the others naturally could not tell. Just thinking about this matter was very unimaginable. That was a large group of sorcerers. Moreover, to be safe, the second prince had chosen sorcerers who were at least at the level of Archmage. It was obviously impossible for so many people to go missing and betray him at the same time. After thinking about it, there could only be one result, which was that they had all been killed. Second prince, the guards at the city gate said that 2 people suspected to be from the Grand Emperor's City entered Biantong early this morning. Could it be that the people from the Grand Emperor's City did it? The guard captain saw the second prince's gloomy expression and did not say a word. He knew that his master was in a bad mood. 50 sorcerers, and they were not ordinary sorcerers. The last time, they lost more than 100, and this time, another 50. No matter how many aides the second prince had, sorcerers were not leeks after all. They could grow back after being cut. The people from the Grand Emperor's City don't have that ability. Li Xiao pondered. He was also able to keep his composure. If it were someone like Yibalian, he would have been angered half to death after encountering such a situation. Send someone to keep an eye on the city gate and see what kind of people have entered the city these few days, especially people from other countries, especially warriors and sorcerers. Once they enter, immediately keep an eye on them. Li Xiao pondered. Li Xiao had the ability to remain calm and collected. From this, it could be seen that this person was not simple. This time, it was almost exactly the same as the previous time at the Purple Gold Mine. They did not know who the other party was, and they acted quickly and ruthlessly, not leaving a single person alive. No matter who it was, once he found out, he would definitely make the other party pay a corresponding price. The Imperial bodyguard Captain obeyed and immediately went to carry out the order. Zhou State, Wushuan Limitless Library. Yi Baiming was in a trance. Baiming, Master is talking to you. Can you hear me? Zhangli glanced at his disciple with dissatisfaction. Master, I'm sorry. I was distracted for a moment. Yi Baiming rubbed his nose. He was a little absent-minded. Just now, he seemed to have felt a little uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Yi Baiming couldn't help but think of Yin Sheng. It had been a few days since Yin Sheng left Zhou State. With Tycoon Jin's protection and her intelligence, she shouldn't be in any danger. You've been absent-minded for a while. Have you considered the matter of the mainland's elite camp? How could Zhangli not be able to see that Yi Baiming was not in the right state? It seemed that after Yin Sheng left, he was always absent-minded. Master, your disciple wants to take it slow. Yi Baiming pushed away the letter in front of him. Baiming, 2 years ago, you said that you wanted to take it slow. Master agreed. But this time, Master can't indulge you anymore. The signs of your body turning into a beast are becoming more and more obvious. Zhangli looked at Yi Baiming. This was the disciple he was most proud of. Yi Baiming's future was limitless. As his master, Zhangli felt that there was nothing else he could pass on to Yi Baiming. Zhou State's current situation was that Empress Qi favored Yi Baiming. Ever since Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was damaged, and it was difficult for his cultivation to improve, Yi Baiming became even more hostile. He targeted Yi Baiming every day. Although Zhangli vaguely knew that Yi Baiming wouldn't just sit and wait for death, he was still not strong enough to compete with the Zhou State Emperor and the others. The best way was for him to temporarily leave Zhou State. 2 years ago, Yi Baiming had been faced with a similar opportunity. But at that time, he had used his insufficient cultivation as an excuse to temporarily reject it. But ever since he met Yin Sheng again, especially with Yin Sheng's help, he had fused with the beast blood. The mysterious beast energy in his body had been catalyzed and accelerated, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhangli had previously exchanged blows with him and discovered that his strength had actually surpassed his own. If it was under the influence of that mysterious beast energy, he would have probably reached the martial sage realm. This was a terrifying test. Yi Baiming was only 13 years old, but he had already reached the martial sage realm. If this news were to spread, it would probably force Empress Qi to retaliate fiercely. Empress Qi didn't mind, but would the Dharma temple behind the Zhou State Emperor let the matter rest? Therefore, for now, Yi Baiming could only go there. Only there could he learn more battle skills that would make him stronger. That was the mainland's elite camp, the training ground for martial artists. As the curator of Wushuan Everlasting Hall, Zhangli had a spot to recommend students directly to the mainland's elite camp. 2 years ago, he had originally wanted to leave this spot for Bu Jiuxiao, but Bu Jiuxiao had rejected it. He felt that Yi Baiming was more qualified than him to go to the mainland's elite camp to train. At that time, Yi Baiming had suddenly appeared in front of the world again, and he was indeed more suitable than Bu Jiuxiao. The mysterious power in Yi Baiming's body had become more and more active over the years. Zhangli thought that only the instructors of the mainland's elite camp could suppress that mysterious power in his body. That power had already been in Yi Baiming's body when he was still a child. Zhangli had seen it once by chance. Even though he was a martial arts grandmaster, he still felt that it was very terrifying. Every time it became active, Yi Baiming would even lose control like a demonic beast. The mysterious power should be something that Yi Baiming was born with. Zhangli sometimes wondered if it was related to Empress Li. It was just that Empress Li had been dead for many years. Even the old palace servants who served her were mostly dead. The mysterious power's origin was unknown, and Zhongli had no ability to suppress it. Zhongli was worried that if this continued, Yi Baiming would one day completely lose his humanity. Master, let me think about it again. How could Yi Baiming not know? Especially after he had killed Tian Kezi last time. He could feel that the power in his body was even more restless. He was also worried that this power would explode at any time and even hurt Yin Sheng. Therefore, even though Yi Baiming knew that Yun Sheng was going to the Grand Emperor's city, he still resisted and did not accompany her. Did you make the deputy curator depressed again? Yi Baiming walked out of Zhang Li's training room. Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai were waiting for him, one on the left and one on the right. Chapter 450. The opportunity to join the elite camp is hard to come by. In a few years, the Octotera artifact will be unearthed. This time, there are rumors that the artifact is likely to be the halberd of the Divine Warrior. If you don't join the elite camp, I'm afraid we will clash with the warriors there. It was rare for Bu Jiuxiao to say so much at once. Any warrior would cherish the opportunity to train in the elite camp. If the other party wasn't Yi Baiming, Bu Jiuxiao would have already won this spot. In the past 2 years, the news of the Octotera artifact that was about to be unearthed had spread like wildfire. Recently, there was reliable news that the artifact was most likely to be the halberd of the Divine Warrior. If it was really the halberd of the Divine Warrior that was once the #1 warrior of the continent, even the elite camp would fight for it. For martial artists, especially those young martial artists who had yet to mature, the Continental Martial Artist Elite Camp was undoubtedly a holy land. All of the geniuses hoped to have the opportunity to train there. Baiming, are you worried about the little miracle doctor? Don't worry, if you go to the elite camp, we will take care of her for you. But then again, the little miracle doctor is vicious and cunning. It's good enough that she doesn't scheme against others. Cheng Bai patted his chest. Yi Baiming rolled his eyes at Cheng Bai. His words didn't sound like a compliment at all. Since you're worried, let her go to the elite camp. I heard that after the Royal Magic Academy worked hard, they also managed to get a spot in the elite camp. Bu Jiuxiao was speaking the truth. The elite camp was divided into the elite camp for warriors and the elite camp for magicians. They recruited the best warriors and magicians on the continent, respectively. But there was a requirement. The students of the elite camp had to be under 16 years old. If they were over 16 years old, no matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't have the right to enter the elite camp. This was because it was publicly acknowledged that only warriors and magicians under 16 years old could develop their potential to the greatest extent. After the establishment of the Royal Magic Academy, because the standard of the school was too average, they never had the chance to get a spot in the elite camp. But the Crown Prince, Yi Bailian, had always wanted to enter the elite camp. The royal family had spent a lot of effort and a lot of money to get a spot. Who would have known that Yi Bailian was a disappointment? His Dharma soul was damaged. Even if he had gotten in through the back door, after entering the elite camp, his Dharma soul would be tested and he would be exposed. The continent's elite camp definitely wouldn't accept students with problems with their lost souls. As such, the Royal Magic Academy had no choice but to reselect suitable candidates to enter the continent's magic elite camp. Speaking of which, you all know the popular candidate this time. It's the Crown Princess, Chun Lian Bu Jiuxiao said. When Cheng Bai heard this, he said disdainfully, Chun Lian's magic cultivation is very ordinary. What qualifications does she have to participate? Then we have to ask Empress Qi. Her son is useless. Maybe she wants Chun Lian to replace him. TSK. It's embarrassing. In the future, Zhou State shouldn't be ruled by a woman, Bu Jiuxiao said with disdain. As for Empress Qi's special favor, it had even started to affect the Zhou State Emperor. The military officials in the court had always been very disdainful. Yi Baiming frowned slightly. If it was Chun Lian things wouldn't be so simple. Recently, Chun Lian's strength had improved very quickly. Especially after Yi Bailian's Dharma soul was destroyed, Chun Lian had already broken through to become a master magician a few months ago. Speaking of which, she was indeed one of the top figures among the younger generation in Zhou State. If Yin Sheng was still young before, he wouldn't be very worried. But ever since the Dark Crown Prince proposed marriage, Yi Baiming had no choice but to be careful. Yin Sheng was no longer that inconspicuous little girl in Banana Leaf Village. As her cultivation and age increased, her silhouette and aura changed greatly. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, Yinsheng wasn't as beautiful and eye-catching as Chunlian, but that was because Yunsheng deliberately hid it. Yunsheng was that kind of person. If she didn't want to attract attention, she could stand quietly in the crowd and be inconspicuous. But if she wanted to attract attention, she could reveal her sharpness in an instant and exude a breathtaking aura. He really couldn't be at ease leaving the little wildcat alone in Zhou State. The Mainland Warrior Elite Camp and Mainland Magician Elite Camp were in the same place. If he went with Yin Sheng, his future cultivation would be much better. Thinking of this, Yi Baiming couldn't help but smile. When will the recommendation for the Academy of Magic be confirmed? Yi Baiming was indeed worried about Yin Sheng. About 2 to 3 months. After the new year, the Mainland Magician Elite Camp will arrive in Jade Capital, Bu Jiuxiao said. 2 to 3 months. There is still time. The matter in Grand Empress City should be more or less settled. What Yi Baiming didn't know was that Yin Sheng was no longer in Grand Empress City. Just as Yi Baiming thought, when Yin Sheng wanted to hide herself, no one could tell. After finding out that the person who killed them was the second prince of Tang Yuan, Li Xiao, Yin Sheng decided to go to Biantong, the capital of Tang Yuan Kingdom. Yin Sheng used the disguise spell. After her magic cultivation increased, the duration of the disguise spell also increased. Right now, she looked like an ordinary girl with a sallow complexion and a slightly sickly appearance. She was exactly the same as the sickly girl Lin Yao had met earlier. After Yin Sheng walked for a while, a city gate appeared in front of her. The city gate looked to be heavily guarded. The soldiers were checking the passers-by. Yin Sheng didn't panic and walked over unhurriedly. "Where are the two of you from?" After the city guards received second Prince Li Xiao's order, they started to check the city gates strictly, especially people from Zhou State or Grand Empress City. If they encountered them, they had to be carefully monitored. "Sir, I'm from Zhou State." Yinsheng took out her identity card. Zhou State. Upon hearing that she was from Zhou State, the city guards immediately became alert. "I'm a doctor. I'm here to practice medicine in Tang Yuan." Yinsheng was calm and collected. She took out her doctor's card. A doctor. Between countries, the exchange of doctors was relaxed. On the Boundless Continent, there was a type of person who was very respected even during wartime. That was doctors. Doctors crossed borders. Most of them practiced medicine to help the world. Yinsheng's reason for coming to Tang Yuan was very simple. Her medical qualification examination period had expired. She wanted to break through to the next level of traveling doctor. Her master, the imperial physician of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Zhou State, wanted her to travel to other countries and learn the way of medicine. Not only was she a doctor, but she was also the personal disciple of an imperial physician. The city guards couldn't help but be in awe. Chapter 451. Knowing that Yunsheng was a traveling doctor, the city guards did not question her further and let her in respectfully. There was a summoner behind Yunsheng. A few city guards stopped him. "Who are you?" "I'm a summoner from Penglai. I came to Tang Yuan to travel." "Why can't I?" The summoner was very arrogant. He deliberately played with the summoner ring on his hand. It was very eye-catching. A summoner from Penglai? The two city guards were shocked by the other party's identity. Penglai was north of Tang Yuan. Most summoners were arrogant and rude. They would summon demonic beasts at any time. However, most of them had the support of the Zhou State. Therefore, ordinary countries could not do anything to them. It would be troublesome to offend such a malefic person. The city guards trembled. They did not dare to ask more and let her in. It seemed that the identity of summoner was very useful. Yunsheng secretly watched from the side as she walked into Biantong City. After entering the city, Yunsheng decided to stay in the city for a night. She wanted to see if she could find Yuan Bupo and the rest. She randomly found an inn and checked in. A day had passed. Yunsheng did not hear any news about Yuan Bupo. Yunsheng could not help but wonder if they had returned to Grand Emperor City. Naturally, Yunsheng could not find Yuan Bupo. This was because Yuan Bupo contacted Crown Prince Li Cheng not long after the night attack. Under Li Cheng's cover, Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi arrived at the Crown Prince's residence successfully. Brother Yuan, Miss Xian, I'm very sorry about what happened this time. In Crown Prince Li Cheng's residence, Li Cheng looked anxious. Li Cheng was Li Xiao's eldest brother. He was the son of Empress Min of Tang Yuan. His appearance was different from Li Xiao. He had thick eyebrows and a short nose. He was not tall and looked honest. Unlike his younger brother, who was known as one of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulists on the mainland, Li Cheng's talent was very ordinary. Although he was also a magician, he was over 20 years old and still only had the cultivation of a master magician. Because of this, Emperor Tang Yuan did not pay much attention to him. However, his mother's family was not weak, and he was also cautious and conscientious. Thus, no one found fault with him, and he firmly held the position of Crown Prince. In Grand Emperor City, the Xian and Yuan clan supported different princes. Yuan Wutiu and Crown Prince Li Cheng were very helpful. For many years, they had been secretly supporting Li Cheng. When Li Cheng woke up early in the morning, he found out that Yuan Bupo and the rest were ambushed by unknown people outside the city. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down and secretly ordered someone to bring Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi, who were filled with anger, into the residence. Your Majesty, there is no need to say anything more. Hongdi City will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Right now, I have an even more important matter that requires your Majesty's help. At that moment, what Yuan Bupo was most concerned about was not who had plotted against them. Instead, he was more worried about Yunsheng. Yuan Bupo shuddered in fear when he recalled how the demonic beasts that were attacked by the magicians had died without a complete corpse last night. He was most afraid of hearing about Yunsheng's death. After last night, Yuan Bupo suddenly realized that Yunsheng had unknowingly occupied such an important place in his heart. His feelings for her had already been deeply rooted. It was only then that Yuan Bupo understood why his eldest sister was so loyal to Yun Songlong. Xian Mimi saw Yuan Bupo's nervousness, and it was even more sarcastic. She wished that Yunsheng was already dead. It would be best if she died in an extremely tragic manner. Although she did not know who had plotted against them, Xian Mimi wanted to thank that person. Although Xian Mimi was wearing a veil, her eyes were clear like water, and her body was very graceful. She was obviously a beauty that could topple cities. Her angry expression at the side was even more eye-catching. When Crown Prince Li Cheng saw her feminine appearance, he had a different kind of charm. A hint of adoration appeared in the Crown Prince's eyes. Brother Yuan, Miss Xian, when you first came to Tang Yuan, my mother specially set up a banquet in the palace to entertain the two of you. When Crown Prince Li Cheng was 14 years old, he had already married his wife. The husband and wife were very loving and respectful to each other. Unfortunately, the Crown Princess had a short life. When she was 10 months pregnant, she unfortunately met with a difficult labor when she was about to give birth. Both mother and child died. Crown Prince Li Cheng was a man of affection. Ever since the Crown Princess died, he had not married. However, as the Crown Prince, it would not be good if he did not have an heir. Min Ho persuaded him many times before he was gradually persuaded. Crown Prince Li Cheng had not married all these years. When he saw Xian Mimi today, he saw that she was beautiful and was the daughter of the Grand Emperor City's governor. Her background was very compatible with his. He could not help but admire her. He wanted to use this banquet to let his mother take a look. If she was suitable, he was prepared to marry Xian Mimi. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi naturally did not know about Crown Prince Li Cheng's thoughts. The two of them were currently living under someone else's roof. Moreover, They had to entrust the crown prince to find someone. Seeing the crown prince's great hospitality, the two of them could not refuse and agreed. Unexpectedly, the news that the crown prince had just invited an important guest and that Min Ho would set up a banquet in the palace to entertain the important guest from Grand Emperor City quickly reached the second prince Li Xiao's ears. Who came from Grand Emperor City this time? Li Xiao knew that the Yuan family in Grand Emperor City had always been on good terms with the crown prince. In Madame Bai's letter, she only mentioned the female sorcerer from Zhou State. As for who came from Grand Emperor City, she did not mention it in detail. Second prince, the crown prince's secret agent said that it was the daughter of the Grand Emperor City's governor and the leader of the Yuan family, Yuan Bupo. Li Xiao could not help but be shocked when he heard the guard captain's words. Damn Madame Bai. If Li Xiao knew that these two people were coming, he definitely would not have acted rashly. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi were both leaders of the younger generation. If anything happened to either of them, the Grand Emperor City's governor would be furious and would definitely not let it go. It was also because he was momentarily muddle-headed that he almost messed up the important matter. Li Xiao understood that with Xian Wuji's death, Madame Bai had lost her value. The real power of Grand Emperor City would either fall into the hands of Xian Mimi and her future husband, or it would fall into the hands of the most outstanding person of the Yuan generation, Yuan Bupo. Fortunately, these two people were fine. Now that both of them were in Tang Yuan, he had to win them over. It was rumored that Xian Mimi was young and beautiful. Li Cheng had lost his crown princess for many years. If he wanted to remarry, Xian Mimi would definitely be the most suitable candidate. How could he allow Li Cheng to get what he wanted? Thinking of Li Cheng's ugly appearance, Li Xiao was disdainful. As long as he appeared, Li Cheng would be unremarkable. As for Xian Mimi, she would be in his bag. Li Xiao immediately ordered people to inquire about the banquet in the palace today. Empress Min set up a banquet. In the evening, Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi entered the Tang Yuan Palace together under the crown prince's escort. Thank you for all the tips and tickets. I've returned home after my business trip. Although I have a slight cold, seeing everyone's support warms my heart. Chapter 452. Tang Yuan was located on the southeast side of the mainland. The climate was humid and the flowers were abundant. The Tang Yuan Palace was surrounded by colorful flowers. There were many demonic beasts and rare birds. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Queen Min knew what was on her son's mind. Along the way into the palace, there were lanterns floating in the corridor. Coupled with the unique illumination magic, it looked especially special at night. Brother Bupo, this place is much bigger than Grand Emperor City. Xian Mimi felt good being surrounded by a group of palace maids. Grand Emperor City was as rich as a country. It had been accumulating wealth for many years. However, it was still a city away from the world. The area of the city was about the same size as Bientang. Although the products it had were unique, it could not be compared to Tang Yuan. Therefore, Xian Mimi was dazzled when she entered the palace this time. Yuan Bupo was still worried about Yun Sheng's safety. Although Crown Prince Li Cheng said that he would search for Yun Sheng's whereabouts in the country, he was still absent-minded. He did not listen to Xian Mimi's words at all. He only nodded casually in a perfunctory manner. Xian Mimi's joy disappeared when she saw his indifferent expression. She was furious. She tore an unknown flower by the roadside and threw it on the ground. Crown Prince Li Cheng smiled gently when he heard that. He said flatteringly, "Miss Xian, if you like, you can come to Tang Yuan to play in the future. You can even stay in the palace." Xian Mimi's expression changed when she saw Li Cheng's friendly expression and thought about the meaning behind his words. She looked at Li Cheng's appearance. He had a narrow forehead, a wide nose, and a short body. There was a hint of adoration in his eyes when he looked at her. A sense of disgust rose from the bottom of her heart. A person like this wanted to pursue her? Xian Mimi scoffed. Although her face was injured, she always thought that her face could be healed as long as she found the water of life. Li Cheng invited her to the palace because he wanted to please her. A toad wanted to eat a swan's meat. What wishful thinking! She said coldly, Thank you for your kindness, Crown Prince. However, I'm used to being with Brother Bupo everywhere. Or should I say that you want to invite both of us to the palace as guests? In other words, it was obvious that he had a good impression of Yuan Bupo. Crown Prince Li Chung was stunned when he heard that. He then looked at Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo did not seem to hear their conversation. His handsome face was tense as he looked at a magic formation not far away. He was lost. No one knew what he was thinking. Looking at the distance between him and Xian Mimi, it seemed like they were intentionally keeping a distance from each other. It seemed like the two of them had no intentions. Yuan Bupo had been inquiring about the whereabouts of a lady from the Great Zhou dynasty called Yunsheng. His expression was very nervous at that time. It was obvious that he was interested in that lady. As the crown prince, Li Chung was honest and considerate, but he was no fool. He knew that if he could get the help of the Xianyuan and Xianyuan clans, his chances of ascending the throne in the future would greatly increase. He had to find a way to find a lady named Yunsheng. That way, he could cut off Xian Mimi's admiration for Yuan Bupo and please Yuan Bupo at the same time. A palace appeared in front of them. The palace was a typical southern building. It had undulating eaves and was richly ornamented. Crown Prince Li Chung saw a group of people coming as soon as he got close to the Morning Dew Palace. The leader was the second prince, Li Xiao. Crown Prince Li Cheng's expression changed when he saw that. The banquet was supposed to be a private one. Li Chung did not want Li Xiao to know about it. Although he and Li Xiao were brothers, they were worlds apart in terms of appearance and ability. He wanted to please Xian Mimi and take the opportunity to propose marriage. However, if Li Xiao was there, even a blind man would know who to choose. Brother, what a coincidence. I'm here to greet Empress men. Who are these two? Li Xiao looked elegant, as usual. He was wearing a dark purple sorcerer's robe. The sorcerer's scepter was at his waist, and he had a jade crown on his forehead. His features were picturesque. He looked up and saw that behind Li Chung, there was a tall young man and a slim young girl following closely behind. Li Xiao saw Yuan Bupo's face clearly. He could not help but praise him in his heart. He did not expect there to be such an outstanding person in Grand Emperor City. Li Xiao and Xian Wuji had known each other for a long time. However, Xian Wuji was a mediocre person. When he saw Yuan Bupo today, he realized he was much more powerful than Xian Wuji. He looked at Xian Mimi. Although she was wearing a veil, he could tell she was a beauty just by looking at her temperament. Greeting? It's already the moon. What kind of greeting was this for an hour? Li Chung was furious. Xian Mimi, who was next to him, could not help but take a few more glances when she heard it was Tang Yuan's second prince. With one look, Xian Mimi couldn't help but reveal a stunned expression. She always thought Yuan Bupo was the best-looking man in the world. She did not expect Tang Yuan's second prince to be so handsome. In fact, Li Xiao and Yuan Bupo had two different temperaments. Li Xiao was handsome with a hint of aristocratic elegance. If one did not know him well, they would think he was a gentleman. Yuan Bupo was a young man. He was beautiful from head to toe. His appearance was similar to a woman's, but he did not give off a feminine vibe. When the two of them stood together, they were like two bright stars in the sky. Their brilliance was irreconcilable. Li Chung was furious. However, as the saying goes, a slap does not hit a smiling person. Li Xiao was famous for being a smiling fox. Li Chung could only smile and say, "Second brother, you're so considerate. These two are important guests from Grand Emperor City. It's a coincidence today that Mother is hosting a family banquet in the palace to entertain the two guests. I saw that Imperial concubine, Su, was not feeling well. I thought you were attending to her at her bedside, so I did not inform you. Imperial brother is really thoughtful. Mu Fei's health is no longer in danger. I haven't paid my respects for many days. Coincidentally, someone sent over several bolts of high-quality smoke cloud silk today. I thought of Mu Fei and entered the palace." Li Xiao's gaze seemed to linger on Xian Mimi's body. "If that's the case, follow me into the palace." Li Chung had no choice but to enter the palace with the second prince. When Min Ho saw the second prince, A trace of unnoticeable displeasure flashed across his face. Li Xiao and his mother had been pampered and domineering in the palace all these years. Li Xiao even used his mother's weak body as an excuse to skip the formalities of greeting. He could have done it at any other time, but he chose to do it tonight. The group of people had their own thoughts as they took their seats. However, the palace banquet became turbulent because of Li Xiao's sudden participation. An unknown danger was approaching quietly. Chapter 453. Thank you, Second Prince. Today's banquet is a private banquet. I'm very happy that you can come. Although Queen Min was angry, she still looked amiable on the surface. Queen Min and Crown Prince Li Cheng looked alike. Their appearances were ordinary, but their temperament was not bad. It was obvious that they were nurtured by years of palace life. Queen Min was able to stand in the harem for so many years. Compared to Queen Li of Zhou State, she was more outstanding. She then looked at the two distinguished guests from Grand Emperor City. With a kind expression, she pulled Xian Mimi over and looked her up and down. You must be Mimi. As expected, you live up to your name. Your looks and figure are even more outstanding than your mother's. Queen Min's mind was clear. She had already guessed Crown Prince Li Cheng's intention. If it was before, Queen Min would look down on Xian Mimi's background. After all, Xian Mimi was not the legitimate wife's child. Her identity was not presentable. However, now that Xian Wuji was dead, Madame Bai's downfall was inevitable. Xian Mimi's identity was different. Minho and Lady Ro had met once, and knew that although Lady Ro wasn't the official wife, she was more shrewd than the jealous Lady Bai. Thinking about it, a daughter raised by such a woman wouldn't be too bad. Xian Mimi did not have a good impression of Crown Prince Li Cheng. She did not have a good impression of Queen Min either. She responded indifferently. Queen Min seemed to have guessed something when she saw Xian Mimi's indifferent expression. She did not blame Xian Mimi. She looked at the men sitting at the side. Crown Prince Li Cheng's identity was the most honorable. However, when he stood with Yuan Bupo and Li Xiao, he was inconspicuous. I've been a vegetarian for many years. I've only prepared vegetarian dishes. If they don't suit your taste, please don't be offended. Queen Min ordered the palace maids to serve the dishes. The dishes prepared by Minho were very exquisite. The wine prepared was also top-grade Tang wine. It tasted like honey and was very mellow. Even Xian Mimi, who had never drunk alcohol, couldn't help but drink until her face turned red. Li Xiao was good at talking. As they chatted, he talked about many interesting stories in Tang Yuan Kingdom. Xian Mimi could not stop laughing. In comparison, Crown Prince Li Cheng was very dull. He did not say much. Yuan Bupo still looked absent-minded. He did not eat much and began to drink his wine. Queen Min watched from the side and was secretly anxious for her son. If this continued, Xian Mimi's thoughts would be stolen by Li Xiao. It just so happened that at this moment, the second Prince Li Xiao mentioned something amusing. Xian Mimi laughed so hard that she was trembling. Cheng-er. Queen Min frowned and glanced at her son. Didn't you learn the zither a while ago? I heard that Mimi is quite accomplished in the zither. Why don't you let Mimi guide you? Crown Prince Li Cheng also saw second Prince Li Xiao and Xian Mimi having a good discussion. He was vexed in his heart. With Minho's reminder, the second prince and Xian Mimi looked at Li Cheng. Even Yuan Bupo stopped drinking. Oh, Your Majesty the Crown Prince knows how to play the zither? Xian Mimi's beautiful eyes were even more alluring under the light of the palace lanterns. Li Cheng swallowed his saliva. He wanted to show off his skills in front of Xian Mimi. He hurriedly stood up. It's just a few years of elementary school. Since Mother said so, I'll show you my incompetence. He ordered the palace maid to bring the zither and placed an incense burner. Crown Prince Li Cheng's cultivation was far from Li Xiao's. Li Xiao was a student of the mainland's magic elite camp, while Li Cheng was only a magic master at the age of 20. However, he was fond of music when he was young. He had a famous musician in the palace as his teacher and learned the zither for 15 years. Queen Min was being humble when she said that it was his first time learning the zither. Grand Emperor City was famous for guzhanga. Xian Mimi and Yuan Bupo were proficient in music. Both of them looked down on Li Cheng. However, when they heard that he was good at the zither, their gazes softened slightly. How could Li Cheng not know that this was his mother's chance to show off? He took out the zither. It was a pure white jade zither. Green smoke curled up from the incense burner, illuminating the zither even more beautifully. Isn't this the famous magic zither, Snow Song? Xian Mimi's expression changed slightly when she saw Crown Prince Li Cheng take out the zither. There were a few famous zither in the mainland. The most famous one was the one used by the first Grand Emperor City Lord, Xin Yuan Nine Dragon Zither. That zither was the legendary divine zither that no longer existed in this world. There were a few other zither that were also very famous. One of them was Snow Song. The uniqueness of this zither was that its body was not made with traditional techniques. Ordinary zither were made with wood or the bones of demonic beasts. The more special ones were made with jade or metal. However, Snow Song was made with a piece of 1,000-year-old ice that was 10,000 meters below the glacier sea. The ice was accidentally fished up by a local fisherman and was transferred to Tang Yuan. The magicians of Tang Yuan used 3 years and used all kinds of methods, but were unable to melt or carve out this piece of 1,000-year-old ice. In the end, a female magician from the immortal Ju nation used a special refining method to refine this zither. Later on, Snow Song was bought at a high price. No one knew how many owners it had passed through until more than 300 years ago, when a magician who was proficient in music used Snow Song to play snow all over the sky on a June day. That was how Snow Song got its name. I didn't think there was such a zither in this world. Crown Prince, play a song. I want to see if it can create snow all over the sky, like in the legends. Xian Mimi was a woman. Women were the most superstitious when it came to hearsay and legends that were like myths. It was only the end of September. It would be strange if snow suddenly fell. When Li Cheng heard this, he secretly cursed. This Snow Song was a newly acquired zither. His original intention was to show off in front of Xian Mimi, who knew that he would end up making a fool of himself. It was still unknown whether Snow Song could create snow all over the sky. In any case, the Crown Prince had played it 3 or 4 times. There was nothing special about it. With his zither skills, he might not even be able to play a snowflake, let alone create snow in June. However, if he could not play it, he would be ruining the beauty's heart. Then, his efforts to please Xian Mimi would be in vain. Li Xiao saw the Crown Prince's troubled expression. To put it bluntly, his elder brother was an idiot. Royal brother, then you should have a good song. Don't ruin Miss Xian's good intentions. Li Xiao's eyes were filled with ridicule. Li Cheng clenched his teeth in hatred. Empress Min also had a helpless expression. Yuan Bupo saw the two's open and covert struggle. He shook his head in his heart. It was a good zither, a good scenery, and good wine. It was a pity that it was ruined by these people who did not know how to enjoy themselves. Yuan Bupo saw the Crown Prince's attempt to please him. He was not interested in these fights between the royal family. However, when he thought about how Li Xiao might be the mastermind behind the attack, he was furious. If the Crown Prince doesn't mind, I'm willing to play the zither with you. What do you think? Yuan Bupo's suggestion made the Crown Prince sigh in relief. Chapter 454. Xian Mimi was overjoyed too. Brother Bupo, I haven't heard you play the flute for a long time. Every person in Dihong City would follow the rules of Dihong City from the moment they were born to when they turned 1 year old. However, it was different from the Boundless Continent. The children in the Grand Emperor City were grabbing musical instruments. Yuan Bupo grabbed the flute with one hand. Hence, he used the flute to practice the Dihong song all these years. As for Xian Mimi, she chose the guqin. It was also because of the musical instrument that Xian Mimi had always claimed that she and Yuan Bupo were destined to be married. It was said that the first person in Dihong City was the city lord and his wife. One of them was good at the flute, while the other was good at the guqin. It was said that the last 3 movements of the Dihong song also used the flute and the guqin to achieve the greatest effect. Hence, she and Mimi naturally thought that she and Yuan Bupo were destined to be together. Yuan Bupo was not interested in this. When they were in Dihong City, Yuan Bupo almost never played the flute in front of her. She chased after him and asked him a few times. She still remembered Yuan Bupo's words very clearly. "I only play the flute for two people. One is my confidant, the other is my lover." In other words, Xian Mimi was neither of them. At that time, Xian Mimi was furious. She did not know if Yuan Bu-pa had too much to drink, but he took the initiative to say that he wanted to play the flute. Xian Mimi was overjoyed. She wanted to see what level Yuan Bu-po's flute music had reached. "Thank you, Brother Yuan." Crown Prince Li Cheng invited Yuan Bu-po to play the flute together. The two of them chose a song that was popular in the mainland, Goddess of Luo. The song, Goddess of Luo, came from the Immortal Residence. It was said that a folk musician passed by the Immortal Residence nation and met an elf princess by chance beside the Immortal Residence's border river, Luo River. The princess happened to be playing with her maid by the river. The musician remembered the princess's appearance. He looked at her from afar. She was like a hibiscus in the water. She was as beautiful as the moon. Her laughter was crisp and clear, like the sound of falling jade pearl breaking. The musician immediately played a song praising the beauty of the elven princess. Because they had met by the Luo River, this song that was used to describe the beauty of a woman was named Goddess Luo. Crown Prince Li Cheng had an ulterior motive for choosing this song. He wanted to use music to describe people and praise Xian Mimi. One of them played the zither while the other played the flute. Under the moonlight, one could only hear the sound of the zither and the flute. Crown Prince Li Cheng's zither skills were indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that he had been immersed in the zither for more than 10 years. Coupled with the unique timbre of the snow song, there was a unique charm when he played it. Needless to say, Yuan Bupo's flute music was even better. He had added a part of the Dihong song's rhythm into his flute music. Not only was it beautiful, but it was also faintly unique. In the Morning Dew Palace, everyone was immersed in the beautiful sound of the flute and zither. At this moment, the Goddess Luo song had reached its climax. It happened to be the moment when the beauty of the elven princess was vividly described. The two people's zither and flute music kept dancing. Li Cheng only felt that his hands were not listening to him anymore. Yuan Bupo frowned slightly. Li Cheng's zither skills were not too far off from Xian Mimi's, but it was still not right. The harmony of the zither and flute was about a realm. Just like the harmony of the zither and the flute, it was also a realm. This realm was not related to the zither skills, it was related to the person. The original intention of playing the Goddess Luo song was to go along with Crown Prince Li Cheng. However, towards the end, he seemed to be attracted by the scene in the Goddess Luo song. He could not help but see the scene of a beauty playing in the water. Yuan Bupo could not help but recall the time when he first met Yun Sheng. He and Yun Sheng had only met a few times. When they first met, Yun Sheng was dressed like a handsome young man. Although she was a man, Yuan Bupo, who was also a man, could not help but take a few more glances at her. At that time, Yun Sheng was like the rising sun. She was handsome and unruly. She did not know how to play the zither, but she rashly competed with him. He still remembered that Yun Sheng's zither skills were terrible. She was much worse than Crown Prince Li Cheng. However, she was very bold. Or perhaps she was very smart. No matter how he sped up the flute music or changed the tune, she would be able to catch up. It felt as though he had found a soulmate. At that time, the zither and flute battle skills ended in a draw. The second time they met was in the Earth's core smelting cave. When Yuan Bupo first saw her, her clothes were untidy and her face was dirty. However, even under such circumstances, her thin shoulders, slim waist, and jade-like skin still caught Yuan Bupo's attention. When she merged with the fire of elves, the lady who seemed to have been reborn from the fire. Her hair was like clouds, her eyes were charming, and her cheeks were like peach blossoms. Yuan Bupo almost used all the words that could be used to praise a lady, but he still felt that it was not enough. Every man would form their own Luo Shun in their heart when they heard Luo Shun. She would either be enchanting, pure, or outstanding. At that moment, the Luo Shun in Yuan Bupo's heart was Yun Sheng. It was a pity that Yun Sheng's whereabouts were unknown. If she were to die, his heart suddenly felt empty, as though something was missing. Yuan Bupo's heart was throbbing in pain. He replaced the longing and insecurity in his heart with the flute music under his lips. Just like the river after a storm, all of his worries and longing poured out in an instant. The flute music changed abruptly and became faster. Crown Prince Li Qing noticed that too. He could not help but become flustered. However, how many people in the world could catch up with Yuan Bupo's flute music? He played faster and faster, and Li Qing's zither music could no longer catch up with Yuan Bupo's flute music. His forehead was sweating profusely as his fingers brushed across the surface of the zither. Virum. The sound of the zither reverberated, and one of the zither strings broke. Crown Prince Li Qing's face instantly turned pale, but Yuan Bupo's flute music did not stop. Brother Bupo? Xian Mimi's face was also filled with grief. How could she not tell that Yuan Bupo's heart was already in a frenzy? Why was his heart in a mess? What was it? His face turned cold, and Yuan Bupo could not help but lift his hand to touch his face. He saw that it had started snowing. The snow in September was not heavy. It was fluttering like reeds. It did not feel cold, even when it landed on one's face. Crown Prince Li Qing was shocked. It was really snowing. Was the snow really played by Snow Song? Li Xiao was also in disbelief. He looked around and saw a sorcerer quickly putting away his magic scepter. It seemed that the snow attracted by the zither and flute music. After a while, Yuan Bupo's body was covered in snow. His hair and the space between his eyebrows were also covered in snow. He looked as though his hair had turned white overnight. Xian Mimi looked at Yuan Bupo in a daze. She only felt her heart aching more and more. She had never seen her brother Bupo like that before. All of this was for Yun Sheng. Chapter 455. Why did he fall madly in love with Yun Sheng after meeting her 3 times? Great. It's a great song. The Crown Prince and young Master Yuan's Luo Shun is a perfect match. Minho took the opportunity to compliment. She could tell that something was wrong with Yuan Bupo earlier. Fortunately, she was prepared. She asked the palace sorcerer behind her to cast a sorcery secretly and managed to deal with it. Young Master Yuan's flute music is the best in the world. It's amazing. The second prince, Li Xiao, complimented as well. However, he did not mention Crown Prince Li Qing's Guqin skills at all. It embarrassed Li Qing. Yuan Bupo held the 9-dragon flute in his hand as his heart turned cold. He suddenly said to Minho, "Minho, I have a favor to ask. I came to Tangyuan with a lady named Yun Sheng. We were attacked on the way, and she and I were separated. I hope the Empress can help me find her. She's my sweetheart." Minho was shocked when he heard what Yuan Bupo said. On the other hand, Xian Mimi's expression changed. She did not expect Yuan Bupo to say that Yun Sheng was his sweetheart in front of Minho. Yuan Bupo had a sweetheart? Li Qing and Li Xiao were relieved, but Li Xiao could not help but frown. The lady named Yun Sheng should be the female sorcerer from the residence of Yun that Xian Wuji mentioned earlier. Could it be that the 50 magicians that he had lost were related to Yun Sheng? Minho understood that Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi only had one-sided love. Judging from the flute music earlier, Yuan Bupo's talent was quite high. In time to come, his attainments in Dihonga would not be inferior to the current city lord of the Grand Emperor City. If such a person could help Cheng, it would definitely be beneficial in the future. Young Master Yuan was attacked on the way. Someone dared to attack a demonic beast with Dihong City symbol. How dare they? Cheng, get someone to investigate this thoroughly tomorrow morning. Minho said coldly as he glanced at Li Xiao. Li Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, and then he relaxed his brows and took a sip of wine as if nothing had happened. "Thank you, Queen Min." Yuan Bupo bowed slightly. Minho was just about to get up when his expression suddenly changed. He felt dizzy and could no longer stand, falling to the ground. Mother! Crown Prince Li Cheng hurried forward. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi were also surprised. Even the second prince, Li Xiao, was shocked. Why are you still in a daze? Immediately call for the imperial physician. Crown Prince Li Cheng helped Minho up. Looking at her pale face, he knew that something bad had happened. The Morning Dew Palace was instantly thrown into chaos. The next morning, Yunsheng stayed in the city for another half a day as she continued to look for Yuan Bupo's whereabouts. After searching for a long time, he still didn't find anyone with the surname Xian or Yuan staying in any of the inns in the city. Yunsheng was tired of searching, so she casually walked into a lively restaurant in the city and ordered some wine and dishes. After eating a few mouthfuls, he suddenly heard a few guests at the neighboring table discussing. Have you heard? Something big happened in the palace yesterday. Isn't that so? The city was bustling early in the morning. It said that the palace was in a mess. Biantong was under the emperor's rule. In such a place, all kinds of news were spread quickly. Yunsheng wasn't interested in the news, but when she heard that something happened in the palace, she couldn't help but listen. It said that someone from Dihong City came, and the Empress held a banquet to welcome them. During the banquet, the Empress suddenly fainted, and she hasn't woken up yet. Someone from Dihong City came? Could be Yuan Bupo and the rest. Yunsheng was not a fool. Yuan Bupo only briefly explained the distribution of power in Tang Yuan the other day. Judging from a situation of the purple gold mine last time, Tang Yuan and Dihong City's relationship wasn't simple. After she entered the city, she searched along the way but couldn't find Yuan Bupo. It turned out that Yuan Bupo had already entered the palace. However, he was in the palace, and it was related to the poisoning of the Empress. It was probably very difficult to see Yuan Bupo. Waiter. Yunsheng stopped a waiter. The guests are talking so enthusiastically. What happened? As she spoke, she took out a silver coin and threw it to the waiter. The waiter immediately beamed. Guest, they said that something happened in the palace. Empress Min was poisoned last night, and she's still unconscious. It said that all the imperial physicians in the palace were called in. One night has passed, and it's still unknown whether she's dead or alive. Oh, when Yunsheng heard that, she suddenly had an idea. Waiter, I'm a physician and I know a little about poisons. If I want to recommend myself to enter the palace, what can I do? If she could sneak into the palace, she could reunite with Yuan Bupo and the rest. I'm afraid it's not easy. I heard that Imperial concubine Sue's people have sealed the palace gate. She said that she wants to find the culprit. If you're not a famous physician in Tang Yuan, I'm afraid it's not easy to get in. The waiter didn't dare to say more. Everyone in Biantong knew that the second prince's mother, Imperial concubine Sue, and the crown prince's mother, Empress Min, were like fire and water. One of them wanted the other to die as soon as possible. This time, the biggest suspect for Empress Min's poisoning was Imperial concubine Sue. However, no one dared to say it out loud. Imperial concubine Sue said that she wanted to strictly investigate the physicians. However, the imperial physicians were helpless. If they couldn't find a solution, Empress Min wouldn't be able to survive the night. If Empress Min died, the palace would belong to Imperial concubine Sue and the second prince. Then it's difficult. I have a good antidote. Unfortunately, I can't enter the palace. Yunsheng's face was full of regret. Young lady, are you telling the truth? A famous drinker suddenly rushed up from the side. He looked at Yunsheng with a nervous expression, but his eyes were full of hope. Of course it's true. When I was in Zhou State, I cured many poisons. My master is an imperial physician in Zhou State. Yunsheng's face was matter of fact. Good. Come with me to the palace. I'm Empress Min's younger brother. It was a coincidence. After Empress Min was poisoned, the Min family was worried sick. They tried to find all kinds of physicians. They even went to the temple. However, they still couldn't find the cause of Empress Min's poisoning. When Yunsheng heard this, she knew that there was a chance. She remained calm and followed Min Ho's younger brother all the way to the Tang Yuan Imperial Palace. Inside the palace, the crown prince looked anxious as he paced back and forth. He remembered that his mother had suddenly fainted last night. His heart burned with anger. "Your Majesty, you should go and rest. You haven't drunk a drop of water since last night. You haven't closed your eyes." The old palace servant next to him was worried. As he spoke, Imperial concubine Su and the second prince, Li Xiao, walked in with a magician behind them. Seeing Li Xiao, Crown Prince Li Cheng rushed forward and grabbed Li Xiao. "Li Xiao, were you the one who poisoned him?" Chapter 456. Queen Min's health had always been good. She had never seemed ill. Yesterday, Li Xiao had come to the banquet for no reason. Then Queen Min had suddenly collapsed. Looking at Queen Min's appearance, she had clearly been poisoned. However, all the imperial physicians in Tang Yuan had been mobilized. They had taken turns to look at her, but they could not find anything wrong with her. Li Xiao swept Li Cheng's hand away. His tone was very displeased. "Li Cheng, what nonsense are you talking about? Which pair of eyes of yours saw me poisoning? Furthermore, on that night, you and I, as well as the two esteemed guests from Grand Emperor City, were all present. We used the same wine and food, and no one was poisoned. Only the Empress was poisoned. What right do you have to say that I poisoned her?" Li Xiao was also surprised when he saw Empress Min suddenly fall to the ground yesterday. Although Queen Min was the Empress, she was not favored. Why would Li Xiao kill her? "Crown Prince, you can't speak nonsense. Murdering the Empress is a capital offense. Besides, why would Xiao murder the Empress?" Imperial concubine Su frowned. She and Queen Min had been fighting for many years. They had been at each other's throats. She was not stupid. What good would it do to harm Queen Min at this time? If I really wanted to harm the Empress, why would I invite a sorcerer from the temple? Li Xiao smoothed his collar. His face was full of disdain. Only then did everyone notice that there was a well-dressed sorcerer behind Li Xiao. That person was wearing a sorcerer's robe from the temple. Li Xiao had a good relationship with the temple. After Queen Min's accident, he immediately ordered people to invite a sorcerer from the temple. "Is this Xia Wenxiu or Xia Ximing?" The crown prince could not find anything wrong with Li Xiao. He could only glare at Li Xiao angrily. The temple's elder Ximing had stopped treating people a long time ago. In these years, when important members of the imperial family were injured, it was mostly Xia Wenxiu who treated them. He could become a crown prince largely because of Queen Min. However, in these years, Queen Min's maternal family had been weakened. Li Xiao was also close to the temple. His sense of crisis had increased day by day. He didn't want to invite the people from the temple fair, but the imperial physicians were at their wits' end. They could only try using the light magic of the temple fair. Xia Ximing has been in seclusion for the past few days, so he can't come. I'm his senior, Ru Yi. The magician who spoke was young, about the same age as Crown Prince Li Cheng. He was handsome, humble, and courteous, just like how the Dharma Temple treated people. Not Xia Ximing. Li Cheng was slightly disappointed, but in any case, this person was Xia Wenxiu's junior brother. It could be assumed that his attainments in light magic were also quite good. Li Cheng hurriedly dodged, letting Rui walk in. The group of people waited outside. Inside the temple, Xia Wenxiu quietly sat in front of the Heaven's Mandate mirror. Ever since he came back from Zhou State, Elder Judge Ming, who had never lost his temper, actually scolded him fiercely. Xia Wenxiu didn't explain too much in the face of criticism. This made Ji Yu even more furious, and he immediately punished Xia Wenxiu by locking himself up for a month to reflect on his mistakes. Without permission, he was not allowed to leave the temple. This was why Xia Wenxiu couldn't go when Min Ho was in trouble. Xia Wenxiu didn't express any resentment in the face of the punishment. He didn't say a word, and only meditated in front of the Heaven's Mandate mirror. Xia Wenxiu also noticed the cracks on the Heaven's Mandate mirror. He couldn't help but sigh. Last time, he had to bear part of the responsibility for what happened to Yunba. He knew that his master would be furious, but he still did it. This was also the first time he disobeyed his master's wishes. He still remembered that day when his master flew into a rage and questioned him. Why did you do it? Do you know that your actions this time have already revealed the secrets of the heavens? If the heavens mandate mirror is damaged, the Dharma Temple's luck will also be affected, and your own fortune will also be greatly reduced. He knew all of this, but he still did it. The reason he did it had nothing to do with the country, nor was it related to his fortune. He just wanted to help Yin Sheng. That was all. Young Master Ming. Yu Ji quietly appeared behind him. Seeing young Master Ming staring blankly at the heavens mandate mirror, he couldn't help but sigh. After his young Master Ming returned, he looked like he had lost his soul. He said that he was in seclusion to reflect on his mistakes, but he looked like he was in a daze every day. Xiao Wenshu didn't turn back. He knew what was going on. Tang Yuan Li Xiao came to the Dharma Temple in the morning, saying that Min Ho was poisoned for no reason yesterday. Crown Prince Li Cheng suspected that he was the one who poisoned her, so he personally came to the Dharma Temple to prove his innocence. Li Xiao was a member of the continent's magic elite camp. His teacher was friends with Jiyu, so Jiyu couldn't ignore Li Xiao. But considering that Xiao Wenshu was still in seclusion to reflect on his mistakes, he sent Ru Yi over. Senior Ru Yi sent a message saying that Min Ho was poisoned. He can't find a specific reason, and light magic can't cure her either. Yu Ji handed over a slip of paper. Ru Yi was a rare expert of light magic in the Dharma Temple. If even he couldn't cure her, then the poison that Tang Yuan and Min Ho were poisoned this time was no small matter. Xiao Wenshu looked at the slip of paper and was slightly moved. What did Master say? Elder Judge of Fate said that Min Ho will be fine this time. What he meant was that Xiao Wenshu didn't have to step in and continue to reflect on his mistakes. It seemed that Master was really angry this time. Xiao Wenshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He took out the trigram and performed a divination. When the trigram appeared, it was just as Elder Judge of Fate, Jiyu, said. Min Ho's trigram was a blessing in disguise. After the ominous light, there was a benefactor helping her. However, Xiao Wenshu was secretly amazed. What kind of person could cure a patient that even senior brother Rui couldn't cure? Min Ho's trigram was very special. It was a blessing in disguise. It seemed that after being poisoned this time, Min Ho and Tang Yuan's luck would change greatly. Xiao Wenshu looked thoughtfully at the heavenly fate mirror. Suddenly, a ray of auspicious light flashed. That ray of auspicious light flashed by an extremely fast speed, but Xiao Wenshu still caught it. Ever since the last time Yun Ba's ominous signs suddenly appeared, the heavenly fate mirror hadn't shown any signs for a long time. Xiao Wenshu couldn't help but ponder. That ray of auspicious light seemed to have come from the west. Could it be that the benefactor who could turn Min Ho's misfortune into a blessing also came from the west? The west of the mainland happened to be Zhou State. Zhou State. Could it be her? Xiao Wenshu couldn't help but smile bitterly at his own thoughts. Why would Yin Sheng come to Tang Yuan? He was really crazy. He was still thinking about her at this time. The signs of auspicious light were unpredictable. Perhaps that ray of auspicious light was just an omen. Since Master didn't want him to step in, then he wouldn't step in. Tell Senior Ru Yi to stay in the palace for the time being. Min Ho will have her benefactor to help her. Xiao Wenshu waved his hand and entered a meditative state again. Chapter 457. Inside the palace, Ru Yi was waiting for Xiao Wenshu's reply. Just now, he had checked Queen Min's body in front of everyone's expectations, but he didn't find anything strange. He had hoped that Junior Xia would be of some help, but he didn't expect Junior Xia to reply like this. Queen Min has a benefactor in her life. Benefactor? Even Tang Yuan's imperial doctors couldn't do anything about Queen Min's illness. Where did this benefactor come from? Crown Prince Li Cheng was disheartened when he saw that the light magicians invited by the temple couldn't do anything. At this time, a servant came to report, Crown Prince, Assistant Minister Min is outside the palace. He said he found a miracle doctor who can save the Empress. Imperial concubine Su and the others were stunned. Assistant Minister Min was Queen Min's younger brother. When the crown prince heard this, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He hurriedly said, "It's Uncle Min. Let him in." "Wait, Your Majesty, the godly doctors near Bientong have all been invited to the Imperial Palace. Whether or not the doctor invited by Uncle Min is a godly doctor is still unknown. You must not rashly let people outside the Imperial Palace in." Imperial concubine Su was only an imperial concubine, but she was deeply favored by Emperor Tang Yuan. When Queen Min was still alive, the two of them were in charge of half of the harem. With Queen Min's illness, Imperial concubine Su immediately seized all the power in the harem with lightning speed. Even if someone from outside the palace wanted to see her, they had to get her permission. Crown Prince Li Cheng's power was almost a mere figurehead. Crown Prince Li Cheng was annoyed and angry. He didn't care about etiquette and pointed at Imperial concubine Su. "Imperial concubine Su, my mother is terminally ill. You're stopping me from summoning a miracle doctor. What are you thinking? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because Imperial Father favors you. I'll go see Imperial Father now and let him make the decision." The two of them pulled and pulled until they were in front of Emperor Tang Yuan. The people in Jiaolu Palace couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw such a disgraceful scene. Emperor Tang Yuan still cared about his many years of relationship with Queen Min. After receiving the news, he ordered people to summon Assistant Minister Min and the Miracle Doctor. "Assistant Minister Min, Godly Dr. Yun, please enter the palace for an audience." Yun Sheng followed Assistant Minister Min all the way to Morning Cloud's palace. Yuan Bupo was stunned when he heard the eunuch call out Miracle Dr. Yun's name. Xian Mimi's face also showed some surprise. Could it be that this so-called Miracle Doctor was actually Yun Sheng? A middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of an assistant minister entered. Behind him was a skinny doctor. In order to hide her identity, Yun Sheng even found a medicine box and carried it on her back. She looked no different from an ordinary doctor. Yuan Bu looked at the godly doctor's appearance, and he was still a little confused. This was clearly not Yun Sheng. Just as he was suspecting, he suddenly noticed that the skinny female doctor quickly raised her head and glanced in his direction. Those eyes, even though she had disguised herself with a disguise spell, Yuan Bupo could still recognize Yun Sheng's lively eyes with a hint of cunning in them. Her jet-black eyes did not match her appearance at all. Yuan Bupo's strange behavior attracted the attention of the second prince, Li Xiao. He could not help but take a few more glances at Yun Sheng. This woman looked really ordinary. If she were to be thrown on the streets, there would be a bunch of her. Moreover, this miracle doctor looked sickly. She looked like a bottle of medicine. Could she really save Queen Min? You the miracle doctor from Zhou State? The great Tang Yuan Emperor also rushed over personally. When he saw his wife on the verge of death, he felt a little guilty. This woman had been with him for decades and raised a son for him. She might be ordinary, but she was still a good empress. "I'm Yun Sheng. I was once taught by the former imperial physician of Zhou State, Fan Ji." Yun Sheng's voice was clear. When she faced Emperor Tang Yuan, she did not show any fear. Li Xiao could not help but look at her. He had heard of Yun Sheng's name before. He did not expect the miracle doctor who was in the limelight in Zhou State to be this ordinary female doctor in front of him. This person was the godly doctor who had saved the great Zhou's general, Yun Songlong. She was also the miracle doctor that Li Xiao wanted to kill. Yun Sheng also lowered her head and glanced at the crowd from the corner of her eyes. Other than Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi, there were two other unfamiliar men standing in the hall. One of them was handsome, but he looked cunning. It seemed like he was the rumored second prince of Tang Yuan. There was another person who looked ordinary. It should be the cowardly crown prince, Li Cheng. These days, the second prince seemed to be more talented than the crown prince. As for the last person, Yun Sheng could vaguely feel the fluctuation of light magic from him. People from the temple? Yun Sheng quickly recognized the identities of the people in the hall. If that's the case, quickly go forward and take a look at Empress Min, Emperor Tang Yuan urged. Thinking about it, Yun Sheng must have used a special method to conceal her appearance. Yuan Bupo did not know why Yin Sheng did that, but since Yin Sheng did it, he would not expose her. As long as Yin Sheng was not dead, everything would be fine. Yuan Bupo felt that the sky had cleared up after the storm. The gloomy mood from a few days ago disappeared immediately. Yin Sheng received Emperor Tang Yuan's permission and was about to go forward to take a look. Stop right there. Just as Yin Sheng was about to go forward, the second prince, Li Xiao, suddenly stepped forward and blocked Yin Sheng's path. He looked at Yin Sheng from head to toe. His tone was deliberately difficult. Royal father, this child has heard of the famous physicians of Granzhou. But I heard that the royal physician Fan Ji of Granzhou has long been banished from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He even resorted to swindling and swindling for a living. Is that true? How dare he deceive me? Men, take this evil doctor away. Emperor Tang Yuan was furious. Wait, Yin Sheng was angered by Li Xiao's words. To Yin Sheng, Dr. Fan was not only her benefactor when she first came to Yujing, but he was also her guide on the path of becoming a doctor. If it was not for Dr. Fan, Yin Sheng would never have thought of combining magic and medicine. She would never have thought of refining magic potions. The second prince insulted Dr. Fan, which was equivalent to insulting her. What else do you have to explain? Li Xiao saw the change in Yun Sheng's expression and knew that she was indeed the miracle Dr. Yun Sheng from Zhou State. After Yun Sheng became famous in Zhou State, Li Xiao had ordered people to investigate. He discovered that this godly doctor had become famous overnight. His medical records were almost blank. As for her master, Fan Ji, he was a former imperial physician who was expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Second prince, I admit that my master was expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion for some reason. However, it's a fact that he's an imperial physician. When he was 25 years old, he was already the youngest imperial physician in Zhou State. When he was 28 years old, he was expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The reason was that he wanted to pursue a higher level of medical knowledge and combine it with magic, Yun Sheng said crisply. She was not afraid of Li Xiao's difficulties at all. Chapter 458. Is this doctor talking about Zhou State's Dr. Fan Ji? Ru Yi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. He was a magician from the Temple of Magic and had a very honorable status. Even Emperor Tang Yuan had to be respectful to him. Oh, could it be that Lord Ru Yi has heard of this person's name before? Emperor Tang Yuan couldn't help but ask. I've met Dr. Fan once. Ru Yi was Xiao Wenqiu's senior. Before Xiao Wenqiu became an adult, he had always been by Elder Ji Yu's side. At that time, Fan Ji was still in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Ru Yi had some impression of Fan Ji. He remembered that he was a doctor with great medical skills and would occasionally have unique opinions. Unlike the Medicine Emperor Pavilion that blindly pursued ancient medical skills, Dr. Fan was a very flexible doctor in Ru Yi's opinion. Later on, he also heard that Dr. Fan left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion for some reason. However, his reputation in Zhou State was still very good. In particular, he had joined a rapidly developing medical center in Zhou State, the Little Ci Antong. Emperor Tang Yuan also understood that magic and ancient medical skills were like fire and water. Ru Yi also glanced at Yin Sheng and recalled what junior brother Xia had said earlier. Empress Min had her own benefactor helping her. Could it be that Empress Min's benefactor was this female doctor from the Great Zhou in front of them? Your Majesty, why don't you let this lady take a look? After all, magic and ancient medical skills are unable to immediately diagnose the Empress's illness. Perhaps Miss Yun, who is proficient in magic and ancient medical skills, will be able to see the reason. I won't hide it from your Majesty. When Ru Yi entered the palace, Junior Xia had already sent someone to deliver a message. He said that the Empress's benefactor will naturally come from the southwest. Ru Yi spoke up for Yin Sheng. Rather than saying that Ru Yi had confidence in Yin Sheng, it was more accurate to say that he had confidence in his junior brother Xiao Wenqiu. Xiao Wenqiu was born with heavenly eyes, and his words were never wrong. Xiao Wenqiu's words were without a doubt irrefutable and would definitely happen. A benefactor from the southwest? Wasn't that Zhou State? Even Xia Si Ming from the Dharma Temple had said so. Second Prince Li Xiao could only step aside gloomily. He didn't understand why Xia Siming, who had always been neutral, would speak up for someone from Zhou State this time. Did young Master Ming really say that? That benefactor must be Miracle Dr. Yin. There was a misunderstanding just now. Please don't take it to heart. Divine Doctor, please come in and take a look. If you are able to cure the Empress' illness, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Emperor Tang Yuan said with an amiable expression, Your Majesty, if Yun Sheng is cured, please agree to Yun Sheng's 2 conditions. Don't worry, Yun Sheng's 2 conditions are not excessive, and they are definitely acceptable to Your Majesty. Yun Sheng was not in a hurry to see the doctor. She actually dared to negotiate with Emperor Tang Yuan. The Morning Dew Palace was filled with astonishment. Xian Mimi sneered from the side. You don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that your medical skills are unparalleled? Accompanying the emperor was akin to accompanying a tiger. In the end, Emperor Tang Yuan killed Yun Sheng in a fit of anger. Emperor Tang Yuan was also somewhat angry. A mere commoner actually dared to negotiate with him. Imperial Father, please agree to Miracle Dr. Yun's 2 conditions. When Crown Prince Li Cheng heard that Yun Sheng was Empress Min's benefactor, he hurriedly stepped forward to plead. Emperor Tang Yuan suppressed the anger in his heart. What conditions? If I cure Empress Min, Your Majesty will have to make me an imperial physician and prove to the world that I'm definitely not a swindler. After Yun Sheng finished speaking, she glanced sideways at Second Prince Li Xiao. Yun Sheng was a woman. She had a small flaw that all women had, and that was that she liked to hold grudges. Moreover, now that she had offended the Imperial Medicine Pavilion, she probably wouldn't have a chance to take the physician examination. She couldn't continue to stay as a physician. She could take a shortcut and directly jump to become an imperial physician. When Second Prince Li Xiao heard this, he also knew that Yun Sheng's words were directed at his previous accusation. He was unhappy, but he couldn't refute and could only sulk at the side. That's easy. If you can cure an illness that even my imperial physicians can't cure, then your medical skills will naturally be above the imperial physicians. How about this? If you can cure Empress Min, then I will confer you the title of Imperial Physician of Tang Yuan. The Emperor of Tang Yuan was very decisive. A monarch never joked. When he said these words, even Yun Sheng felt a little flattered. At the side, Ru Yi was even more astonished. From a physician to an imperial physician, this directly skipped the ranks of roaming physicians, scattered physicians, and imperial physicians. This speed, in the entire continent, there wasn't a single physician who had this kind of speed. This female physician, surnamed Yun, was really too savage. Xian Mimi was also furious. She didn't expect that not only did Yun Sheng not offend the emperor, she was going to be made imperial physician of Tang Yuan. A 9-year-old imperial physician, this was really heaven-defying. On the other hand, Yuan Bupo's face was filled with worry. Although he heard from his brother-in-law that Yun Sheng's medical skills were unparalleled in the world, he had never seen it for himself. Empress Min's illness was very aggressive, and there were no symptoms at all. If it was poisoning at last night's banquet, he, Xian Mimi, and the rest were all present. Li Xiao didn't make any move to poison the food, so there was no chance. As for poisoning Empress Min's food alone, the chance was very slim, because the imperial palace's dishes were all specially tasted by palace servants. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yun Sheng's face was indifferent. This commoner has another condition. If this commoner can cure Empress Min, it proves that this commoner's medical skills are indeed extraordinary. However, Your Majesty's Second Prince just said that this commoner's master is a liar. As the saying goes, if a crown prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Second Prince needs to pour tea and apologize to this commoner. Hiss! Jialu Palace was dead silent. However, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Other than Li Xiao and Empress Su, who were green with anger, everyone couldn't help but give Yun Sheng a thumbs up in their hearts. Too awesome. Li Xiao was the most favored prince. In the entire Tang Yuan, no one dared to speak to him like this. Impudent. You're just a commoner. How dare you ask my son to apologize to you? Empress Su's face was red. This precious son of hers. Even she couldn't bear to let him pour tea. This lowly commoner actually made such a request. Oh! Yun Sheng dragged out the last syllable. Facing the furious imperial concubine Su, she only raised her eyebrows. Could it be that imperial concubine Su thinks that Empress Min's life is worth less than Second Prince's apology? Second Prince is really pampered. His cup of tea is actually more expensive than Empress Min's life. When Yuan Bupo and Ru Yi heard this, they broke out in cold sweat for Yun Sheng. She was too bold. This was simply playing with fire. Emperor Tang Yuan's face was also filled with anger. He also felt that Empress Su and Second Prince were making a mountain out of a molehill. Imperial Father, Empress Mother's life is in danger. Imperial Father, please reconsider. Crown Prince Li Cheng saw this and knelt down with the palace servants to plead for leniency. Second Prince Li Xiao gritted his teeth. In his heart, he understood that today he had been tricked by Yun Sheng. Helpless, he could only say hatefully, "If you can cure Empress Min, I will pour tea and apologize. But if you can't, don't blame me for asking you for your crimes." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.